really be mindful of that, because that's just a poison and a sickness. There's just no question about it. There's no winning when you let those individuals get entrenched, because they're not just some local thing. They're nationwide. Some of them may even have some international connections, and so the federal government has not cared. Um, State, local law enforcement, especially local law enforcement, in their mind, they got a small jurisdiction, so they're only dealing with what's in their jurisdiction. And because, again, white degeneracy uses this as a way to really cause harm to black communities, they just want to let it flourish. Unless they try to legitimate the money, when they try to start opening up businesses and things of that nature, then that's when the feds get involved, or the state gets involved, because that's the last thing they want. They're okay with you running criminal enterprises, causing a lot of violence, a lot of fear, lowering property values, like all the things that we know comes with this. And of course, funneling people to the prison industrial pipeline. They're okay with all of that. You're not in the job market. You're not competing against them. You're not in the legitimate business industry, so you're not competing against them. And they're okay with it. You're not coming into their neighborhoods and doing violence to them. So it works to their advantage in that system and structure the way it currently exists. And so some communities around the country are literally being terrorized by these particular individuals. Excuse me. And we just can't be promoting the party atmosphere, the party lifestyle. Um, so I just really wanted to make that point. I probably won't play too much more the rest of the video, but up in the jumbotron, I'm gonna go with what we got up in here. So I put the $2 per month Black Migration Fund, and we do have, I think we're up to like five people who are contributing to that. So I got two posts about that. And then I have the Funded Socially up in the jumbotron, and then I have um, a couple of posts about these Black majority districts. One, which is actually pretty interesting, is how Black women tend to win in majority Black voter districts. Almost two-thirds of Black women who win elections are in these Black majority districts. So the power, even today, is directly connected to the percentage of the people that you represent. I've got to still find that one from the Congressional Black Caucus, but the last two that I got up here, one is from Ballotopedia and one is from Wikipedia, and they're both about these minority majority districts. So those are the ones I really want to delve into, and anybody who is willing to have a I don't have a second screen open if you have a second device, but go to these websites, those two, the Ballotopedia and the Wikipedia, and click the link and open it up. And then we're going to look at each district, because there's not a whole lot of them. It's not going to take a whole lot of time, but we're going to see exactly what the districts are, so that we can understand exactly what's going on, especially in these congressional districts. Now, when we look at a state like Mississippi, where much of the western part of the state um, is Black majority counties, in those particular state districts, you're likely to have these really high percentages, because they really can't avoid it, even though they're going to manipulate even those the best they can to keep the numbers, in manageable for whatever it is that they're trying to do. It's a little bit different on that state local level with the districts, but on this national congressional district, because these are the ones that we hear about the most when it comes to Congress. these are the ones that really we don't have any power in. They're window dressing. It's a mirage. It's an illusion, and I think it's been sold to us to make us feel comfortable that, oh well, we got, this is a black voter district. Oh, and then we're always talking about gerrymandering, and we're talking about, like, what is it, Alabama? They sued to get a second district. They won in federal court, and then the state said, "No, we're not doing it. We're just not going to do it." So they're still in court, back and forth about this district, this second district. Mississippi has a greater percentage of black people than the rest of the country. They absolutely should have a second district. I think South Carolina also is in court, and I think they won um, whatever the last issue was in South Carolina in federal court. So they're also trying to get a second district as well, and or fix the way the last district was drawn to include more of the black population. So this is just a tool. These districts are a tool. They're manipulated, and even labeling them as black majority districts is really fraudulent, in my opinion. And these numbers and these percentages are really going to show how fraudulent they actually are. And again, when the Congressional Black Caucus says we represent 18 million, 17 million black people, but 80 million others, that ratio should really explain just how much of a fraudulent situation it is, because that's 5-1 or something like that. Just off the top of my head, 4-1. So if every 4 people they represent are not black people, how could they even be a congressional black caucus? How could they even have that label of representing black Americans when we're not the majority of the districts that they represent? It's a fallacy, and again, I think it's intentionally promoted in a way that leaves us vulnerable, leaves us believing we have power that we really don't have. And then we'll get into the presidential election. I gotta find all these posts, but the presidential election is another interesting thing that, in my opinion, definitely was manipulated, because the numbers don't really match up. So that kind of is what it is.
Black. Excuse me for 1 second. Look, I'm on another account, right? Mm-hmm. Apparently, my Black American Homeland account, I can't see your space. However, I can go into other people's space on my Black American Homeland account, but I can't see your space.
Wow.
Now, I transferred to my Black Southern Strategy account, and I'm on your space. So either my Black American Homeland account might be restricted of some type, and I just can't go on certain spaces. I really don't know how it works. But my Black American Homeland account, look, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to try something right quick. I'm going to try to do this one more time. And if I can't get on your space on the Black American Homeland account, then I'll just use the Black Southern account.
Southern Strategy, Black American Homeland, or Black Southern Strategy. All you got to do is, again, if you check for updates and everything is cool, and if you restarted your phone and got the same problem, the only thing left to do that will solve this problem is clear the app data inside of this. Go to settings, application, find X or Twitter or whatever you want to call this thing. Clear the data out.
My son did that. Yeah, my son did all that.
Right, okay, no, so here's the issue then. What phone you got, Android or Apple?
Yeah, I still got this old phone, man.
Right, there you go. Okay, hey, T-Mobile got some fire deals right now. Hey, Black, I checked on that tablet. They got that's Tab S7, which is one up for mom for $99, bro. But you got to get along with it. But do this right. If you just pay for the line, you still paying for the tablet anyway. So you might as well go ahead and just get the line with it and just cancel it out after 2 years. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty much what
they don't have that here.
Oh no, this ain't for you, bro. Yeah. You ex-Nate on this. For sure on that one. You know what I mean? So, but what you got, an Android, right, Black?
A Samsung.
Right. Just upgrade, bro.
G7 15. It was came out in 2020.
Yeah, upgrade, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's upgrade.
Yeah. But look, I'm gonna try something. And if I can't use the Black American Homeland account, I just use my Black Southern Strategy account. So give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Cool. Let me get the speaker up here. These, the X and they got him. They running him through the ringer right now for what it's worth. Oh my God, it's actually kind of entertaining watching the back and forth between these people, and because they going, they don't like him in particular because he ran them off of this platform, and so they're going to use whatever they can to try to stab this guy in the back every chance they get. It's actually pretty hilarious.
Oh, what's the situation you talking about now again?
Well, they got him. He's posting all crazy. He got another lawsuit coming because of this. The small hats. He been beefing with the small hats for a minute. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's actually pretty funny to me.
Hey, Judge, your phone janky too, system. So check for updates, restart, come back. I done hit this button so many times. That's it. It's over, bro.
Oh, really? I tried to bring her up too. It didn't. Yeah. Because I brought her up before. If it's dropping her to listener, it's definitely something on her end. She got to update or something. That just is what it is. You got to update.
Nah, Judge got that iPhone 1. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? And Black American Homeland got the Android 2 and shit. You know what I'm saying? The upgrade, man. You know what I'm saying? I know it. You see, look, that's what's great about Black folks. We the most conservative people ever. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it, man.
Better put the tape on it. I don't know. You got Scotch tape? That's all you need. You know what I'm saying? And put a lower, if it's electrical, put some electrical, then put the Scotch on it. That's all you need. You know what I'm saying? And hit it with a hammer. It's going to work again. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got that. And look, that's because we know we ain't got money to replace that shit, yo. See that?
Yeah, plus we conservative. We conservative and we don't want to waste money on, frivolous things for real. But shout out to Bracy. Bracy, man, got a bunch of information too. So as we go down this list, and if we end up on his state, he can come up and share some of that info. He got a ton of info on his state, but yeah. So
I'll send you a microphone invite just to see if the space is working correctly. If you got a moment to come up here, fam.
Yeah, for sure. So like I said, in the Jumbotron, there's not a whole lot of posts up here. If you go from the left and come backwards, it's like the third one and the fourth one from the left. Someone put something up in here in the middle. Let me see what this is saying. Take heed. You have to be responsible for your destiny. What Democrats do is change the subject and spit their same talking points. There has been zero progress. I'm in New York and LA. I can step back and examine what is really going on. Hashtag reparations. Hashtag anti-black. Hashtag Democrats. There's a video of Judge and then a graphic of, I'm assuming that's Gavin Newsom, a donkey that has Democrats labeled on it, and then reparations with a carrot on a stick. So the graphic essentially is saying that Gavin Newsom is using reparations to, I don't know, I guess, encourage the Democrats to keep moving or encourage Black Democrats or something like that. So Shout out to Judge for that. I'm gonna drop that down though because I want it to be focused on what we got going on here. So yeah, if you can pull up the Ballotopedia and the Wikipedia page, we can get into that. I'll go to the Wikipedia first because it's about the congressional districts and it's a little less information, so it'll be easier to go through. Let's see. I'm probably going to have to drop this from speaker. Damn it. See, that's the interesting thing. When you're on, you're in these spaces, you can only take your volume down so low. There's a point at which it won't let you go completely silent, which I don't really understand that. I don't get why you can't go completely silent in these spaces or even have a mute option. It's actually a little strange. But at any rate, on this Wikipedia page, and everybody, oh, Wikipedia is not the most accurate, and that could be true. However, this is just basic government information, and we're also going to look at Ballotopedia, which is, in my opinion, somewhat accurate. It's a really good resource. And so, in everything and all things, you certainly want to do your due diligence, but this is something that should be on a government site. See, the government should have a .gov where they give you this information and you can go and search and look at Black majority districts. And these are the numbers and everybody would have the information. But because they don't want everybody to have the information, because they want you to just accept the label of Black majority district as factual, when in actuality, it's really not that factual. You got it, DJ. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yeah, for sure. So, not to sidestep what you just said or whatever. Yeah, the reason for your volume not being able to go down, two things. One is the your overall sound is being controlled by the volume keys. So if you press it up or down, it should be 3 little dots to bring up the volume setting. You could change that, bro. But more or less here on Twitter, it still won't go down because if you get something like a phone call, you want to be able to still talk and hear and all that other stuff. But you might be able to still change it on your phone through the settings or not. You gotta kind of figure it out if it's available on your phone or not. But go ahead.
Okay, cool. So if you're on the Wikipedia, majority, minority, United States congressional districts, I'll read this because it's pretty short. A majority minority district is an electoral district such as a United States congressional district in which the majority of the constituents in the district are racial and ethnic minorities, as opposed to non-Hispanic whites in the U.S. Races collected through the decennial United States Census. Majority minority districts may be created to avoid or remedy violations of the Voting Rights Act of 1965's prohibitions on drawing redistricting plans that diminish the ability of a racial or language minority to elect its candidates of choice. I'm going to stop there. My Miss Trouble's in the space. If you can, I know you got that post, and I love that post where you broke down how these minority districts are intended to protect the future white minority population so that they'll be able to have representation. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. We'll get that. If you put it in the purple chat, I'll stick it up in the Jumbotron. So it says, in some instances, majority minority districts may result from affirmative racial gerrymandering. The value of drawing district lines to create majority minority districts is a matter of dispute, both within and outside of minority communities. Some view majority minority districts as a way to dilute the voting power of minorities and analogous to racial segregation. That's interesting. Others favor majority minority districts as ways to effectively ensure the election of minorities to legislative bodies, including the House of Representatives. Majority minority districts have been the subject of legal cases examining the constitutionality of such districts, including Shaw versus Reno, 1993, Miller versus Johnson, 1995, and Bush versus Vera, 1996. That's interesting. Over, it looks like a 3-year period, you had 3 different attempts. I know Reno, that's Janet Reno. I got to assume you got Bush, which got to be one of the Bushes, probably the second president. Miller, Johnson, I'm not wholeheartedly sure about those names, but you had 3 attempts to do something with these majority minority districts, likely something that was negative, to be quite honest. So there's something called African American plurality. They use this term African. I'm gonna say Black American. So there's something called Black American plurality, and what that is, and again, the Ballotopedia site breaks it down by racial demographic groups. And so what will happen is, if you have, let's just use 3: white, Hispanic, and Black. So if you have 40% Black, 30% white, 30% Hispanic, that equals 100%. But the Black voters being 40% or more than each individual other group. So that's considered a plurality. That technically, if all things being equal, 100% of the Black voters voted, they should have more votes than either of the other 2, as long as they split their candidates and their votes along their racial lines. But that's not really how it works. But they do have these, they have these Black American plurality districts. More than likely what happens is the white and Hispanics get together and their 60% outweighs your 40%. But that's, that's a whole nother conversation. But so Illinois 7th district, Missouri's 1st district, New York's 5th district, North Carolina's 1st district, Virginia's 3rd district, and Texas's 30th district. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 6 congressional districts where Black Americans have a plurality, but they don't have a majority. Which means they don't have anything. To be quite honest, I don't even know why they would take the time to even make the distinction. But yeah, essentially they don't have they don't have a majority. If you don't have a majority, you don't have nothing. And then they have this long ass list of white pluralities, which is actually really interesting. There's at least 20 or 30 of those. So that just shows that, again, there is this white minority thing that's coming. And to Miss Trouble's point, these minority districts will start to be something that they're really going to be in the courts about. At some future point, they're going to really be fighting to hold on to their representation. So it's already embedded in the system to keep them in some type of congressional power. So here are the districts with Black American majorities. It says this population data is from 2021 Census American Community Survey and 2020 Census Population Estimates. Districts in the table below reflect the 118th Congress. Currently, there are 26 congressional districts where Black Americans make up a majority of constituents, mostly in the South. Every district is represented by Democrats. Oh man, let me stop. Let me pause right there. So there are only 26 districts in the entire country where Black Americans are the majority of constituents. And they're talking about the House, right? There's 435 seats in the House, from what I understand. 435 seats. Only 26 of those have majority Black populations. 26 versus 435. Even in the way that that's set up, you don't have any power. You only have 26 quote unquote majority Black districts in the country, the entire country. So you don't have any political authority. Let's see if Black American Homeland wants to come up here. It's just not, the numbers again are not going to add up. Numbers are not going to add up. And so just based on this, there is no political power here. 26, you would have to play that whole middle ground and hope that there's an even number of Republicans and an even number of Democrats, and then you kind of sit in the middle, and you're trying to leverage your 26 congressional districts against the entire country at that point. But when we actually get into the numbers of how these districts are set up, you're going to realize that even that's kind of a facade. And then every district is represented by Democrats. So again, the situation for Black America is the Democrat Party. You've got to figure out a way to leverage the party, to use the party, to work the party, to turn the party into your favor in your local jurisdiction, in your countywide jurisdiction, in your statewide jurisdiction, so that you are putting forth a Black American agenda, regardless of whatever the Democrat Party platform is, because that's exactly how the Tea Party went after the Republican Party. That's exactly how the MAGAs go after the Republican Party. And so you've got to just really be mindful and use the same strategy and say, look, this is how we win because this is how we vote. That's just the reality. So there are 2 Black American majority congressional districts that are represented by someone who is not Black American. 2 that are represented by someone who is not. Steve Cohen in Tennessee's 9th. I don't know that guy. I haven't had a chance to even look at that. But I do know this second one, this Sri Thanidar, this Indian guy from Michigan's 13th, which is in the Detroit area. And he's the guy who won because there were 9+ other Black candidates in the race. They split the Black vote. And then this guy, who is a foreigner, won because the Black vote was split. That's a whole nother thing that we really got to understand. And I think I have an example in the Jumbotron of when it happened in a white district. I think that it was Texas, where a Black guy won in a white district, and he won because the white vote was split. So we got to be mindful of that as we are running candidates and move into attempt to, even at the local level, start getting candidates and getting voter registration drives and everything like that. We got to recognize the fact that we can't split our vote. We can't allow ourselves to want to have 20 people in the race and then we lose because everybody is voting for their favorite Black person, and then the white, the Asian, the Hispanic, or other ends up winning. And then you got to deal with that person for the next 2 to 4 years or 6 years if it's a Senate seat, which is much, much worse. So yeah. Now, even though they said 26 or Black majority in this particular graphic, they only list 22, and I don't know why. I don't really understand why. I don't know. For some reason it goes from 1 to 22. And at least the one of the 2, the Steve Cohen, which is the white guy. Oh yeah, both of the non-Black people are in this list. So there's 4 other districts that are not on here for whatever reason. So the Tennessee district that the non-Black person won in, it's 60% Black majority. How does a white guy in Tennessee win an election in a district that is 60% Black? That is strange, to say the least. Mississippi's district is 62% Black. Alabama's is 63% Black. Louisiana, nearly 59% Black. Georgia, 55%. Another Georgia district is 58%. Another Georgia district, this is probably one of the highest ones, is almost 67% black. So we've had a couple that are fairly high, 67, 64, 63-ish, 62, 60. Everything else is lower than that. South Carolina, 57%. That's Jim Slyburn's district. Illinois, 56%. Michigan, 56%. That is the non-black Indian Hindu guy. New York, 55%. Pennsylvania, 54%. Maryland, 54%. Florida, 54%. Maryland, 53%. Ohio, 53%. Georgia, 52%. Georgia's popping over here. Georgia got 4 districts. Illinois, 52%. New Jersey, 52%. Florida, 50%. And another New York at 51%, roughly. And there's like 50.5, 50.6. I tried to round up or round down. So of those, the Georgia one, the Alabama one, or the 2 highest, and then you have Mississippi and Tennessee that are over 60%. So 4 out of 22 over 60%, but one of those, unfortunately, is occupied by a white guy, Steve Cohen. And if you know what the Cohen, oh God, this is that guy. This is the guy that has been at those reparation hearings. Interesting there. That guy, goodness gracious, if you were on that, if you're on that Wikipedia page, click through the link to see who Steve Cohen is. He's the white guy who has been all over this federal reparations, these hearings that were going on a couple years ago. His face always shows up in that. So that is extremely worrisome, to be quite honest. So that's the ones that they have here. Now, what we know is this. And there's a graphic up in the top that the Freedmen Party, that is now the Freedom Party, pretty much came up with based on the U.S. Census, where it pretty much shows how we vote. And it essentially said there were 40 million Black Americans. He uses the term freemen in this particular graphic. And there's 32 million eligible Black American voters. 32 million eligible. Of the 32 million that are eligible, only 22 million are registered, right? So there's 10 million of us who are eligible to vote but are not registered. This is dilute. This really drops our numbers down. Of the 22 million that are registered, 20 million actually vote. That creates a 12 million gap between how many people could vote and how many actually vote. And of the 20 million that actually vote, 13.4 million are Democrats, 6 million are independents, and then he has a sliver of 600,000 are Republicans. I would wager that and this is probably how they're registered versus how they actually vote. But I would wager that this Republican number is probably going to increase somewhat over time. In terms of percentages, 42% Democrats, 2% Republicans, 19% independents, and then 37.5% who don't vote at all, right? So in any one of these majority Black districts, if you just use this as a template to look at, and these are the people who, this is the whole total right here. Yeah, this is not just the registered voters. This is the whole kit and caboodle. So in any Black majority or any Black population demographic jurisdiction, these numbers are likely to hold fairly true. It may go up and down a little bit, 5%. There's probably some margin of error where, 5 to 10% or whatever. But basically, almost 40% of us don't vote at all. So if you have a Black majority district where we are even as high as 67% of the district, but 40% of us don't vote in that district, you can quickly see how You don't really have a black majority district if 40% of the people who can vote or eligible to vote don't actually vote, because these are going to be based on population. And see, over if you go all the way to the right, it shows you the total population of the district, and then shows you the total population of the Black American portion of the district. So when you have this really high number, 67%, you're including all the people who can't vote, the people who can't vote for because they're not eligible age wise, who can't vote because they can't vote because of some criminal issue, whatever that is, and that may be a small percentage. And then you're also including the people who don't vote at all. And so if we just do, even if we reduce it down to 30%, and that's being very, very kind in these voting districts, and you say, okay, well, this Georgia district is almost 67% black based on the population, first of all, you got to figure out how many of those people are eligible to even vote. That's going to reduce it, because those are going to be people that are under 18. And like I said, the people who have may have some criminal whatever. So that may reduce it down, let's say 10-15%, just based on ages. And then you got to take away 40% based on the fact that 40% of us don't vote. So you don't really have any black majority districts. I mean, that's just the cold hard facts, is that you don't really have authentic black majority districts, because the districts are not based on the voters. It's not based on the actual people who are actually voting. It's just, and this is what I had to learn, even with the whole strategy of coming up with numbers of how many people have to move here and how many people, yada, yada, yada. Initially, it was all based on just raw population numbers. How many people live there? How many people do we need to move there in order to get to 60%? And then when you start hold up, well, first of all, most, if they're under 18, they can't vote. So they're not really going to participate like that. So then you start breaking that down, and you start looking at, well, how many people actually vote? How many people are eligible to vote? And then the numbers get really, really small. They get very reduced when you start looking at the actual voter numbers. And what I'm saying is, we don't have real black majority voting districts. We just really literally don't. We have the illusion of black majority voter districts. And then because, and I got to find this thing so I can put it up in Jumbotron, because the Congressional Black Caucus is constantly saying that they only represent 18 million of us. I believe that's the number, something like that, roughly 18 million. And they represent 80 million of the others. That right there creates a massive chasm of representation, where their priority is not to us. And that's really shown in the way that they govern, in the way that they legislate, in the way that they, do the things that they do. They just don't care about the black population, because they don't have to. Here it is right here. And this is from the Congressional Black Caucus. I'm gonna put this up in the Jumbotron. Damn it, I gotta make myself a speaker again. So here's the quote. The Congressional Black Caucus represents 17 million black Americans and more than 80 million Americans. Delivering for the American public was not optional, said Democrat Caucus Chairman Hakeem Jeffries. And this letter is from November 5th, 2021. So this is a 2-year-old letter. But again, when the Nevada, leader who eventually became the leader of the Congressional Black Caucus, when he got in, he essentially said the same thing. I think he may have bumped it up to 18 million. But he still had that 80 million, gap there in terms of the total number of people that they actually represent. So We got a speaker coming up. Oh, that's me. Just so I can get this in the Jumbotron. So if anybody would like to comment on that, if everybody understands what I'm saying, or if anybody doesn't understand what I'm saying, and let me put this also as well. I got to find her her post. So Miss Giselle tomorrow is having a debate. She has her. I think they're going to be monthly debates. And there's going to be multiple debates. There's like a first one, a second one, a third one, I guess. And so she asked me to go into that on the first one, I believe. Starts at 11 a.m. Sunday morning. And essentially, we're going to be talking about the power that we have or don't have. We're going to essentially discuss this topic. And for me, you can't have power if you don't have voting majorities. That's really what it boils down to. If you are not the majority voting population, legitimately, you don't have any power, because you can't control the representation. You can't control the representative, because if they're not dependent upon your population to win elections, and we know the House of Representatives every 2 years, and they're not engaged with the community, and they're looking at it like, oh man, it's a 4-to-1 ratio. We represent 3 more of the others than we do this particular group. So this particular group is at the bottom of the priority list. I think it's extremely vital for people to understand this. They put that label on these districts, but in fact, partly due to the fact that we don't vote like that. Like, we're not voting in the upper high 90+ percentile. If we did, it may have some effect. I can't say how much. I don't know necessarily it would change anything, because even if you were voting at 100%, you still are dealing with the fact that there's more of the others. Because again, if there's only 26 majority black districts, but there's 50+ congressional Black Caucus members, that means almost half of them are actually winning in districts that are not necessarily black majority districts. That's a whole nother thing. Like, like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe everybody probably was thinking like, oh, okay, yeah, they're black, so they must be in a black majority district. We must have these 50+ black majority districts across the country, but that's not even the case as well. So if half of your caucus isn't even representing a black majority district, you already got this internal situation where, again, half the people on the caucus are like, I don't, like, that's not going to help me. If you put up a black agenda, you're going to hurt me, because I'm representing Hispanics in California, or I'm representing whatever, white people, wherever they're representing, Minnesota or somewhere like that. So it just creates this instant situation where, inside the caucus itself, they're saying, look here, we represent these other people, and these other people show up to vote, and they send money, and they fundraise, and they get out the vote, and they got political action committees that, do this, that, and third. And so, that's where you're at as a population. I know we're all, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Black, like when I was trying to come up, with the ideas and, vision of the Black American homeland, right? I said to myself, what is the purpose of a congressman when it comes to its when it comes to the citizen within their district, right? I mean, what is the purpose of the congressman? We know that he makes laws, or he votes on laws, on the federal level, right? But what does he do for me in his district, right? Now, I say that the congressman, right, his role or his purpose is to bring resources to his district or to his state, right? And to me, that's the most important purpose for a congressman, right, when it comes to the state. However, I believe that a congressman has to have some type of, what's that word? Some type of, he has to know how to exercise or utilize his position to bring resources to his district. If he doesn't know how to do that, then he's basically of no use.
Amen to that.
So I think when a person is a congressman, he has to actually know how to use his position and how to, use his position to bring resources to his district.
I agree wholeheartedly. So I'm looking at and again, this is Wikipedia because sometimes this is the only place you can get the information quickly. So in the House, there are 55 Democratic Black Caucus members. 55.
That's a lot. 55. Wow.
Yeah, there's 3 that are in the Senate. And I'm assuming that's. I'm assuming that's the 3. What's the 3 we know? Is it Hakeem, Tim Scott, and
the guy from Georgia.
Oh,
the Reverend.
Oh God, Warnock.
Warnock.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so yeah, that's what they got going on there in terms of their Black Congressional Caucus. But again, if 26 are legitimate Black majority districts, and 2 of those are already represented by non-Black people, that means you got 24 authentic Black majority districts, and that's just based on the way they label it. That means that essentially 31 of these elected officials are in districts that are not Black majority districts. I mean, that's the only logical conclusion, right? So how do you have power when more of these people are in non-Black majority districts that are elected to non-Black majority districts than are actually elected to the propagandized Black majority districts that they put the label on just based on raw population numbers, not actual voters?
Right. Now look, Black. Now a U.S. senator has a lot of power. However, a U.S. congressman, their power is, I believe, is limited because it's only 2 years, and they are, I don't know what words to use. They're stuck on, just being representatives, and I'm trying to figure out what is the role and duties of this congressman when it comes to a supermajority Black state? Like, what is their power within the state other than bringing resources from the federal government? Because, I mean, to me, that's their only power or use.
If I could,
go ahead.
You'd have to get into what the definition of state is. The legal definition of state is a body politic or society of men united together for the purpose of promoting their mutual safety and advantage. The definition of advantage, the legal definition is a trait that is favorable for a company. It leads to success in the future. So that person is representing that united body politic, that united group of men who have come together with their plan, and that person is representing whatever their plan is, plot, scheme, which is politics. So the individual persons, so the real answer to your question is the everyday person that's asking the question, how does that representative represent me? If you're not at the quote unquote table, he doesn't represent you. And that's just the honest truth. And we're just kind of waking up to it. So that's why it's so important that you are picking the person and you have sat down and devised what your plan is, your idea. That is what we call a bill. What are you looking to have addressed? And make sure the people of the state understand that we need this to be addressed on our behalf. If you're waiting for someone to come to you, then both of you are kind of looking at each other like, okay, what next? Tell me what to do. Because the people who are looking to be the representative, they're used to being told what to do, and rightfully so.
Right. Hey, you're right. You mentioned about a state is a united, front of men and leaders making decisions, right? So let's take Warnock, right? Okay, he's a black U.S. senator in the state of Georgia, right? However, you got a Republican governor. Well, actually, there are two U.S. Democrat senators, right? But most of the representative congressmen are Republicans. So I guess what I'm trying to say, the state of Georgia is not a united. It's not a united political entity because you have these Democrat representatives and your Republican representative. So it's not a united united front. So that means
interesting you use Warnock of all people, because, and I'm going to put this in the Jumbotron, when you look at Open Secrets, the top interest groups and the top recipient from those interest groups, it shows you the top 50. Retired securities invest, lawyers, law firm, real estate, health and professionals, leadership PACs, education, insurance, lobbyists. Warnock is the top recipient for the vast majority of these groups. And I'm talking about the top 50. You see Warnock's name over and over. So see, Warnock is just the lightning rod, if you will. He's the front-facing person. But all of those groups that get together, the reason that they were putting so much money behind him is because they understand the significance of having their person in position based on what they are trying to push forward as their agenda. That's the body politic. So it spans much further than the individual people of that state, if you will.
Well, this is what I've been saying for a long time, right? You have to be an entity or an institution to benefit from government, right? The people really don't benefit.
They do through the entity. See, that's what I'm saying. The people make up that whatever the entity is. Entity being corporation / PAC.
Right. However, if those entities are majority white, right, and controlled by white people, how does Black Americans benefit from that?
That's what we're doing tonight, trying to figure that out.
Right. I mean, look, I understand. I already have I already came up with a plan, but I'm just trying to be the what's the word? I'm trying to be the person that don't understand nothing.
I got you. No, I got you. I got what you said. Kind of devil's advocate.
Yeah. Right. Correct.
So I guess I get what you're asking. That's why I went down the line of the definition of state, because that's the message. I get that. That was the question that I asked for many years. That led me down this rabbit hole, and that's the question that you get from much younger people. Always, what do I get out of it? What's the purpose? Why am I getting up going to the poll? Or why should I pay attention on those off years that aren't election years? How do you keep that person focused? Because you need you need them to do something. And how do you make that message bite-sized? Is kind of what you're asking in a sense. How do you make it condensed to where it makes sense and they're not being misled. Because it doesn't work if you give them a bite-sized message, but then it doesn't pan out or doesn't give them the result that they anticipated. You're going to lose them forever. And so that becomes the challenge.
Right.
Go ahead, Alan. Go ahead, Black.
Okay. Awesome. So I hope that we've established two things, and we're gonna go to the Ballotopedia page. But oh man, I got that echo. 1 second. Let me drop this thing down. Oh my god, I just wish it wouldn't work like this. It's kind of annoying. Switch to listening. Okay, cool. So yeah, hopefully we have established, based on the Wikipedia information, that of these so-called 26 Black majority congressional districts across the country, 26 out of 435 that and unfortunately they only have 22 listed here, 2 of which are already controlled by non-Black people. And the Steve Cohen guy, who is actively involved in this federal reparations, these committees and these hearings that were going on, he's been in that seat for a minute. I just read something where they said when he was running for office, he said he was going to try to join the Congressional Black Caucus. They eventually denied his application, saying, you know, while it's not based on race, it's understood that it is for Black people only, quote unquote. And so he kind of backtracked and apologized, yada, yada, yada. But obviously they have this intimate relationship because he's on this reparations. He's one of the sponsors, and he was actively involved in the hearings. And then we have that Indian guy in the Detroit area who won by default because the Black vote was split. So out of the 55 that we now say are current members, only 24 of those are what they call Black majority districts that voted a Black person into office. The other, well, I guess that's still 26, so you still got to say 25. The other 25 were voted into office from, or no, let me, damn it. 26, 55, 29, or voted in from non-Black majority districts, meaning that maybe some of them are those pluralities, which we listed 6 of those. So maybe they could have got in because there was a significant Black population, and then some of the other people kind of voted along with the Black voters to get this Black person into office. But that still doesn't account for like 23 of these people who are in office who just absolutely don't represent majority Black people in their districts. The ratio is 80 million non-Black people to 17 million Black Americans. It's a huge ratio. That means that you don't have the votes, to Bracey's point, I believe, to actually.
I got that in the Jumbotron for you. I want you to be able to see that, guys. Just how many times those groups, how many different groups, and Warnock's name, how many times it appears there.
Okay.
And turn it a landscape. Turn your phone to the side if you're looking at it on your phone, so you can actually see his name appear all in one screenshot.
And what do these groups represent?
Those are the interest groups.
Gotcha. Yeah. So, and that's a whole nother issue. And this kind of does really come right back to the Black majority state. And the reason why you need to have a Black majority state is you need to have an overwhelming majority of the voters being Black Americans, so that your politicians are not beholden to special interest groups, all these different political action committees, dark money, corporate, yada, like all of these things. Because what ends up happening is when you have a majority of the voters that are registered to vote and that do vote consistently, your chosen politician, Black agenda, Black grassroots politician, doesn't need any of that. They don't need to participate in any of it, because no matter what they do over there, as long as you're voting as a block, they can't penetrate your block. They can't affect your vote in any way, shape, or form. As long as you're saying, we're black majority citizens, this is our city, this is our county, this is our state, these are our federal representatives, we're not going to let you divide and conquer us. We're not going to let you manipulate us into quarreling with one another, fracturing, factioning, for whatever reason. We're going to vote for the candidate that we believe in, that we know will represent us. And so you can put up as many billboards as you want. You can post as many ads as you want. You can get as many radio buys as you want. You can have as many news reports and think pieces about how we choose to vote. It'll be irrelevant, because we're just going to vote based on, we have our own town hall meetings and conversations and, things of that nature, where we get to know the people, we understand the people, we look at their history, we do all our due diligence, and we create relationships with the candidates. But at the end of the day, there are candidates. We don't need these. And what I'm seeing, even in my home state, is a lot of LGBT based, feminist based political action campaigns that put out a black candidate. They support them, they get out the vote, they do all the work for these individuals, and then quite clearly these individuals are beholden to them, because they essentially put them in office. And so they have this it's probably not contractual, it's likely unspoken, but they do have this sense of owing these people something, and that ends up being legislation that's beneficial to them.
Hey, Black, tell me this. A congressman, a black congressman, right? His congressional district is 63% black. However, he will more likely take the stance of the political party over the people of his district. The people of his district want one thing, but the political party, they have a stance on another. They have a different agenda. So a black congressman, is put in the middle, and he is more likely to take the stance of the political party over the people of his district. This is what I'm saying, and I've been saying it for the past. Look, I'm 57 years old, so I've been saying this over 40 years. So I guess what I'm trying to say is the fact that you have these 55 black persons in Congress, the fact that they mostly represent the Democrat Party, I think that is the problem. That's why we don't have a black agenda, because the Democrat Party doesn't have a black agenda.
I know.
Go ahead.
We'll step further and say it's not so much that they represent the Democrat Party; they represent the interests of those who are under the cloak of the Democrat Party. And I know that might be splitting hairs a bit, but that's what you're seeing when you look at that list that with Warnock there. You're
right,
representing, the monies in it.
Yeah, I agree with that. So that's why. So I believe, or I think, that we need our own political party. A Black American political party will have its agenda and policies, and the members of a Black American political party, they vote on those agendas, and then those congressmen, senators, mayors, and governors, they what's that word? They represent those agendas of the people of the party.
Well, can I speak to that?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Muffet.
Okay.
There's a black.
I would just want to say I've given a lot of thought to this, and
right. Wow.
I don't think anyone has more disdain for the Democratic Party than myself.
Oh wow.
I heard what Gracie was saying, but I'm thinking of a number of incidents where if a Democrat broke away from its party's agenda or platform, and I'm thinking of specific instances where, like, Cynthia McKinney would take an action or make a statement that veered from the Democrats' normal way of doing things, or Dennis Kucinich took a legislative action that was against the party, and what they would do is find a way to get them out, and it usually involved primarying them in the next election. So, like, the issue is the party itself, and the party doesn't allow its members to take actions that's in the benefit of their electorate if it goes against the party's interests. So what we have is we don't actually have a country that operates on principles of freedom. These parties control the flow and the direction of politics on the local level, on the state level, on the national level. I see what Black is saying, how because our people are captured, have been for a few generations by the Democratic Party, one of the best strategies would be to insert ourselves into local politics as Democrats. That's a possible strategy. I'm thinking, how will we differentiate ourselves from the run-of-the-mill Democrat? Like the Tea Party, even though they ran or caucused with the Republicans, they called themselves the Tea Party. There were other caucuses that called themselves other names. What would we call ourselves in a state like Delaware? How would we identify ourselves? Now,
Black majority. Black majority Democrats, man. Yeah.
I'm sorry, if we try to create another party because of the way the laws are in many of these states.
You can call yourself the Truth Party, the Truth Caucus.
Reality, what we would be unaffiliated or independents that identified ourselves as a certain party, because most states require a certain amount of representation in the state assembly or a certain number of votes in the gubernatorial race before you can be actually recognized officially as a party.
God, it's insane.
Like, we can call ourselves a party right now. The state wouldn't recognize us as a party. The federal government wouldn't recognize us as a party. But if we had 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 members that were all on the same page, we can act as a party.
That shit is not viable,
whether we wanted to make it official or not, whether we wanted to register with the FEC or not,
it's not going to
we're
work.
a party by our actions. But as far as
it's not gonna fucking work.
I'm trying to actually work with the party as it stands, I really don't think that's possible.
Shit ain't gonna work.
You would be undermined and like pulled into the swamp trying to work with either party. Now, if we wanted to work outside the party but identify ourselves under the same name,
Delaware,
we can use the party that way. And I believe that's what Black's strategy is. So, like, moving forward, we have to try to figure out the best way to proceed.
There's no way we doing that shit, bro.
And I'll end there.
Right. Look, like, let's say, in Delaware, Black American, we take control of the state of Delaware, right? Under the Democrat Party, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be the best time to then establish a Black American political party.
Oh, certainly.
Okay.
If I can speak, I thought somebody else was going to jump in.
No, you got it.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that, guys. Go ahead. I just had to talk to my wife.
That would be great. It's just that we're jumping past a whole lot of fundamental steps to get to that point. We have to actually get to that point. So we have to build the stepping stones to get to that point. And I want to start at 0.0 before we get to the prize, winning the state. Like, how do we first gain traction? How do we get people's attention? How do we motivate people? What would our platform be? How do we pull people to see the agenda that we're trying to accomplish?
Oh, damn it, bro. Don't tell me y'all collapsed. Come on, man. Chill out, bro. Don't start this. We way too deep into the space for that.
Like some of the hurdles that Black mentioned, where a lot of our people, even though they're actually present in these districts, they're not either eligible to vote or they're not voting. So how do we overcome voter apathy? And these are some of the hurdles that we have to discuss and overcome before we can even begin to speak about Black majority state control. And if we can figure out some of these problems, that would take us a long way.
No.
But we really have to get on the ground. We have to determine what our strategy is, how we're going to execute it. And because this is real. We're really, unlike a lot of things, a lot of discussions on this app and elsewhere, people talk for years and there's no progress, there's no movement. We really want this to happen. So we have to work out these fundamental issues, in order to get to a point where we have a majority state, Black controlled state. And all of the points that Black is introducing, letting us know what the issues are, how many people are actually in these districts, what is the circumstances behind the voter numbers. It's very important because it lets us know what the potential problems are and what we have to overcome. So, I would like to approach it from step one and take it step by step in order for us to achieve what we want to achieve. And I'll land there.
Okay, cool. Let me say this. It's not really that complicated. There's a path to victory for Black people based on the way Black people vote. It's really based on the way Black people vote. It's really there's no real confusion there. Black people vote as Democrats. If you want to win elections, you've got to run as a Democrat. You can create the Black Majority Caucus, or the Black Truth Caucus, or whatever you want to call it. But you're going to have the blue D next to your name if you want to win, because that's how Black people have been indoctrinated to vote. And you simply explain as you're working candidates and you're building a platform that we are Black American first. We have a Black American agenda. We don't subscribe to much of the Democrat Party platform, just like a Southern pro-life Democrat, which the gentleman who was running for governor in Mississippi was a pro-life Democrat. They do have pro-life Democrats, which is against the typical pro-abortion Democrat platform. So you can be a Democrat and have an alternative, platform or viewpoint on particular issues. It does happen. They do get elected. And, at the end of the day, everybody figures it out at the federal level, how they have to figure it out. Democrats don't always vote party line. That's kind of a very newer type of thing where people are doing that. But, historically, it wasn't so the case, especially in some of the legislation that we, quote unquote, were supposed to benefit from. People do cross the aisle, as they say, in order to make things happen. So we being and I'll just use Black majority Democrats, the Black majority Democrat caucus, could we caucus with the Congressional Black Caucus? Maybe sometimes. You don't have to do it all the time. Bernie Sanders is an independent Democrat, socialist, quote unquote, and he does caucus with the Democrats. So, you know, there's and within the Democrat Party, there's, I don't even know how many different caucuses they got. You know, they got 50 to 100 different caucuses within their own, you know, electorate within the Congress. So there's nothing unusual about it. It's just simply the fact that Black Americans are standing up finally and saying, this is what we need in order to thrive. This is what we need in order to have political representation that is authentic and that is going to bring about the legislation and the policy that we need for our population. We're no longer going to outsource, to use a very famous quote from Brother Son Memphis, or political authority to these other people. I do want to take the time to go down the list. It's kind of like a side by side. We can go state for state. None of the representatives in California are in actual or mirage type Black majority districts. They don't exist in California. There's a bunch of states where they literally don't exist, but they have Black representation and they're a part of the Congressional Black Caucus. So when people, and I know people were saying this a lot on the app in these spaces, that the Congressional Black Caucus doesn't represent us. No, they represent 80 million other people. We're only 17 million of their quote unquote voter base. And how many of that 17 million actually vote? The only Mel Cruz, you got it. And Mr. Charles, whenever you want to jump in, feel free, just put up your hand. We got Georgia that also came up to the stage. If you want to speak, just put up your hand.
Hey, shout out to everybody in the room. Thanks for letting me speak, Black. You know, I was wondering about the, and I appreciate what Muffet and Black was saying. I appreciate what Black was saying about Black Southern Strategy, was saying about us having our own party, you know, on the long, the long game. That sounds like, you know, a reasonable thing to do. But then I also appreciate what Muffet said about, you know, where we need to start. And then I appreciate what you said, Black, as far as your suggestion makes it sound like all we have to do is just get in where we fit in, which naturally at this point is the Democratic Party, since we seem to be, as a group of people, we seem to be more inclined to vote the Democratic Party. So I wanted to address the numbers you gave about the apathetic voter, and I'm wondering if this, you know, this no tangibles, no vote, I'm wondering if that's had an impact on reduced voter turnout. I'm wondering, would we see a stark change or a stark uptick if we had politicians that were actually taking on our agenda? So like if somebody were to you know, if there was somebody we could vote for right now or upcoming, you know, would we turn out at the polls? And so I was hoping that so you guys could address that, please.
Okay, I'll say this on the third, because I want to go to the third party part. I was just pulling up who actually is in Congress. That's the third party candidate. Usually it's someone who was a Democrat in the past or Republican in the past, and they switch to independent. They've already essentially built their voter base. They've already been elected a couple of times under a particular party, and then they, for whatever reason, they decide to go independent. Very rarely does an independent from the beginning get into elected office and then maintain that particular office, because it's a duopoly and the system is designed to work against non-affiliated candidates of these two particular parties. They sue them in court, they keep them off the ballot, they do a whole lot of, and let's not even get into the vote manipulation that's a part of it all. The canvassing, there's all these different ways they can actually go through the voter roll registration and figure out how to eliminate potential voters, which and whether that's legal or not is whatever, but they do it. It happens. You're fighting, and I've said this many times, you're fighting a battle that we just don't need to waste resources trying to fight, because we're not going to win. If you look at Cornel West, who was you know, kind of this party, third party. Then he's like, well, I'll go with that third party. Now he's knows what party he's affiliated with. You got the RFK, who I don't know if he's elected as a Democrat. I'd have to look. I have to verify that. I mean, I guess I have to assume he was elected as a Democrat, but because the Democrat Party essentially said we're not holding debates, you're not going to get on the ballot anywhere, he was forced to go independent. And now his last post that I saw, he's essentially asking people to help him get registered on all these state ballots. It's a uphill battle. It's an insane uphill battle, even for a white guy that has the Kennedy last name, to try to get on these ballots in these states, because the Democrat Party and the Republican Party control elections because they control the states. So trying to work your way up to that, no. I would highly suggest not going that route. Getting into power under the Democrat Party and then trying to switch people over, the question then becomes, what is the purpose? What is the reason you want to do that? And if the reason is something that makes total perfect sense and, you know, is something that can be sustainable over the next 1,000 years, then, you know, that's definitely a different space. It's something that you would really have to really think deeply about, probably write a whole entire book just about that particular topic. Because there have been parties that have come and gone over the past. There was the Whip Party that I think the Republican Party ended up replacing. There have been other parties that had some level of dominance in the country in the past. But as far as I can tell today and for the foreseeable future, you're looking at Democrats and Republicans, definitely at the federal level. When you start getting to like local politics, you may get some third party candidates in some local elections that win, but they have a very hard time winning statewide elections. They very rarely win statewide elections. And so again, you're trying to create this new party. What is the ultimate purpose of it on the federal, state, county, and local level? And how do you maintain it? And is the cost of trying to maintain this new political party taking away time, effort, and resources from simply having your agenda as Black Truth Democrat, Democrats, or whatever you call it, right? I just think it's just way smoother of a path under the current condition to simply say, this is what we're going to do. We're going to use this system that's in place. We're going to have our own agenda, because there are some things that, to be quite honest, that Democrats do that I personally agree with. The problem is we don't have a direct relationship with the federal government. That's government to government, where the resources that the Democrat Party put up, we actually have the ability to get those resources and direct them the way that we choose, because we don't control the state. So I don't think our issue is really the Democrat Party as much as it is we don't control the system that the national federal Democrat Party works with, and that's the state. Once we eliminate that problem, I think all these other problems in a very comprehensive way simply disappear and become more nuisances than actual problems over time.
Right. Hey, Black, look, in my book, I project that there's going to be 4 political parties in 2030, 2032, 2036, right? There's going to be a La Raza, or a Mexican political party, a Black American political party, and a Democratic and Republican party, right? So it's going to be 4 parties in the next 7 to 8 years. So that's what I project in my book. The Democrat Party, right? I believe doesn't have the best interests of Black American, at heart or in mind, right?
Of course not.
And
of course not.
I think we have to break away from the Democrat Party. Even we have to start at the bottom, right? We have to start somewhere. Like, when you start your own business, right? You got to start at the bottom, right? It may not make income for a year or two, right? But you have to start somewhere. So, look, I'm looking at Maxine Waters' district, right? She's California 43rd congressional. It's the California 43rd congressional district, right? And in her district is 46% Hispanic, 22% Black, 14% white, and 12% Asian, right? And 2.8% two or more races. Now, I find it very interesting that her district is almost 50% Hispanic, but you have Maxine Waters representing that district. Do you think there's some type of manipulation or influence from the Democrat Party to keep Maxine Waters as the representative of a district that's 46% Hispanic?
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah. Can you guys just address, like, if we had candidates that had a Black agenda, would that have any impact on the voter apathy that Black mentioned on the statistics he was running? I'm wondering if there would be a change in that.
Right. Well, this is saying. Well, your question. I'm asking the same question. You have a district that's 46% Hispanic, and you have a Black lady, Maxine Waters, that's the representative of that district, and is only 22% Black. So, so if you turn that around, if you have a district that's 46% Black, but it's represented by a Hispanic person, I mean, we're talking about the same thing. I want to see what Muffet has something to say.
Yeah, I wanted to introduce something that I once not directly heard Mayor Dinkins say, the mayor of New York, but that was attributed to him. And it probably goes towards the situation with Maxine Waters. You will have to look at her, what she's actually done while representing that district. Has the Black population declined under her, I won't say leadership, but under her representation? Now, going back to New York, Mayor Dinkins, prior to being elected, when he was brought in, was caught on tape telling his political handlers that once he was elected, he would be able to keep the Black population under control. I don't know if anyone recalls that back from the 90s. So I look at Black Democrats in that sense that they act as sheep herders or overseers for the Black population to control, in the interest of the Democratic Party, to keep us under control or to usher in our demise slowly and pacifiers. So when I see a Black representative that's winning in a district that's not majority Black, I look at them as being almost a foreshadowment of the decline of that population in that district, and the district won't recognize that they're being targeted or being slowly squeezed because they have Black representation. But to answer Only Mel Cruz's question, well, it's not an answer. I would say I would hope if there was a Black representation or Black politician that stepped forward with a Black first agenda in the Black majority district, that it would both galvanize and inspire the electorate. But I can't think of any instances over the course of my lifetime where that's actually happened. I mean, I don't live in D.C. I've heard that Mayor Marion Barry did great things for the population there. I've heard that there was an Atlanta mayor that did great things and, spread a lot of wealth around, gave a lot of black people contracts, made a lot of black people millionaires in the Atlanta area.
Hey, come on, man. Sharp James, bro.
Sharp James did some good things as well.
Yeah, but you could throw Kenneth Gibson in there, I guess, too, right? A little something, right? Yeah.
Well, there was so much more that they were capable of doing, and they fumbled and they misused. I can also think of many mistakes they made or things they didn't do, but you don't know what their constraints were. But almost lost my thought. I haven't seen too many examples of both. But once black politicians get into power, of them continually to speak positively about what they want to do for the black electorate and also execute on that. I can't think of too many examples, and I know that a lot of the electorate is waiting to hear that. But because you can't point to too many examples, it's almost like they don't expect that to happen, and they do move in a way of be quiet. Don't say that or you're going to upset the white man. A lot of people actually, it's almost like they move in a sense of fear. They don't want to do anything that's going to anger anyone because first, we don't have economic power. So there's a balance in certain districts and they don't want to upset that balance because they think it's going to affect them adversely. I'll land there, but I wanted to make that major point about once you get a black representation in a district that's not majority black, those Democrats are usually there to usher in our demise from my point of view.
Okay, let's get Charles. You there, Charles? Hand up. You got to unmute your mic. Okay, he might be stuck in the matrix. So I'm going to answer, I think, Ms. Mel Cruz's question. So I believe that voter apathy will be greatly reduced with a black agenda. I think the reason that people don't vote is because they don't have anything to vote for. And I think offering them something to vote for will absolutely bring people out to vote. When I was at the reparations rally, the one that Tariq had, as it was over and people were sort of leaving the platform, I walked around because I had flyers to pass out. And as I was passing out my flyers, there was an older, cool man, a cool soul brother, cool soul cat, on the wall. And, I handed him a flyer and then we started talking. And, he told me he hasn't voted his entire life. He said, I haven't voted at all. He kind of reminded me of like the Whispers. Like he could have been in the group, the Whispers, man. I swear to goodness, the big mustache and everything. Cool dude. And, that's the reality for some of our people. Like they just have never felt the need to vote. They never felt that their vote had any value or that they were going to get anything out of it. They've lived their life without voting for a very long time. They don't see anything, any reason to participate in the system. And he essentially told me that, like, he just didn't feel like it would benefit him in any way. And it might actually cause some harm. You get on the jury pool list and all these other things, they start sending crazy mail to your house or whatever, yada, yada, yada. So some of us do practice avoidance of the system by not voting. in many ways, right? We gotta kind of appreciate that, and that's a personal choice for whatever reason. But I think even with him sitting down as a candidate and saying, well, this is what we are trying to do. We are building this black majority city, state, county, whatever, and we need your vote. And we're going to stay in constant contact with you personally. If you have any issues, not saying we can solve everything, but we'll certainly take it into account and we will acknowledge your existence. That's a totally different relationship to have with Black American voters that they've never really had, to be quite honest. So I think it will change a lot. The other thing I wanted to say was none of the 3 elected California Black congressional members are in a majority Black district. A Black majority district probably doesn't exist in California. I wanted to correct that the 3rd senator is not Tim Scott. Every single member of the Congressional Black Caucus is a Democrat. The 3rd senator is the woman that Gavin Newsom appointed, LaFonza Butler. So I don't know how long that term lasts, but she'll be in there until the next election and whenever that is. And the other one is, so in California, they're likely to win for 2 things. One is name recognition, which is really, really big in politics. Name recognition, most people go into the booth, and I'm guilty of it. You might know 1 or 2 of the candidates that you recognize from some news report if you watch the local news, or they send you flyers regularly, or you just recognize the last name. And so when you go into the booth, you're just like, oh, I know that name, click. I recognize that name, click. That happens a lot, way more than we probably realize or we give credit for. There's people who have won elections that were deceased just because of name recognition, and then there's other people who have won simply because they have the same last name of some other famous politician. So don't discount name recognition. And then the other thing would be that these Black California congressional members, if they're bringing resources back to the community or they're in conversations with the community and they're majority Hispanic, they're likely funneling resources to those communities, and that's why they keep voting for the person regardless of their racial makeup. So we'll let Charles speak because he's been waiting.
Yes, hello, peace everyone. Had some difficulties earlier. I wanted to just speak to a couple of points. Earlier, a few minutes ago, Brother Muffet, everyone was making good points, but Brother Muffet made a couple of points that kind of motivated me to come on the mic, particularly when he spoke about voter apathy, and this is just from my view, from my work. I think the issue around voter apathy, one, what I notice a lot today, or a lot more today, is I think that there's an expectation, and I'm speaking in terms of the 2024 election, the pending showdown between Biden and Trump, and the numbers regarding Biden, the decrease in numbers, and you have this uptick with Trump, and what I see is where there's this argument to be made against Trump, where they outlining all of the particular dangers and such, and to me, when I look and along with pending Trump presidency, also this Project 2024 put out by the Project 2025 put out by the Heritage Foundation. And so what I see is what some people have described as fear-mongering. But I'm not going to necessarily call it fear-mongering, but what I will say is that it's just interesting to me where such of an outline could be made, and for the non-voter that this is supposed to motivate them to get up and vote. The Republicans are going to do this, they're going to do that, and whatever. And there's this astonishment, surprise, bewilderment when you look at the recent poll numbers and the consistency in these poll numbers going over the last 3-4 months. And so I'm saying all that to say that, to me, if you want to deal with voter apathy, deal with people, the non-voters, you have to kind of meet them like where they at. And from what I understand, you have non-voters, they're not going to vote for particular reasons, but there's this whatever, where they don't feel that elected officials are responsive to their needs. And for some reason that rationale is just being ignored. And just forget that, and this is what they're going to do. You need to come out to the polls. Mm. And when there's the subsequent low turnout or turnout not as high as expected, they go back and want to ask like how could it be and such. And what I find is that there's no going back to these non-voters and just asking them why you're not voting, because they will tell you.
Right.
And so what I see is let me just say this, just in terms of dealing with this voter apathy, I strongly believe that what is missing in communities throughout this country, particularly in Black communities throughout this country, we're not having a real political discussion amongst ourselves, dealing with whether it be local or national issues, looking at these issues, particularly on a local level, looking at what are common interests, common issues, and figuring a common way to deal with that. And I'll say this, what I've noticed, particularly after COVID, but especially after COVID, there was a lot of changes after COVID. There was a lot of, whether it be like demonstrations we've seen, and the trend has continued in terms of labor and unions. We've seen work around housing and rent. There's been people that who have gotten more organized around those issues, particularly around COVID as they emerge. But in the 3 years since this COVID has emerged, there really has not been a serious conversation about the politics in this country. Like, I could remember back in 2020, there was what I will call a very, very brief window where there was a discussion about race in this country. And this period was described as a racial reckoning. But there has been no political reckoning. There has been no political awakening. And so that is the spark that is needed. And so, and I'm going to jump to a couple of other things that throughout the conversation. In terms of a black agenda, I think that it's a mistake to expect a black agenda coming from elected officials. Any black agenda that's going to come about has to come from the people, period. If there's an expectation that an elected official, a black elected official, is going to come up with whatever type of program without any push, no. I don't believe that's going to happen, and I think the evidence is here before us. They're going to do what they're going to do if they're going to be pushed to do it. They are more aligned with their corporate interests, not the people, the corporate interests. It's the people that's going to have to push. So that's what I will say regarding the black agenda, and just in terms of the Democratic Party. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican either. But what I will say is that, and I'm going to say this: the interests of black people in this country are not aligned with the interests of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is a corporate party. The interests of black folk in this country are not aligned with the Democratic Party. And as folks will, and what I will also say, and really just ask a question. I came on to this space because I was very curious about the no black American political power in America, and it's actually a topic of an essay that I'm working on right now. And the question that I want to ask before within this space here, when we talk about a political power, exactly what are we talking about? And this is no disrespect to the host or any of the speakers. What I'm saying is this: I believe that our common view maybe of black political power in this country is the number of black elected officials that we have. The more black politicians we have, the more black political power we have.
Wow, that's
and if I'm wrong, please correct me.
No, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Good, thank you.
I said black power is state power. The only way that we can exercise black power is through the state. And the more states we control, the more power we have on the federal level.
True. Yeah, that's true.
And I'm glad that you brought that up, because I was going to my view when it comes to political power is going to be that political power is going to come from the ground. It's going to come from the ground up and not from the top down.
Yeah.
And so I will land my plan there.
Whew. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, there was a lot there, and I was listening. I had some thoughts. So I agree with almost everything you said. I don't think there's any disagreement there in terms of the fact that we equate having more representatives in Congress with political power is the reason for the space, to be quite honest, because we're showing that over half of the black congressional caucus members are not even in majority black districts. So how would that translate into power for us when they don't represent us in half of their districts? And then the other half, where there technically are supposedly majority black districts, if 40% of us are not voting, and if we really start looking at where are they getting money from to run their campaigns, who's actually out fundraising and knocking on doors and doing all the things that it takes to win? Is it us? Are we the people that are actually putting them in positions of authority? And then do we maintain the relationship with them throughout their appointment in federal office? I think the answer to all of those questions is no. I don't think we do have those relationships, and I don't think they care about us just based off the ratio of 80 million non-black people and only 17 million black Americans. Those are their numbers, and those are the numbers that they put out there, not to say to Black America, hey, we're representing you. That's actually to tell you that we're not representing you. Like, literally, that's the only reason you would put those numbers out there like that. So, yeah.
You are absolutely right. I agree with all of that. Where I would depart though is, so like in terms of the you're using the Congressional Black Caucus and the districts that they represent, and you're absolutely right. I think there's no district that's, or I was having a conversation with someone earlier. I don't believe there's a district that's over 800,000. I think they're roughly around 770, around number 65. They're usually around in that number. But you're right. But what I would argue, or not even argue, but what I would counter with is to say that, yes, when we look at the number of elected officials that can be viewed as political power. But I will also say that there's a power within ourselves, with our ability to mobilize, but another to be able to influence policy, and be able to mobilize, organize, and influence policy. And so we have to look at it from both sides. So there's a lot of focus on the elected official side. And what I am going to argue and make my counter is to say that, yes, but there's also political power within the people themselves, because there's the ability, as I've said before, to mobilize, organize in order to influence policy, demand accountability. But that's only going to come when there's a thrust of such work, when there's a coming together and realizing that we can be able to do this. So I'm going. So all I'm saying is, in addition to the number of elected officials, I think we also have to realize that there's a power, a political power, that Black folks have within themselves that is not being used, that can be utilized when we organize around particular issues and we make demands around these particular issues. And at some point, with those demands, we may have to work with other groups and work with coalitions. To be able to have those demands materialize and come to fruition. But it's going to start with work. And it's going to be work on the, I don't want to say grassroots level, but within the community level, within the local level. So that's where I land.
Okay, so let me say this. So we talk about Black majority states as Black reverse migration. to the states where we're in which we can become the majority voting population, so that we can elect the officials that we choose to implement a Black agenda. And that includes legislation. Quite literally, the Black agenda is all about policy legislation and dispersing resources through from the federal government down to the state, and the state disperses those to the counties and the local municipalities together as a team, working together in concert. That does not include coalitions. We're 60 or roughly 60 years into integration, and the coalition system has proven to always put Black Americans at the bottom every single time. And that's probably two or three generations.
What coalitions are you speaking of? Because I'm talking with the coalitions that I'm speaking of are more current, and that's not to discount what has not worked, but I think that a focus can be on what has worked and what is working. Because if there's if whatever group, and it could be an organization down the block, around the corner, whatever, and if they have a common issue such as we do, they have whatever resources such as we do, and so okay, you got one Black organization that's fighting whatever, making whatever demand. You got another Black organization that's making something similar. There's no reason for them to not to get together and build, because to me that's what it's about, to be able to build and not do this thing solo.
Yeah. Okay. So putting two Black organizations together, to me, that's not a coalition. That's just Black Americans working together.
Okay.
When you say coalition, typically in politics, you're talking about the Black and Brown coalition, or the Black and LG, or whatever. It's Black people and some other non-Black group working together. If you're just talking about Black people working together, to me, that's just Black people working together.
Okay, so it's just Black folk working together.
Yeah, absolutely. So I agree with that. And that's the only way it's going to work, regardless if we stay integrated and scattered, which I think is going to devastate us. But even if we're concentrated, we're not a monolith, and there might be 10,000 organizations within a single state. We absolutely have to work together in order, to just simply have civilization and to grow and prosper and protect and defend our people. So that's kind of inherently expected and anticipated in many ways. I don't think everybody has to be of the same ideology, the same religion, the same whatever, yada, yada. But ultimately, we have to have, at least at the core of everything, this is our state. We are going to maintain a majority, and we are going to vet our candidates. We are going to remain in relationship with our candidates. And even though we understand that, this is a grassroots, bottom-up sort of ideology in terms of the citizens participating in the process and staying actively engaged in the process, ultimately the representatives have to bring the resources back to the community. And that's just the way the system is designed. So we want to utilize the system the way it's designed to get the advantages out of it that every other community does get, except for us. That's the problem with the Congressional Black Caucus. They're getting resources. They're just not bringing the resources to us, or they bring them down, and then the state diverts the funds in some way, shape, or form. So we have to control the state, which is really where the resources come to, and then they get distributed out, so that we can control the whole entire system in the states that we live in. That's imperative. Okay, we'll let Georgia go, and then Bracy.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I enjoyed listening to all that you guys have discussed, and I see that you have really made quite a bit of progress with these calls. I wanted to, first off, I want to say that my comments in no way are to undermine anything that you guys have planned or intend to do. And perhaps after I'm done, maybe if you're taking notes, maybe you'll see something that from what I say that might be useful, or if not, that's fine too. I've been working on since January 6th too, but prior to that, it was before Justice Bader Ginsburg passed away. I could see the urgency in our communities receiving help, and my hope had been that we could get some type of a complaint that would go to the Supreme Court and reach her, because I thought she would be a good person to probably see the value in the reason we were coming to the Supreme Court, and then that passed away because of her death. Now, there's a great sense of urgency for the Black community. And even with COVID, Charles mentioned that, I don't know if you guys realize it, but I'm in Maryland, and what I noticed is the states were just skimming money off the top, and they were taking it mostly from even me, and I had been at least made it to middle class for a short period of time. But yeah, I mean, they had these stringent laws, policies and things that you had to adhere to, or it had to be completed on your application for grant relief or PPP loans. And they were turning us down left and right. And it didn't make sense to me, because if this is for a disaster and an emergency, why are you using policies that were pre-COVID policies and using that checklist to say whether or not someone was eligible? So that's a problem that I always keep at the forefront of my mind. But having moved on, when we got to January 6th and that whole thing with Trump and the insurrection at the Capitol, one person that really stood out for me on the Hill, it was Liz Cheney. She was the only person that stood up against Trump and what he had done, and was really digging in her heels and fighting, you could say, for not so much justice for the American people, but just the fact that the federal government had been put at risk by everything that he was involved in and that had been done, and the others that were on the Hill that were part of his planning. It laid bare the weaknesses of this country for any, for any enemy nation to come after us now. And the fact that, if you remember, they kicked her out, right? And I know that she is working elsewhere in this area, but I really admired that she stood on the courage of her convictions. And once I saw that, I began, so in terms of this 2024 election, like you guys, my concern is, like, we're all over the place. And like I said, you guys are really, coming together. I loved everything I've heard, but we're not out there reaching the masses, right? And there's so many others that have other, differing opinions, and they're trying to do, this, that, and the other, which is good for them, but it's not going to help us, right? And so my own thinking is this. I don't think the Republicans or the Democrats are good for us anymore. And the fact that it's always only males is really getting, tiring for me. And I wonder what would happen if we did give women a chance, right? And then you think about, well, the past few women that tried to run, and then the current ones. And I noticed in my own mind, the media seems to be pushing the debates around the men. Now, I called my local election office, and they said the registering for the presidential election doesn't close until February 2024, which means, of course, there's still time. I don't know if you all ever followed or maybe heard Liz Cheney, whose father was the former vice president to George W. Bush. But she said that she was going to do everything in her power to make sure Trump doesn't, get reelected. And at one point, and this was like last year, she might tweet something here and there, but she was saying that not only was she going to do everything in her power, at one point, I know she talked about maybe running for president, but she also, I know I heard this, and I'm not clear now where, but it was about maybe looking at becoming an independent. And I thought, well, I'm listening to everything she's saying, and I'm thinking, well, that might not be a bad idea. But then I thought, but would the Black community be willing, to switch over, right? So I looked that up too and asked about it. I understand it could be a temporary switch. It doesn't have to be permanent, no matter which party you might choose. So that's something, that you can look into. So for me and what I'm doing now since then, I've really been kind of pushing and tweeting Liz Cheney, asking her about a business proposition in order for her, if she wanted to become president. And we could, when I say we, for me, we means we, you and I, me and someone else, some other person or group, and then we, the Black community collectively. And so I was thinking, maybe we could do a business proposition with her if she were interested in becoming president, because the Black vote is still good, and this might be our last chance, 2024, before our vote really gets diluted. And there's two things. There's the immigration and the migrants, but then there's also, if you all know, in our communities, the low-income communities everywhere, there's that reverse white flight that's going on across this country. And when those white women get into those areas where the Black women's votes were very powerful, that's going to dilute it as well. And so I've been, like I said, since last year, I kind of keep tweeting, and whatever it is I'm tweeting about, I'll add Liz Cheney. But I couldn't think of who a second person might be. They can decide who's going to be president or vice president. But I was looking at Hillary, and then I thought, after I thought more about it, I'm like, no. But guess what? We haven't looked at this. What about Dr. King's daughter, Bernice King, Dr. Bernice King? Because this would have been all of Dr. King's dream, right? Mm-hmm. And Bernice King is, give me a second. I apologize. I was going to say something. She's definitely very smart. She's educated. She doesn't have to, I think between her and Liz Cheney, just on, thinking about them alone, I haven't, dug down and got a lot of information about them. But I think having women run this country would be a good thing for all of us to think about. And women that don't come crazy and with all other kinds of, issues and problems. I think they both probably have good character, etc. And some people, I remember online in Twitter, someone said, well, Liz Cheney did this. Well, maybe she did, but we have to kind of pick our battles, right? With whomever we might decide to choose to give them our vote. But we can't just go throwing our votes to anyone. I want to add to that. So people keep saying that Vice President Kamala Harris is black. The media is passing her off as black. Now, the thing is, it's just like with Obama, is we still have to be specific, right, about what we're doing and what they're saying, because her father is Caribbean. And yeah, I mean, it's black, you can give them that, but the Caribbeans, for the most part, they don't rock with black people. And her mom is from India, and her husband is Jewish. And what that means is, it's not an insult, but what it means is he is considered the second gentleman in the world of the White House, second to President Biden. And so I don't know if any of you are on Twitter or if you've ever seen it, but there was this video of Vice President Harris. She's speaking specifically about black people, and she said something like she was not going to say that she would just do something for black people specifically or only. And I know Stacey Abrams had a similar type video. So I'm just saying, and the rest of it is, I saw on Twitter this video because she had been over visiting Hampton University, and it's like in the car and all the kids are out, lining the sidewalks and everything. And in the caption, the media said, that it was Vice President Kamala Harris, and somewhere in there they said that she was black. So they're fooling our young people and trying to get them to vote for us. But I think now is the time, if we don't do anything else for our ancestors, is for us to take control, take the reins, and we will decide who we're going to vote for, instead of allowing them to tell us who's going to be a left for us to vote for, or if they're leaving it out or suppressing, some of the other candidates that we may want to vote for. Why don't we take the lead and say we want to court the candidates that we want to vote for, and make it more difficult for the others? Excuse me 1 second. And then, I'm sorry. So having said that, what I wanted to add is, so with my choice would be to put out on the table is that we should look closely at Dr. Bernice King and Liz Cheney. And then with that, I think I wanted to add one other thing. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, the reason I came up with them is because if anybody wants our vote, we first need to make sure that they will be reparations friendly, right? Because all the others have just lied to us to get in the office. And then the most blatant is Biden, who completely turned his back on us. And we can't afford to do that anymore. Our posterity's future is also at stake. So hold on 1 second. I'm just going to look for this tweet. I know exactly where it is. I saved it. Okay. So I have been tweeting this. I did votes instead of voices. Vote reparations friendly female candidates only. At Bernice King, at Liz Cheney. Create federal reparations agency. State victims compensatory damages. $2 million each, untaxed, cash owed, denied COVID relief, lift to middle class now. Business proposition 2024, 2 terms. So that's what I've been, just kind of putting out. And I don't know if, Ms. Cheney or Dr. King is going to want to run, but I think it makes sense for us to let them know that maybe we'd like to throw our votes to them if they did want to run. But again, excuse me, I apologize. But again, we cannot have them telling us, well, these are the choices. You have to vote for these men. Every time men get there, all they do is, fight and tear up and look the other way while blacks are being killed. we want a different type of society, and we've got to just take care of America, take care of our own, and they've got to resolve the debt they owe our ancestors and give us the money. And while you guys were speaking when I first came in on the call, it was that because I hear you talking about your it's called a black state, and I don't know if something I've said, like the part about if they would give, it's a binding agreement. If they say, yeah, we'll, yes, we will, for your vote, we are reparations friendly. We can definitely, hopefully, agree to most of the things you're asking for. And to add to that, it has to be run by us. Now, yeah, it could be, Liz and Dr. King, but it's got to be run by blacks. Like, no more white people in our business and telling us what to do, et cetera, because we can build from there if you just let us have what you owe us. Sorry. Okay, so I think one other thing, I'm sorry. I know you guys are aware of Camilla Moore and the California Reparations Task Force people. And I wanted to add, if you hadn't heard, there's some other people here. There's a guy named Sandy Darity. He's an economist on Twitter. And then last year, I remember he said 14 trillion is right now the current amount that he and his partner, Miss Mullins, is saying is owed, and I almost believe that he said it's about 42 million black people in America. And so when you add it all up, it comes to about 380,000. And so I was able to contact him and speak to him. And the one thing we have to keep in mind, you guys, whenever you're talking reparations, I'm hoping that he'll see where I'm going when I talk about, we have to keep money coming in too. We don't want a one-time thing, because we don't want to go back, to being poor and struggling and things like that. So do something the same as the 9/11 Victims Compensation Fund. That's why I talked about the State Victims Compensatory Damages Fund, right? So that they're always giving us money, so that it's not just us, it'll be our, posterity and etc. Because at the end of the day, we wouldn't be here if they hadn't taken so long to pay our ancestors. The money belongs to our ancestors, but they're not here to accept it. And I was saying to Mr. Darity, 380,000 is not going to last, per person. We'll go back to being poor. And I'm working with him. We kind of talk back and forth when we have a chance. I'm working with him to get him to see, and that's why I put 2 million per person. I don't care if it's 42 million eligible blacks, right? Because we've got a lot to learn to rebuild families, to find places to live, to either build our own, private schools, whatever the case may be. We've got to have the money to be sure that the people that will help be in charge, if you will, or be assigned to oversee these funds. We've got to do the financial literacy, all of the things that we weren't, our ancestors and then the descendants and now our posterity probably doesn't know. So we're not going to take a one-time payment. No. And the fact that America is giving Israeli military $3.8 billion a year. And I'm saying, I didn't make it up. I heard it on Democracy Now!, one of my favorite shows. And then there was someone else, a Jewish lady in New York. They were fighting against someone, I don't know if it was Netanyahu or someone, from Israel coming to New York. But she mentioned it out of her own mouth as well. And so because Mr. Darity, he made one mention where he said something like, "Oh, the United States they can't afford that." No, now you see they can. with all the money they've given away and still are, and helping the immigrants and migrants. Yeah, whatever the new figure I'm hoping he'll come up with, and he and I just having these discussions, if you will, I'm trying to get him to see 14 trillion is not going to be enough. It's just not. And so, let's see, I think that's all I wanted to say. But I just wanted to share with you guys that we need to work, all of us, whatever you're doing, your work, and then finding folks, I guess, that are like-minded, and that you guys can spread the word and work together. And here's the final two things. So I was just in the Googling stuff, and I came across this a place called the National Association of Newspaper Publishers, and it's for Black ones. So there's like a whole list of them online. I don't know if it's updated or not, but I was trying to say, because one of you, it might have been Mr. Charles mentioned, someone's talked about having difficulty in getting information out, right? And I'm thinking, well, we've got all these Black newspapers all over the country. If we could just get them together to talk about, like right now, they should be talking about, events leading up to elections, and each of you in your own state should be in an article. Well, they're doing this and they're doing that, and but the country needs to see that we're beginning to push back. And if we were starting right now and just pushing back and then getting people to register to vote, and we should really be having family nights or days, and showing our children the Black history, the documentaries, the PBS and Henry Louis Gates. Those are the things that'll help. It'll help us, at least, when someone is challenging us and, why should I give you this? Why should you get it? It's not our job to make them feel better. It's not our job, but at least we can answer in a way that will make them go back and think about being in our face or our children's faces. It's time. And again, I think, this might be the last chance that we have before the Latinos and everyone really begin, because it's not just Latinos. He's bringing people over from Ukraine and all of those other things that they're doing. We've got to be taken seriously, and so now is the time to focus on the upcoming election, to say that these are the people we want. The people we want are reparations friendly, and that they'll give us this other short list of demands, and it's got to be considered like a binding contract. So I'll land there.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I do agree, Bernice King. And I've seen some things from her. I'm not like a fan or anything, but I would certainly give her serious consideration. The other thing is, in the Jumbotron, there is a post about the fact that only 22 states in the United States history have ever elected Black women to Congress, and that the concentration of Black residents in a district is positively correlated with Black women's electoral success. Roughly 2/3 of Black women have been elected in Black majority districts. In this 118th Congress, 29 of the 55 congressional Black Congress members in the House are Black women. So there are a majority of Black women in that congressional Black caucus currently. So we'll go to.
So do you think that would be a good thing for us, for the people, for voting purposes? Is that what you mean?
Well, I don't believe in focusing any attention on the federal government at all. For Black Americans, we need to control the state. We need to concentrate our population, as this graphic proves, that Black women are likely to win 75% of the time in Black majority districts. So if you have a Black majority state, and you can elevate a black woman to senator, U.S. congressperson, governor of the state. That's something that you can sustain perpetually. And at the state level, you actually can funnel resources to the people in the state, to the black businesses, to the black communities. The federal government doesn't have that ability. They don't have that power. They cannot circumvent the state. Even in Mississippi, even in Mississippi, where you have this EPA debacle, where they're basically giving them a third of the money they need to fix Jackson water infrastructure. They put it in the EPA, and then the governor tried to get a hold of it, and then they brought in some former water executive who's a white guy to actually be this third party executive overseer of these funds and the construction, etc. So even that, to me, is where you take the community that's harmed the most, which is the black community, 80% Jackson, Mississippi, and you put the funds into the hands of a racist white person. I don't care what experience they have. I don't care what they've done in life. If they lived in Mississippi most of their life and they're white, they're racist. So whatever they're going to do, they're going to profit off of it. Number one, they're going to profit from our pain and suffering. And then the federal government's only giving them a fraction of what it actually costs to fix the entire problem. So that's a problem that's always going to be there. It's not actually going to get fixed. And as soon as the governor of Mississippi figures out a way to get his hands on those funds and divert them away from Jackson, he's absolutely going to do that. I think that sitting around and worrying about what happens at the federal level and who's the president is a trick bag, to use everyone else's language. It numbs us. It puts us to sleep. It creates voter apathy. People disconnect from the system because they know inherently that the president doesn't have the power and authority to fix anything at the state, county, and local levels. He can just create some bill package. They fight about it for 6 months. It becomes this whole thing, yada, 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 back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then they finally pass it, and then all the money disappears, and Black Americans never see a single penny of it. That's the system.
Well, can I say this? And I certainly respect, everything you've just said. The way I look at it is that nothing's changed for how long. And I think that if we could get women to run, that, and not just anybody, but if we got women to run, you'd see a whole lot of other women coming out to vote, not just Black women. Now, here's a caveat that we need to figure out who is going to be the best persons in this period, this time, for this country, to be nurturing, to pay attention to what's going on at home instead of what's going on, with the foreign affairs. It seemed to me that in all the past, I can't tell you how far back, but many of the past elections where men won, they immediately disappeared because they're dealing with foreign affairs instead of working on the promises they made to this country. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired of the fighting. Right. I'm tired.
I'm gonna jump in here. So because I said something, I don't think it connected. The president's powers are in foreign actions. The president has more power in foreign affairs than he does in domestic affairs.
No, I heard that.
Right.
But guess what? Even if the women became
it's not a gender issue. It's not a gender.
Send the men to deal with that.
I've got to mute you. This is not about gender. Gender has absolutely nothing to do with it. It's about the power that the president holds. The president can make unilateral decisions in foreign issues. He cannot necessarily do the same in domestic issues. You mentioned Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney, I don't know if you realize, her father was Dick Cheney, who was a psychopath, quite literally a psychopath, who slaughtered millions of people and probably would have slaughtered tens of millions of people if he had the opportunity. He profited greatly off of this country. He utilized the system to enrich himself immensely, and all of the corporations. And she's been in the government since the late 80s. She basically was born into the U.S. government, and she lives in Wyoming, which they don't even have black people. So she doesn't have any experience with black people or black populations at all. I just want to move on from this part. We're gonna let Bracy go because he's up next. We gotta understand the governor of your state has way more power to improve the lives of the citizens than the president ever will. And that's the way the country was designed on purpose. The country is a collection of states with individual authority. And then the federal government is just kind of like dealing with the foreign issues. That's why they're always talking about foreign policy and foreign this and foreign that and foreign this. And they put their domestic policy in to distribute it to the states. And then the states do whatever they want with that. But the president's not sitting there saying, oh, this black community in whatever, let's say South Fulton, Atlanta, Georgia, we're going to send $10 million to this community. That's not how it works. And if we keep thinking that's how it works, and we keep focusing on who is the president of the United States, we're going to fail, because that's not how it works. We should be thinking about who's the governor of the state. If you want to talk about putting a black woman governor in your state, that's the conversation we should be having. And we should be figuring out how we do that, because that's the only thing that's going to actually help the black people in the state.
Can I say something though, please?
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna do the 1 minute thing, and then we're gonna go to Bracy.
Sure. Thank you. So I'm not saying that it's set in stone. I just put it out there because that's something I'm working on, and everything you said I've never heard before. But it's still not too late, to learn from both sides, my side and yours, because everything's not going to work and it's not going to be perfect. But I do feel that the most important thing is for us to come together and decide who to vote for, because that's what's coming up. It's the presidential election, right? And we've got.
Hey, Georgia, you live in the state of Georgia?
No, I'm in Maryland.
Okay. Hey, Maryland, if you can get Maryland, does Maryland have a black governor?
Yeah. He's a son of an immigrant. Yeah. He's a black governor, but he's
the son of an immigrant. Yeah.
Okay.
They're all what do you say? It's a puppet state. The governance is a puppet state. It used to be a slave state.
Well, look, Maryland is an independent sovereign entity, right? The Maryland, yes, it is, ma'am. All 50 states are sovereign government entities.
Yes.
Right. They have their own laws. They have their own constitution.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, the states are very powerful. They have a governor. They have their state legislatures, their state senators. The state is very powerful. The federal government does not have control over the 50 states. It's actually the other way around. The 50 states have control over the federal government. That's the way we should look at it.
That's really
I'm aware of that. How it works, but
Okay.
Yeah, I'm aware of it, but sometimes it helps to think outside the box.
Boom.
And
right, so
can I say this? Yeah, can I say this, please, just finally?
Boom.
Because if we don't, I really believe this is our last chance to stand up and do something and get something done for us. After that, I do believe personally that with all of the immigrants, etc., that Biden has let in, that they're smart and they already have their own people that have set up shop in America, right? They've got their own businesses, they have the political leaders, etc., that they're not loyal, and at some point they're going to be running for president. etc. And once that happens, then we just don't stand a chance.
Thank you so much. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to move on to Bracy, but to your last point, and I agree with what you were saying, Univision, which is the largest, Latin, Hispanic, Mexican station that is broadcast throughout the United States, they have decided that they are not going to accept Biden's campaign money, and they are not going to interview him at all. It's going to be all Trump, 100% Trump on the largest Hispanic news outlet in the country. They've made that decision. They are full on with Trump. So let's go, Bracy.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going back to what the gentleman before her was addressing in regards to messaging and people's apathy, if you will. There's this 600-pound gorilla, if you will, that is associated with every state and what it means to the union. 2/3 of the U.S. population is east of the Mississippi. So now, when you look at the port system, you have New York, you have New York, New Jersey, you have Baltimore, Virginia, you have Charleston, Savannah, and of course Jacksonville and Port of Miami. For the cheapest vessel to come through the Panama Canal, 10,000 to roughly as much as 300,000. So now these ports are the gateway to for the natural resources that are coming in and out of the country. Now, when you come down to the state level, taking a state like South Carolina, for example, upside down piece of pie shape, if you will, three sides. The top of it borders North Carolina, the left side borders Georgia, and then the right side, of course, borders the Atlantic Ocean. The 7 districts that make up South Carolina, District 7 and District 1, are the eastern seaboard, the portion of that pie that meets up with the Atlantic Ocean. District 7 consists of Myrtle Beach, and District 1 contains Charleston and Hilton Head. Now, when you look at District 6, which is Clyburn's district, it is what's considered as landlocked. In this district, what you're going to find is I-95, which is the major corridor on the eastern seaboard. This is the midway point between the Northeast, which Maine, if you will, New England, and the furthest tip south being Florida and Miami. So now when goods are coming into the United States, well, let me go back to this District 6, Clyburn's district. This is considered also as the corridor of shame, where you have very low income housing. The school districts are considered as poor. In this area, this is where you have a great deal of timber, farmland, and you have a great deal of prison in the industrial complex. So now, here's the issue that you run into. If you replace him, whomever you put in this particular district, if you will, 25% of the jobs that are in that particular district are based on the port industry. Another 50% are in the upstate region around Greenville. So when you have goods that come into the U.S., what companies are taking into consideration is how much does it cost to bring these goods into the U.S.? Well, I just told you what it costs for those to come through the Panama Canal. So now, is it cheaper to go in and dock in New York, where you have unions and you have people who are working, who are charging, and who are paid XYZ amount of dollars to work those ports? Do you come into the Baltimore, Virginia area? Do you come into the Port of Miami? Or do you come into South Carolina, Charleston or Savannah? So now, if you think of this as the cheaper gateway on the East Coast to come into based on labor costs, then you'd have to keep the labor costs down. So in District 6, they keep the labor costs down. So let's say you get rid of Clyburn. Let's say you put in the Indian person that you want to put in, American Indian. Let's say you put in another black person. Let's say you put a female in. Are you going to raise the cost? Are you going to raise the standard of living in District 6? Because by doing so, the domino effect is the goods that come in, when you take it off of that ship when you put it on the back of that train, when you put it onto that truck and it hits 95, the people that work in that area, they are now going to require more income. That's the issue that the United States has with China. The China labor industry was always low, 80s, 70s, 90s. As the people developed a better standard of living, as the wage that they were earning increased, there's the domino effect of what you will pay for goods. That's why China is looking to come to Africa and the various countries in Africa in which they can get cheaper labor, younger people, cheaper labor. So now, back to District 6. If the labor costs increase, that's what you're going to run into. So now, that's the part of the messaging. If you're honest with people, if you really go in and you're going to be that straight-laced, straightforward politician, you're going to tell everybody the truth, because when you're selling a product, think of it like anything that you're looking at from if you're purchasing a home that's being staged, if you look at the apartment that they already have the furniture in, whatever the thing is, they show you the end result. This is what you can anticipate. This is what it will be when you purchase it. Well, what many companies do, rather than push the finished product into the port, they'll send it into the ports in various parts.
Nice.
And then once it reaches South Carolina, upstate in particular, then they put the thing together.
Nice.
This takes place in Alabama. This takes place in Mississippi as well.
Nice.
Because of the tariff. The tariff for the in-made product is often much higher than if that thing was shipped in its separate parts. So then when it gets into that particular state, they put it together, put it on the back of that truck or put it onto that rail and send it to the various places up and down the eastern seaboard or out west, if you will.
Amazing.
So now, what you run into if you're the politician, once again, and I'll land, what you're running into, if you're going to be honest, if you're really going to be honest, you're running into, if you're in a particular district, does your district or is your district one of those districts where they're making a ton of money off of the prison industrial complex? Are they making a ton of money off of farmhands? Are they making a ton of money off of the logistics, the truck drivers, the people who are moving that thing to what they call the last mile, if you will? How are the people in your particular district making money? And are you mindful of, when you flip that switch and you start pumping in and making sure those people are making more money, what is the ripple effect? What's the domino effect for the state? What's the domino effect for the neighboring states? What's the domino effect for the economy as a whole? Just to give you a number and a point of reference, the South Carolina import industry, the ports industry, we're talking about $87 billion. For some perspective, the liquidity of what blacks have as far as the spending dollar, we're talking about $1 trillion. So just South Carolina alone, the ports industry is basically the liquidity of what the black dollar is. I'll land there.
Wow. Man, that was that was like a master class on shipping and logistics and tariffs and, man, the whole process. I've been in the trucking industry, man, since I was like 23. Wow, that was high level there. I do appreciate that information. And this is why you need very smart people who have this specialized knowledge to be able to communicate this information to the politicians that actually care, that can actually tackle these types of issues in a way that is mutually beneficial. And what I would say immediately when you started talking, I was thinking, okay, well, if this is an industry that you can't increase the wages dramatically, so you can have incremental raises over time, but I would say the plan would be to educate and to give these people higher skill sets so that they can eventually graduate into other industries. And then you have a younger population come in and replace, but it's not intended to be a permanent position. It's intended to be a transitional position. That's the way I would look at it, just based on what you said.
can dig it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Black American Homeland. My bad. You got it. And then DJ and then Miss No Taxation.
Hey, I lost my train of thought. So
my bad.
You know, I used to be in this industry. You know, I've been to China many times, importing, exporting goods. You know, to Southeast Asia, importing goods from India. You know, I did all those things. So so I know what he's talking about. Usually, you know, like, you know, California, one of their most expensive ports in the United States, right? So when you're importing goods through California, if it's too expensive, then, you know, they just move to another cheaper port. And I say the South does have cheaper, you know, ports compared to New York, New Jersey. So yeah, you know.
See, what you kind of run into, the same way you have people who think of the Congo or the Democratic Republic of Congo or Sudan. You think of these countries as being poor countries. And you think of South Carolina as being a poor state. No. It's artificially, the wages are artificially kept at that particular level for this particular reason. See, if you just took District 6 out of South Carolina's equation of income earning, it would drastically shoot up as far as where it lands in the top 50 states. But that is the reason that corridor, his particular district, is kept as it is. Wow. Now, who's going to win, and who puts money behind the candidate that's going to disrupt that cart? And then when you look at the people who back him as a candidate, then it begins to make much more sense. And this is not me campaigning for or against this particular individual or anyone else. That's the aspect that many people just don't have when you're looking at South Carolina from the outside, and many people in South Carolina just don't have that understanding of it.
Right. Look, South Carolina has excellent infrastructure, right? The reason why goods and services can go through South Carolina so cheaply because of its infrastructure. You mentioned the Congo, right? The Congo has terrible infrastructure. Matter of fact,
no. When I was saying, not to cut you up, but to say, meaning from a labor standpoint, that's the resource. But the labor, the rate for the labor is kept artificially low. Speaking from that standpoint, I know where you're going about the infrastructure in those countries. You're totally right. They do not have the infrastructure as far as especially just the homes and themselves.
Right. So the only way to make business feasible in the Congo, because there's no infrastructure there, right? You have to have extremely cheap labor, right? That's the only way that you can make business feasible in the Congo, because the lack of power, electricity, roads, you know, ports, airports. You know, they lack a lot of those things, right? So that's why it's so expensive to get goods and services in and out of the country. Now, South Carolina has, when you have low wages, I think that's a plus. You know, look, South Carolina wages is not so low where it's comparable to Indonesia or Brazil or Mexico or the Philippines.
Allow me to jump in here, but see, that's the conflict of interest. That's the conflict of interest that we have based on what we're having, the discussion we're having. If we're talking about the uplift of a black people, and we're talking about reparations in many aspects, then by default, those wages would have to increase. So then what happens? See, that's
right. All right. This is the way I look at it, right? In a supermajority, in the Black American homeland, right? For us to compete with the other regions like the Northeast, the Midwest, Texas, Florida, right? Our labor costs have to be very, very competitive, right? And even our tax base, our taxes have to be low. We have to have our business. We have to have business incentives and all these good things.
If you keep the same model, therein lies the problem. If your tax base is too low, how do you fund the schools? If you keep the same capitalistic business model, that's where I see the conflict.
With a lower tax base or lower taxes, that will bring more businesses from the other. Like New Jersey has very high taxes, right? New York has very high taxes. So a manufacturer from New Jersey or the Midwest would come to South Carolina because they give in tax incentives to these states.
Therein lies the problem. The state incentivizes businesses to do that, understanding that they're going to keep the wages artificially low. So that's what I'm saying. If you have a black majority state, you wouldn't do that because ideally you would want your citizens in a black majority state to prosper. You wouldn't artificially correct. But see, that's what I'm saying.
Look what I learned in China. Look what I learned in China. When China, when their only advantage was low labor costs. However, 20 years later, now they are producing those things themselves. So the thing is, if we can do the same thing, sir, if we can get these industries into a supermajority black state, right? They employ our people, they train our people, we learn different skills. And then once we learn how the system works, now we are producing our own cars, our own.
Here's my question. Here's my question to you. What if a person like Clyburn steps forward and say, "Hey, that's what I've been saying all the time. That's why my district looks the way it looks." Do you give him a pass when he says that?
No, because he wouldn't. I don't think he has anything he doesn't understand. Well, I'm not gonna say he doesn't understand, but no, that's not his. That's not his agenda.
I'm doing the same thing you said you would do it a bit earlier. This is what the people would say. This is what I would question. If it's a black majority state and you move in and you've gotten certain people out of certain positions, and then you tell me what you're telling me now, I'm like, hold up, whoa. We're not increasing wages under you black guys. When you sold me on the idea that this was a black majority state and we were going to prosper and flourish together, it looked like y'all running the same trick, except y'all running it in blackface. That's the impression that I would have.
I want our labor cost to be competitive with the other states, but it has to be maybe. Look, don't forget our cost of living in South Carolina is a little bit cheaper than say New Jersey. We don't need the same labor costs as New Jersey because our cost of living in South Carolina is much cheaper. So, it just, there's a balancing that we have to use. But just being competitive, just trying to get more manufacturers into the Black American homeland. I mean, that's the goal there. And then, and then once we learn how all this works, then we can produce our own product. That's my overall 30, 40, 50 year long-term picture.
I can dig it. One last thing, and I'll stop with this. There are 5 sentences on the lines I want to address here. Kind of shifting a bit back to what Muffet was addressing. I posted this in the Jumbotron as well. It's from the Center for Public Integrity. Back in 2018, it reads, the New York-based Black PAC knocked on more than 520,000 doors, sent mail to 271,000 homes, and made 72,000 phone calls to Alabamians. The effort helped organize Black volunteers en masse, who in turn urged prospective voters to the polls. In the end, candidate Black PAC back. The candidate Black PAC back Jones. Not one of the most notable electoral victories in modern congressional history, defeating Republican Roy Moore. It goes on to state Black PAC spent nearly $614,000 canvassing and calls in a matter of weeks, ranking it amongst the biggest super PAC rainmakers in the race that attracted more than $19 million in non-candidate spending overall. I wanted to point that out, and this is from 2018. I dropped that in to point out, Muffet was making a point of, you got to get to even the point of getting people in the offices and getting people to rally around, if you will, and actually get to the polls to actually vote on whoever you're seeking to vote. And I just wanted to point out, this was the type of money and this was the type of effort that was put forward in a southern state to get, and this Doug Jones candidate, to give more perspective, if you will. That individual, Doug, was running for a Senate seat, if I remember correctly. Just perspective, 614,000. In that primary, I want to say it was about 100,000 people that came out, and he won with about 100,000 votes in the primary, and I want to say it was about 600,000 in the general that he won vote-wise. Ultimately, it comes down to dollars, having enough people, manpower, based on whatever area you're trying to win. And I'm not saying that as if you guys don't know it. I'm giving some numbers to kind of give some perspective as to what you have to shoot for here. And I'll land there.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I looked up that Doug Jones. He was a white senator. And that's interesting because, that's a big district. Senate, that's a statewide election. And that is, that's several steps down the process. What we're looking at initially is literally the smallest elections, which would be city, maybe like a school board or something like that. And basically, taking steps up the ladder. I think for whatever reason, and I don't, not to disparage anyone's desire to run for elected office, when you come out of nowhere and you seek some of the higher offices in the land, it's, in my opinion, extremely difficult to be successful doing that. But as a Black majority caucus, going into a state, Mississippi, Delaware, and essentially saying we're going to take the low-hanging fruit, which a lot of people say, but really what you're doing is you're learning on the go, and you're stacking victories in elections that you can win, because you're looking at the elections, you're looking at the past 4 or 5 elections, you're looking at how many votes it takes to win, and then you're just essentially saying, okay, it takes 1,000 votes to win this particular seat. We're going to have 2,000 votes, and then you run that race, and then you win that seat, and then you add another election, and you may, depending on how the election cycles are going, you may have to run 3 or 4 candidates at the same time. But as people who are just kind of getting into this and understanding it and trying to learn quickly, definitely not trying to bite off the whole entire state. A statewide election, to me, that would be crazy. That would be crazy, because in order to get to, I think you said something like 700,000. I know it wasn't phone calls. I think it was 72,000 phone calls, but I forget what the 700,000 number was. But to get to numbers like that, it starts by doing elections that take 1,000 or 2,000 people or 10,000 people to win, and then 100. You kind of got to work your way up to an election of that size, in my opinion.
I'd agree. Just keep in mind, I'm speaking not necessarily to you. I'm speaking through you.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
I know you get it. Definitely.
Yeah, I get it. I truly appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think DJ's up. Miss No Taxation, and then Miss Welsing.
I got the itis, man. I just ate soul food. My homegirl put the food in the mashed potatoes. I can't even talk right now, man. I'll let y'all in a second. Go ahead to the tax show.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Look, the holidays have started, DJ. That's right. We're supposed to be celebrating. Hi to everybody in the room. Hope you're doing well. I just want to ask one brief question before I say what I got to say about the there is no Black American political power in America. To Brace, who did you say did that PAC in Alabama and ran those numbers and made those phone calls? Who was that?
The group was called Black PAC out of New York, which, and I know on the surface is a bit misleading, but yeah, it's a white organization. The name is Black PAC, and they were galvanizing Black voters in Alabama.
Do you have a link to that you can send?
Yeah, that's in the it's in the Jumbotron.
In the Jumbotron?
I want to say it's the last one. Yeah, it's the last one. Or no, not last one. The most recent one that I posted.
And they called it the Black PAC, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Thank you for that. There's another thing. What is it called?
You know, everything y'all said. You know what I mean?
Another thing. Another thing called the Black something.
Listen, this is a heavy discussion, and I said I'm not going to be in the political arena anymore, and I'm going to give up politics, and I'm going to buy as many shoes as I want to, and little sweaters and things for Plato. But y'all keep bringing me back in, reeling me back in. Sad but true. The reason we don't have real political power, because there's pockets of political power, Black political power in America. We have pockets of it. Some good, some bad, right? Mostly bad. And Brace, he brought one out, which was what's his name's district, Clyburn's district down there, and he could do more there. He's been in that seat forever. They made that seat for him, and he does not fight for his people, and that's part of the problem. That's why the wages are low. And that's why he could do more, because he does have more to work with. But he refuses to do so because he wants to keep that Democratic stronghold there. So it's going to be interesting in the next few years to see how that works. And we definitely need to get behind Marcel Dixon, I say, if you want to see Black folks move forward. In that particular area, because we can't have our children, our babies, and I always go back to this, sitting in schools with their coats on and umbrellas over their head because they don't have the facilities that they need to have to be educated properly. See? So little things like that. And if you want to talk about, out west, you could look at Sheila Jackson Lee's district, which Union Pacific has that creosote cancer cluster. And the EPA, Black district, Black mayor, the EPA gave them some money because they got their infrastructure money. And this administration, they got their infrastructure money, gave it to them, told them to clean it up, and told them how they were supposed to clean it up. And the first thing that mayor did, Black mayor, was said, no, we have to do a study to see how this is going to be done. And so that was this year that they got their money, and nothing has been done. They haven't even taken the lead pipes out, and they have the money to do so. So we have some real problems in this country. Black folks, us, and I always say Black folks because I'm a woman of a particular age, so I'm talking about strictly us. We have some very real problems in this country, long-lasting problems in this country that is killing us. It's for our for our demise. Will we ever get real political power? I told a Black majority. I told Black a story that my father told me years ago about the Panthers after, the 60s riots and everything, and everybody went to Pascal's, and I tell this story a lot, so
y'all might have heard it. Everybody went to Pascal's in Atlanta. Everybody from all over the country, the black folks. The Panthers was there. The musicians were there. The artists were there. The politicians were there. Everybody was there. What are we going to do? And they said, the Panthers said, we want 5 states. We want 5 states. And they were southern states. And these were California Panthers now. And, the joke at the time was, well, who's going to run the waterworks? Because at that particular time, we couldn't even get a job in the water company, But now we can run the water company. Mm-hmm. And I'm keenly interested in some of the ideas that you all have. I think having a black majority, anything for the benefit of us, it's not a hard sell for us. It's going to be a hard fight to get our money from the federal government. Each state, because the feds have to pay the states, right? And especially the military, because the military pays depending on how many people you send to the military, is how much they give you back. It's like a kickback. Is it going to be a hard fight? Yes. Do I think y'all are capable? Yes. I probably won't be here. If it's, in 10 years, 15 years, if you're able to do that. There are certain things that you all are doing to give us the political power that we need to have. Having a black majority state is definitely one. What the Negroes are doing with the Special Field Order 15 is important work because it's constitutional work. What the freedmen are doing is also constitutional work, and it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of it. Here's what our real problem is now. And you all everybody who spoke has stated it in one way or another, but you haven't said it in the way I'm going to say it. Everyone that has spoken so far since I've been on here has said we, has said us, has said together, and those are the things that need to happen. If there's not a united we, if there's not a united us, and that there's not a united together, we are not going to win. Because all we have is our numbers. And that's all they understand on the Hill. Our fight with the government, in my opinion, at this point in my lifetime, should only be about economics. Because we live in a capitalist society. That's why people say money covers a multitude of sins. We have got to start doing something to the psyche of black folks to say that we are not each other's enemy. Even though we have those pockets of black hatred, that's what it seems to me, where you allow little children to go to school in trailers that don't have decent roofs over them, and the babies have to have umbrellas and coats on. Or that you have a creosote cancer cluster from Union Pacific and you don't utter a word, Sheila Jackson Lee, about it. Even when you have mass media down there, she didn't show up for that. See? And that's the way the country is turning. The Black Caucus, at its invention, was for black folks. And now you see what it is. It's not for us. Not anymore. We have some real problems in this country. And if we don't begin to start having a united front, and if we're going to stay fragmented across the country, then we're out. And that's just what that is. And the people that know me intimately have spoken to me personally, have my telephone number. They know who I am. We've met, we broke bread, we've done all those wonderful things together. They know that I'm serious about that when I say that. Our biggest problem right now is fragmentation. That's our biggest problem. And we are becoming our worst enemy. Because I always talk to y'all about those ancillary systems that are out there. that racism has created from the racist systems that the government has. There's offshoots of that now, offshoots of those systems. That's why you have Chicago, people in Chicago tearing each other up and killing each other. And that's why you have people in Houston that are supposed to dig up the lead pipes and stop the cancer cluster, but they're not doing it. They're waiting for the black folks who have cancer to die so that they can sell that piece of property. The mayor can sell that piece of property to somebody with money and build mansions on that same land that the cancer is on, the creosote. And that's why you have people who have fish fries every 4 years and grin up in white folks' faces and like they're so important, but they don't have a problem with those little kids sitting in those trailers. See, we're fragmented and we're beaten down and we're environmentally beaten down. That plays a significant role in why it is difficult for us to get along with each other. The food chain has been poisoned. Y'all know the water is poisoned if you got it. And y'all know the air is poisoned. The land is poisoned now, and that's on purpose. They spend more money on pesticides and hormones than they do trying to grow real food. That's what this country is about. And this reset that they have, people talk about the one world government. They've been doing that. That's not new. But this last reset that they had for this COVID stuff, what they're trying to tell you is that all you that used to be involved in America and wave your flags on the 4th of July and get together on Juneteenth and do all that kind of stuff, not just black folks, we don't need you anymore. We're going to import somebody different now. And that's what they did. And this is for the lady Georgia, if she's still in the room. She's new to us, and so she hadn't been around us. But Georgia, I want you to know that probably everybody in this room knows who Darity is and where he stands. And I want people in this room to understand there is no black politician on Capitol Hill right now that does not have his book. They got it when it came out because Chaffon in Massachusetts from the NAACP up there sent it to them, every single one of them. So the roadmap is there. The will is not there. And the will is not going to be there until we have a united front. So we have to get over this fragmentation that we have. No matter if you don't believe in black, or if you don't believe what the Negroes are doing, or if you don't believe what the freedmen are doing, no matter that, you have to understand that we are fragmented as a people, and it is not helping us. And so we have got to figure out how we can unite, because I didn't even know they had a black pact. I only know one black pact in this country, and the Republicans have it, and it's run by a black man. So for white folks to come in and say the black pact, that's offensive to me, because what they're doing is exactly what Georgia said we need to fight against. This is the person we're going to give you, black folks, and you better take him. We ain't doing that no more. We never liked it and never will, and I'm going to leave it there.
Okay. I want to mention this Black American Immigration Reform Organization, which sounds like CARE. It's called BEAR, and that is owned and managed and founded by a white guy, someone who's connected to Trump. So, that's something that they do. They do a lot. They do that whole thing where they create political organizations with let me make this note, with us as the face of it and us as the name of it. And it's really just a method of control, to be quite honest. Use our historical political capital for their purposes. So it kind of is what it is. I do believe that we do have the skills to operate all of these systems. And I think we can quickly get our people trained up, educated up, because to be quite honest, a lot of the labor in the country is really on the job training. You go to school, you get the fundamentals for the most part, but usually when you go on the job, there is a significant difference between what you've learned in class and what you actually do in the real world. So I do believe it's our potential is exponential. I don't think anybody can stop it. As far as the factioning, I'm not concerned about that, because we're never going to have 100% unity. And in every one of these states where we either remain integrated and scattered, or we concentrate and become Black majority states, we're all going to be living there. There's going to be tens of thousands of organizations and tens of thousands of Black businesses and tens of thousands of whatever else we decide to separate ourselves into. We'll have high school rivalries and, county rivalries and sports and other things. And it's just it's a part of who we are, but we have to have that common Black agenda purpose to maintain our Black state majority, and to keep our politicians that we vet and put into a position of authority, to keep in constant communication with them and keep them in line, so that Washington D.C. doesn't corrupt them beyond our control. And then in terms of being scattered in these other states and dealing with what we are going to have to deal with there, I think we just are going to have to accept the fact that there's less and less ability to control our environment. You kind of are going to have to accept the fact that if you live in Wyoming or Minnesota or Washington State, that you're not going to necessarily have a higher level of control over your environment and your existence and your politicians and the way things work. Now, it could work out for a few people. Some people can be successful in those majority white or majority Hispanic systems, but I don't think for the masses it will work. Some of the people that are in this congressional caucus, and they have the woman, I think she's the Somalian Ilhan or whatever her name is. She's a Black Caucus member. So that tells you how the Black Caucus membership works. So I think it's a decision that people are going to have to ultimately make. It's not a decision they'll have to make tomorrow. It may take the rest of this decade into the next decade before people start to have to make this decision. But I think at some point it's going to be a very important decision for people to make. And those who choose to stay where they are, God bless them. We'll do what we can from the federal level. If we can do anything, our priority will be to the people in the Black majority state. But ultimately, you run the social experiment and see how it goes. And then, everybody has a chance to judge for themselves if it's something that they want to do. But ultimately, if we have 8 Black majority states, we're likely going to have 8 individual, unique cultures that are, at the core Black American descendant lineage, of course, but also will start to branch off into their own flavors in terms of cooking and music and things of that nature. because I just think that's how we are. We're naturally creative. I think when we have the chains off, finally completely off, where we can expand our minds completely, expand our creativity completely, and not feel that we are held back in business and in every area. I think that, especially in research, my God, I can see a research and development portion of our population in all the sciences and all the mathematics that would just really, open up the entire world to things that the world has never seen before. And that's where I really think the power of who we are as a people will actually bring this massive benefit to us first, of course, and having the authority to control patents and trademarks and intellectual property, but then also to be able to share that with the planet or whatever. I think that's where the real power is in establishing these Black majority states. So I think
let me just say one thing, Black, before I get off of here. When I want to clarify fragmentation.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all know I came up at a different place and time in this country. What I see now with Black folks is that we're fragmented, meaning we're broken. See, no matter where we lived in the country back in the day, we knew who was who and what was what and what they were doing and how we could help. If we could help, could we do it in this state? Can it work? Who we going to send over there to help them do that? We don't do that anymore. See, that's what has to happen immediately. We have got to stop being broken against each other. No matter, the Panthers had their own worldview of what we needed to be in this country. King had his own worldview of what we needed to be in this country. Malcolm, Muhammad Ali, you name them, Huey, name them. Everybody had a different view, but we weren't fragmented. See, we just had different views, and it's okay to have different views. Nobody hated anybody or hated another organization because we were all working together for the greater good. That's not happening anymore. That's the fragmentation that I'm talking about. We don't have to like each other. We don't have to unify. We don't have to do none of those things. They didn't necessarily do them back in the day, but we weren't fragmented. We were together as a people. We're not doing that anymore. And a house divided against itself will never stand. And that's where we are. And that's where the country is outside of us. And I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah, that's very powerful. I agree. I don't know how many people will realize this or recognize it, but in my opinion, it relates to the streets. It relates to the way that the streets are so in opposition with each other and willing to kill on sight. And the fact that this is a part of some elements of pop culture, and it's the cool thing to either listen to the music or regurgitate some of the talking points within the music and the culture and the TV shows. Everybody's watching Power or whatever latest gangster type of entertainment that they're absorbing. And this crosses over into the minds of hardworking individuals. And then when you have this political situation, because I mean, I'll be honest with you, when I was over on Facebook before I, couldn't be over there anymore because they wouldn't let me post anything. and I came over to Twitter, I was taken aback, to say the least, at the level of seemingly personal attacks and vitriol and challenging and the desire to debate on every single talking point. It was interesting initially. And what happens is, you're attacked and then you attack back, or whatever, the trolling that goes on. And so it creates this like sparring match, especially on this app. It seems like it's just designed to create these conflicts. And so the social media probably plays a big part in it too, just because it's set up to create conflict, controversy. A lot of large accounts seemingly have built their platforms based on being able to create controversy and maximize the potential off of it. I agree that, we can have a million different organizations, ideologies, philosophies, etc. But again, at the end of the day, the core principle should be Black agenda first, Black American agenda, Black lineage agenda. And as long as everybody agrees on that point and those points, then, I can respect that, you like wearing, natural fruits and vegetables that you prepare at home in your hair, and you walk around with sandals on your feet all the time, and whatever it is that people are into. I'm cool with it as long as you're an adult, you're not harming anybody, you're certainly not harming children. I'm all for it, because I think the other thing about a Black majority state is that it should create more freedom and more opportunities. It shouldn't be less freedom and less opportunities where people are trying to restrict other people's freedom of existence. I think that's a terrible thing, and you do see that a lot. Where I was in a space the other day, and someone kept saying, we shouldn't do this and we shouldn't do that, and we should do this and we should do that. And it's kind of like that sounds like what a dictator would say, someone who's trying to control other people's thoughts and other people's speech. I think it should be, this is what I do, this is how I handle this situation, and I respect the fact that you may do something different. I think that creates the ability for other people to, think the way they want to think, and not feel like they're being told what to do. Because at the end of the day, I think most of the people on this app are adults, and should have the freedom to make up their own mind on how they want to address certain situations. So Welsing, and then Bracy, and then I think back to Miss Georgia.
Hi, good evening, everybody. How's everyone doing?
Good. Glad you made it.
Yes. My thought when Bracy was sharing all that great knowledge about South Carolina and the differences in districts, he made mention that, China is experiencing something similar among their people, and why one of the intent, basically recolonizing Africa, is because of that labor. And I said, just food for thought. I mean, that would be ideal, to get China to get them up to par so that they don't leave their continent and come to countries where they're making us suffer, because we're suffering with them here, as far as labor force is concerned. So that was just my thought there. To what No Taxation said, it's profound. Some of her points, I was in a recent chat in a social room where they featured Adam Clayton Powell Jr. at a speech, that famous speech where he says, I'm black, baby, and, black is pretty, something to that effect, that speech. And most of the black people responding was like, why is he speaking on black, issues? Is he black? Like, I was shocked.
Wow.
That they didn't even know who Adam Clayton Powell Jr. is.
Damn.
And this man died 50 years ago, maybe. Maybe later than that, maybe 40 years ago. And, you know, we can talk about what they're teaching in schools, and we know it's nothing, but I feel that it's such a responsibility on a parent or parents now more than ever, but it should have never stopped, where real Black history started at home, where we got the notion that we can depend on any school, private or public, free or super expensive. When do we figure that because we're paying tax dollars or because we're paying tuition, that we should now depend on the teachers to teach Black American history? So I said Adam Clayton Powell Jr. is a Black man. And, I gave them history about his Adam Clayton Powell Sr., who, from the day he was born to the day he died, identified as Black. So it's just, to me, it goes to what, I thank my father for in the very beginning as we were growing up as kids, all three of us. He always said, the Pilgrims had nothing to do with you. Mm. He goes, that bullshit, that jive, he would say that jive, that bullshit they're telling you has nothing to do with us. Those people didn't come to Plymouth Rock gracefully. And so what he would make us do, we were responsible for, when we were small, we had to talk about one Black person who contributed something great to the United States, who they were and what they did, that they should be thanked. And so as we got older, we would have to, it would be two each of us, three people each, and we would talk about it. And then we would, my dad had us thank them for their contributions. And I think things like that, at least for me and my brother and sister, we were always curious about these things. And if you look at my post in the last maybe week or so, I think on the Veterans Day, I offered quite a number of Black American contributors. As I was going through it and listing it and researching, sharing pictures and just little things, my chest was just so high. Like, how dare anyone, whether they're white American, whether they are immigrants illegally here, or illegally, how dare you question the validity of Black Americans and their history? How dare you demean Black American people and not acknowledge that if it wasn't for that blood of theirs that was soaked on this American soil, none of them would be here. None of them would be here. The greatest things that we are using today, God bless Dr. Gladys Watts. She was the one that discovered and penned global, GPS, global positioning satellite. It's like they don't want the world to know how great Black American people are. If you just start at on Veterans Day and just look at the post, look at all the great things. If you have children, hey, I'm not saying you have to do it, but you know what? Try it on the Thanksgiving table, and thank them. Thank them, because if it weren't for them, this country would not be as great as it is. This country would not exist the way it existed. This would not be the most powerful country in the world. Black women contributed to all the science and math that it took to get that rocket in the air in NASA. I mean, brilliance personified. So I wanted to leave with that. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think it's Bracy.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of double back to where I picked up on the conversation at. I think it really hurts, and it would really help if the counties that we can see that are majority black counties now, we could point to one of them as, this is the crown jewel. Like, look at how this is currently running. You gotta, I know you want this, you know, and I'm sure people might, Atlanta may come to mind, and I've heard how many people here and in other outlets, and it's in my personal life, how they speak of Atlanta.
This is not gonna work, bro. This is not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
It doesn't quite fit that.
It's not gonna work.
It doesn't fit the description, if you will. It doesn't.
It's not gonna work though. That's why.
It doesn't hold that luster.
It's not gonna work.
And I think if it did, or one of the counties did, what you're pushing would be a much easier sell at this stage.
Okay, so here's why that won't work. And because we have one example, and that was coming during Reconstruction, where we had a black majority legislator in South Carolina. The brother Michael Harriot, I'll try to find his thread on that, which is how I discovered it. But they were able to implement some of the most pro-black legislation in the history of the country during their time in office. That's the only legitimate comparison that you can make. You can't compare a city or a county or some district to what a black majority state can do.
I feel like I remember you saying this before. They don't have enough power.
They have no power.
To implement what you need implemented. I got you.
They have no power. Yeah, the state has all the power. Like literally, figuratively, states can take over cities and counties. There's all these different charter rules, and usually it's based on finances. But ultimately, the state has all the power. And they dictate not only the funds and the resources, but really the laws. Again, you have Alabama who's saying even after going to federal court and winning to get a second black district, the state is saying, we don't think so. We're not interested in that. And so they're going to keep, I guess, going back. But if you already went to the federal court, like, what's the point of going back? But they're going to keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But that tells you that even if they do ultimately capitulate to creating this second district, they're going to manipulate it as much as they can. They're going to keep, attempting to control what happens within that district. And they're definitely going to start divesting resources and funds to punish that particular area of the state, the same way that Mississippi does to Jackson and Hinds County and all the other black majority counties. I know Mississippi has the most majority black counties in the country in any state. And there was a woman who was a part of a political party, an independent black political party, that I, spent a lot of time with a couple years ago. And she told me about, I think it's Greene County. She told me about how black majority county, they put on the ballot to have bingo, where people can come play bingo, and then they could make money, and different organizations within the county can hold these bingo halls for revenue. And so they did it. They put it on the ballot. The black voters, majority voters, voted it in. The state ended up suing them in order to shut it down, because they did not want this black majority county developing revenue streams, because it's, governments are very limited in how they can develop revenue, but gambling, at the state or whatever government level is one of the ways. And the state essentially shut them down through the courts. It's diabolical the way the system was constructed, but we know the system was constructed in order to keep white men in power at the state level. And so the only way you break that is by taking that power away from them. There's really no shortcuts to it, unfortunately.
Hey, you fell in the matrix, bro.
Okay, thank you. All right, Miss Georgia, I'll bounce in and out.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to add on to the comment for Ms. Note. Example, one of my phrases that I say all the time, and I believe it's still to be true, that we've never come out from under the badges, the incidents and badges of slavery, where every state they were always holding us back and holding us down, and we went through that with our grandparents and grandparents. We're dealing with it, and we're about to pass it on to our posterity. So here's another example in terms of fragmentation in my mind. I was talking about Hampton University, and that all of the young people were out, and it's not primarily a black like an HBCU. I found out, but I was asking about like the black student body and seeing how I could connect with them. I wanted to get them to start connecting with all of the other student bodies and talking about the upcoming elections, etc. And the lady I spoke with in student affairs said that they basically don't do that where the young people are concerned. They don't really get into the politics anymore. But something else she said that surprised me is that they actually have an NAACP chapter on the campus. And I don't know if that's the same for all of the other HBCUs, but I find it interesting because, again, in my opinion, I still see that Biden and Harris ticket are going around behind our backs and reaching out to our young people. And that's what they were doing. And I mentioned that the media mentioned that she was black. And, all of our young people, they have no reason not to trust what the media says, so they're out there waving and excited, but that can turn into votes too for them. And then one other thing I saw on Twitter, that guy Roland Martin. I think most of you may have heard of him. He's like on TV, like black TV. But I saw a picture. It was a picture posted of him. I saw D.L. Hughley, and there were some other black males all in this picture, and they were taking a picture around Kamala Harris. She was the only person in the room. There was one other African-American female, but I didn't recognize who she was. And when I saw the photo, it upset me a bit because in my own mind, I said, wow, they didn't even bring their, wives or girlfriends to have, they had to have had a conversation, maybe a meal. And I just felt like, Ms. Harris was just using her, status, etc. And they kind of think, oh, because it's me, everybody's going to be excited and I can just smooth over things, maybe not answer questions and have questions that need to be answered, given to them. So, yeah, so they're busy, getting theirs in to ensure the black vote, is what I'm saying. And if we don't give it to them, that to me would be another example of fragmentation. And that's all I had to say.
Can I just interject here, DJ, until Black comes back out of the Matrix?
Go ahead, so you got the microphone.
Yeah, they have been doing. She started doing her college stump stuff in the summertime, and she rolled it out through the summer. She probably should be finished by now. And that's what they do. See, here's the thing. What we've got to understand is the foundation of what they're doing. The reason that they can do that, number one, is they have money and we don't. That's number one. So past that, that's a given, right? The other thing they have is that whenever you sign up or go onto any of these websites, be it Republican, Democrat, Independent, Green Party, it doesn't matter what it is, and you put your information in there, it's immediately captured and you're put on the rolls. See, what we have got to understand, if we want to really Demex it, which we started that in, oh my God, on Twitter, because I've been on Twitter 12 years, so when we started the Demex, it was probably about 8 years ago, maybe during the last 4 years of the Obama administration. There was a big push we did. Black Twitter did on here. Well, the ones who told y'all to get off that Democratic plantation. What you have to do is get off the rolls. If you're on it, get off of it, so they can see that they no longer have that. We've got to understand that the only thing in politics that counts in this country is numbers. That's it. Your phone number, your email address, how many kids you have, your zip code, all of that is very important information, and it plays into how much money your state is going to be able to make. And I don't know if you all heard Brace talking, but he was when he started talking about the waterways and the highways and that kind of stuff. All that is based on the numbers. Who lives around there? How many people are there? Are we going to be able to make money off of it? Because we live in a capitalist country, and it's all about making money. And how do you make money? Because money is numbers, right? You have to get your numbers up. And so when I talk about fragmentation, I always go back to the numbers. We have got to, and I started talking about this in 2018, and I still talk about it now, although, now it's probably, people see more important, how important it is now than it was in 2018. I think we were still asleep. All we have to do to capture the numbers is get a Black Caucus. Somebody needs to put up a website and say, this is the Black Caucus. We need your information. Here's what we're fighting for. And then you immediately become a voting bloc. And then that's when they want to cater to you. And that's when they want to bring you to the table. That's when they want to sit down with you and listen to you and take you seriously, because you've become a voting bloc. Is it simple to do? No, because I tried it and everybody didn't get it. But I think I was too soon. Now that everybody is really broke and the COVID has happened and the reset is on, I think maybe we might have a chance on getting something done. That would be one way to ease the fragmentation that we have. Now, here's the thing. Who's going to do it? See? Now, you see the problem now? Who's going to do the work? The workers are few. And that's just what it is. The workers are always few. Okay? That ain't never going to change. But if we had one single goal that everybody agreed on, which is we're going to sign up and say we're going to form our own voting bloc. And who are we going to vote for? The person that puts the reparations plan on the table.
All right.
See what I'm saying?
Yes,
see, it looks different now, doesn't it? You see?
Mm-hmm.
And we have to do basics like that. Those are just basics. Because, see, they are far ahead of us. Number one, they have the money. That's a given. Number two, they have the numbers. We don't. We got to get our numbers up. And I think the time is ripe for us to be able to do that now. And I'm going to leave it there.
If I could, I just want to, if I could, and I'm not giving you pushback, Mr. No Citation. I totally get your point. I got a post that I put up about a day or two ago in regards to organizations. And along the way, what I discovered, and maybe you guys are already aware of this, a lot of these organizations that have Black in the name, they're LGBT oriented.
Exactly.
So that may not be the best route to take, although I grasp everything you're saying in regards to that.
Well, in order to get those numbers, because I did an LGBT reach out, so I wasn't going to exclude them, because quiet as it's kept, they have one of the most powerful lobbying organizations in the country besides the Asian people. See, the Jews don't even have to do it no more. The Asians really have it. That's why they got that hate crime bill pushed through so quickly. All they had to do was ask, and they got it. Why? Because they have 22 lobbying organizations in this country. They're not fragmented. They're all over the country. We could do the same thing. It's not going.
The only thing is the emphasis that I would see in their mission statements were more LGBT oriented than Black people oriented.
Right. Yeah, because Black Lives Matter came in and did that. That's why they're doing it. And that would be the entity that would be our competition. But see, here's how you circumvent that. You cut their legs off. All you have to do is say, we want to include our black LGBTQ in this, that we know they're hurting, and bring out the stats for that. What's going on in the HIV world? Who's getting their medications? Why is it hard for them to get the medications? What's going on with the monkeypox with black folks? See, that's how you cut people's legs off. And then you throw the stats in the black LGBT faces and say, what did Black Lives Matter do for you for that? That's a very easy question to answer. See, you have to.
I have a question. Is anybody here a card-carrying Democrat Party member?
Yes.
Yes, and that membership. What do you get for that membership? What incentives? What program do they have for being a Democrat Party member?
Interesting.
Well, let me just say, if I misunderstood or wasn't clear on your question, I've been a Democrat since I was 18, just following my mom. So maybe I'm not the right person to answer that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, all right, this is what. Okay, there's this political party in this country where I live, right? And they have several million. They have millions of members, right? And their members, like, they get discounts on like different groceries. They get discounts at different restaurants.
Buying votes. You can't do that. I don't think you can do that.
They pull their money for different business ventures. They support each other when they run for political office on the local level. There's just so many different programs, right? That can give people incentive to want to be a member of a political party, and I don't see that in the Democrat Party. Like, there's no incentive for Black Americans to be members. Like, every day there's something going on. There's meetings. There's breakfast meetings going on. There's dinner meetings, church meetings. I mean, I don't see that in the Democrat Party. The only time that they engage with us is during election season. But there's no daily engagement. There's no weekly, monthly engagement with the Black community. So I never felt like, I even asked my mom, hey Mom, you've been voting for the Democrat Party for, since I was born, 57 years. I'm 57. What is are you a card carrying Democrat Party member, and what do you get for being a member? And my mom said, oh, I'm not, I never got anything. Only thing, you just vote.
Yeah.
That's your. So I think if my thing is, if I starting a Black American political party, we're going to try to have all these incentives, all these different programs that will keep us engaged in this Black American political party. Every single day we're going to have dinner parties, lunch parties, conventions, Ways and Means committees. There's so many things we can do to engage the Black community every single day in a Black American political party, and I think that we're missing that.
I think you're right.
If we can do something like that, man, I mean, God, that'd be so powerful. And look, and then the members of the Black American political party, we vote on what the agendas and policies going to be, and then we select candidates that going to represent our agenda and policy. And wow, that would be so powerful. We never had that in our whole existence of being Black Americans in this country. So that's my goal. That's my I got in my book, Black Paper, Black American Homeland. My name is Frederick Delk. I'm the author. It's on my book is on Amazon.com and Ingram Sparks, and or you can go to your local library and try to check out that book. If they don't have that book, you can tell your librarian to, can you please order this book, Black Paper, Black American Homeland by Frederick Delk, and they will order that book. Right now, I think my books is in about maybe 50, 60 libraries right now. So, yeah.
Yeah, can I just add on? Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I hadn't heard of you. You know, there's lots of books, so I hadn't heard of it, but it sounds very interesting. And if I may just offer a suggestion, is you all said that you knew about Sandy Darity, right? And
yes.
I'll tell you this quick story. When he put out there on Twitter that 14 trillion is what he said for reparations, and I was like, 14 trillion, and I didn't know exactly what it was amount to, but I asked him, I challenged him. I was like, well, in a sense, I'm like, who are you? And because I knew that we could only have our own people, in this part of the move towards resolving the unfinished business. So I was like, well, it can't just be anybody. And who are you? So he said, he gave me his credentials. I'm this person and my parents and everything. And I said to myself, oh, I says, well, okay, you fit the bill. But I says, and he says, is there anything else you want to know? And I says, well, I'd like to please speak to you. I humbled myself, and he was very great. He's very gracious, is what I'm saying. And we had a talk, and I'm so glad we did. And he explained what he meant and everything, and taught me a few things, and sent me some of his papers. And so one of the things I say to him and his partner, and I don't know if you guys know that Camilla Moore, that chair for the California Reparations Task Force, they're going around. They're starting to go around California, at least, Miss Moore. And I tell Mr. Darity, because I think he goes to colleges and universities to talk about his books, but maybe you guys can get together, and in that way you will also get that recognition, right? And people will begin to know you and who you are and hear what you have to say, and purchase your books.
Right.
Yes, let me say this, and I'm gonna let y'all go on because she's bringing this up, and I think it's an important point. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., if you go on Buffalo, and I don't know her entire account name, but if you put Buffalo in the search bar, she should come up. But she's going to have Darity, Camilla Moore, and someone else, I forget who.
Hannah Jones?
Yes, it may be her, in a space tomorrow. So if there are questions that people want to ask, and y'all know I promote everybody who's, trying to move Black folks forward. But if there's questions you want to ask or information that you need, or you want to fill in the gaps or anything, I would suggest everybody in the room to go to her space and listen to what the people have to say. Certainly I'm going because I'm never too old to learn a thing or two. My problem is retaining information. My problem is, but anyway,
you and me both.
That's a whole other subject for a whole other time. But I just wanted to throw that in for everybody in case somebody did not know.
Did you know have a time frame?
It's going to be at 8 o'clock. What I can do is, DJ, I'll send to you the thing on the back end, how I always do, and you can do, because I don't know how to do the Jumbotron. I'm not that good. But
I don't either.
Well, DJ's going to put it in.
Make sure you can dictate time zones. Sometimes people get confused. Just put the time zones. People say AP, they don't say EST or CST or PST.
I keep telling y'all, don't know. News travels from east to west. Ain't nobody checking for nothing outside of the Eastern time zone.
The West Coast.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it there.
Thank you.
Okay, we got Miss T who came up to speak. We'll let the new speaker get a chance to speak, and then I'm going to look back into these districts a little bit to. I don't know why.
Hey, good evening to everybody. Oh, hell, good morning now to everybody in the room. Great space. No taxation. I was just coming up to inform it when she spoke about Darity, just coming up to let everybody know about that space tomorrow. And if you have any questions, you can send it over to Buffalo. Not guaranteed that she's going to get a chance to ask it, but Dr. Darity was supposed to sit on the reparations committee here in Fulton County, Georgia. But at the meeting this past Thursday, we were advised that he will not, he would not be active on that Fulton County task force and helping them to come up with a dollar amount. And it was asked why is he no longer involved, and we were just told that he is not for local reparations at all. He just is for state. I'm sorry, he's just for federal reparations. And one thing I really don't like about his formula in his book, he's only trying to close the racial wealth gap between Black Americans and white Americans. He's not really trying to address all of the harms and vestiges of slavery to get us a full payment and repair. So that's one thing that I don't really care about his plan and pushing his plan. And no taxation. One thing that you all had back in the day that I wish we had, y'all didn't have all of these tethers, people that look like us, cosplaying as us and saying, hey, we don't need no reparations, you know. And some people can't tell the difference. Hell, sometimes we can't tell the difference, especially if they are a second or third generation immigrant. And I think that's part of our fragmentation as well. When you spoke about the fragmentation, we have so many enemies, not just the white man, which is who our people primarily had to fight in the 50s and 60s. We got the white man, we got the Asian man, we got the Hispanic man, and we got the Black man. We got them all to fight. They're all coming against us. And I think we're doing the best that we can. We have come to the conclusion that we stand together. We're delineating. And we understand the importance of that. And we're fighting hard for that. And these other groups, even though they all delineate, you know, Jamaicans, they're with their own people, Haitians, they're with their own people. They didn't have a problem with them delineating from us, but they have a problem with us saying, hey, no, you know, we heard you. You said, I'm not Black, I'm Haitian. I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican. We heard you. You know, we cool. Leave us alone. Let us do our thing. And now we're xenophobic. Now we're all these evil things when this is the same thing that they did to make their community strong, you know, and bought from each other. And that is all that we are trying to do. Now that we understand the game plan and that there is nobody out here for us, it's just us. We are getting our shit together and we're coming up against all of these enemies. And I think we're doing a great job. As far as our youth, if y'all are looking at the numbers, Black youth are supporting Trump. That is what the latest numbers are showing, 18 to 30. And I understand, because they can't even get an apartment by themselves. They got to link up with 2 or 3 more people just to be able to get out of their mama's house, only to go and share an apartment with 2 or 3 more people. They can't afford to buy a house. Interest rates are too high. It is very, very hard for our youth out here. And now they're bringing in a new demographic of low wage workers that they got to compete with. Some of our young men and women, they work for these temp agencies. Now the temp agencies aren't hiring them anymore. They're only hiring these Hispanics. So, yeah, our youth, don't think that they all are falling for the Kamala Harris, Biden farce. Our young people are a lot smarter than we seem to know that they are. And I just want to keep us encouraged. Yes, this is a battle. We are in a war. But I do believe the victory is ours. And if in Black majority, do you know of any states where a governor, what state has a Black governor right now? Maryland. Okay, is that one of your states?
It is.
For us to relocate to? Now, is he a Black governor or he just a Black governor in blackface?
Now that's the question right there.
He's a foreign black governor.
Okay. Because I was thinking when you all were talking about having power, if we have a governor that's Black in power, and then we move there in mass, and take up some of these city hall, sheriff positions, police chief,
2/3 of the state assembly.
Yes. But we need a Black governor, right?
Yeah, we need a Black.
That's gonna work with it.
Question, Black majority. Let me ask, if I could ask a question here. I think it's a good time to ask. I don't mean to oversimplify this, but if I'm clear, what you're trying to do ultimately is convince Black people, regardless of where they are in the U.S., to see the value in purchasing Delaware first. Is that oversimplifying it? Because that would be the easier target to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish first.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Go ahead. Black. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, look, my plan, right? We are targeting 12 states or 8 states, right? And it's hard to know what state will become supermajority Black first, but we targeted these 8 or the 12 states, and it's going to take time, but gradually, as we take supermajority of those states, then that hopefully that can turn into power. Now, Black majority, his aim is to is Delaware, right? My state is North Carolina, right? You know, we all had different states, right? You might have a different state. Like some people, I can't think of his name, from South Carolina. What's that? Oh my gosh, Marcel. His state is South Carolina. Gary Chambers, his state is Louisiana, right? So there's like 8 or 9 states that we're targeting, and you know, it's going to take time, it's going to take effort, but with Black majority, he believes that Delaware is the simplest and easiest state to target, and that should be the first state.
Okay. That's what I thought it was. I just wanted to be clear on what my understanding was. Okay.
Yes, but for me though, I believe in a contiguous region of states that we should take over 8 or 9 states, and then those states we can pool our resources and laws and regulations and
if you would explain what you mean by continuous regional. What do you mean by that?
Okay, that means that each state they border each other. Like for example,
Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, that sort of thing.
Right, North Carolina, Tennessee, they all border each other. Yes.
Is Maryland one of you all's 12 states or no?
Yeah, Maryland is one of the 12 states, Delaware, Virginia, and the hardest one, the most difficult one would be Florida. The only reason I'm adding Florida because I get so many emails and DMs say, hey man, you have to add Florida.
Never gonna happen.
So
Florida's never going to happen. Florida's never going to happen.
Because there's so many, there's over 3.6 million Black folks that live there. So, and actually I do have Florida becoming a supermajority Black state by 2064, 2068, somewhere in that area.
Okay, I'm going to... Yeah, let me jump in here so I can get my thing off here. So yeah, the governor of Maryland is a Black man who has at least one immigrant parent. I'm not sure about the other side. He has claimed to have some connection to Black American enslavement. So he may be someone who while he doesn't seem to be pushing up any Black American agenda policies, he is a Democrat through and through. He is on the Democrat agenda. Everything that I've seen out of him is just basically whatever the Democrats want. And he has I think the woman is of like the Indian Hindu persuasion, who is his lieutenant governor, I believe. So it's just a Democrat run state. The part of Maryland that centers around DC is where the Black majority counties are at. And when you start to hit further west, it gets very, very white and very Confederate white in the mountains to the west. So trying to go into Maryland is going to be a challenge. And you got to spread out throughout the state. You can't center your population around DC. You've really got to get into some of those western counties. So that's Maryland. It is a state that we have very low on the list of priorities. Delaware and Mississippi are at the top. And the reason is not about a feeling or an emotion or anything like that. It is simply based on numbers and information.
No, I get it.
And the information in Delaware and the information in Mississippi. I'll start with Mississippi because it's important to understand this. There was a recent election, the governor's election, in which the Democrat, who's white, lost that election by less than 40,000 votes, I believe. It may even be tighter than that. There was a black woman who ran as governor. She took 10,000 votes away from him. So it may be as close as 25,000 votes, which means that the state is primed for a Democrat candidate to win. There was a black gentleman who ran a statewide election for, I believe, Attorney General. And he actually got 300,000 votes, like over 300,000 votes as a black candidate in a statewide election in Mississippi, which is phenomenal because the governor only won with like 420,000 votes or something like that. So he's not that far off from actually defeating an incumbent Republican racist white governor in that state. If we had 150 to 200,000 new black voters in that state, the black man who ran for a state attorney general could have beat that white governor in this particular election. 200,000 votes is not a lot of people in comparison to our population. It's 0.5% of our population. Delaware is a similar situation. Now, in order to win the majority of the legislators, and you don't need 2/3 because on the state level, you just need 51%. It's different. It's not like Congress. So you need 51% of the legislator to win. But you need to spread out throughout Mississippi. You need to capture some more counties. You need to capture some more districts so that you can control the Senate and the House or Assembly, whatever they call it down there. Delaware is similar in the numbers in as much as I think the governors are winning with maybe 300,000 votes. It goes up all these elections go up during presidential elections. But when there's these off-year elections, the numbers are significantly lower. And that's why Mississippi's election wasn't as high as the 2024 presidential election will be. So in Delaware, it's a similar situation where we feel confident we already have enough of votes in the state, in the two major cities, and then we just need to add population to get the counties, which will also give us the districts, and then be able to take over the state. So my number had always been at 300,000 new black voters in the state of Delaware. It's likely to be somewhere closer to 200,000 because, again, we don't need to have 75% of the state legislators. We just need 51%. That's something that I think it was during the California reparations, one of their final spaces where they really stressed the fact that they only need to have one more vote in both houses of the state in order to push through legislation. So,
and Black, that will only work if you control the executive branch. If you control the governor and the vice governor, then you only need 51%, right? But if you don't control the governor's seat, right, then for a veto-proof majority, you need, some states are 67 or 2/3, and actually some other states are 3/4. So that's why I say 2/3, because let's say if we don't control,
you need the house. You would have to have the house. At the executive level.
Right. If he said 51%, then you have to control the governor's seat and 51% of the House Assembly. If you don't control the governor's seat, then you need 2/3 of the House Assembly.
Okay, right. So here's the problem. All right, hold on. Let me speak to this because here's the problem.
No, we're not doing that. There's people that come into this space. They need to put their hand up to speak. So while I do appreciate that information, the simple fact is that we are likely to get the governor's seat first because it's a statewide election, whereas the districting with the legislators are really geographically dependent. And so, there may be districts that we just can't get into because there's not enough housing constructed or whatever the reason may be. It's a little more challenging to get into the different districts, especially because as they see the population coming in, they're likely to try to gerrymander the districts in their favor, which is what they always do. We understand that. But a statewide race isn't dependent on a district. It's a statewide race. And as long as we have the votes that we need to get the statewide race, we'll likely already have the governor in position, along with a portion or a percentage of some of the legislatures. And so I don't think we're going to be in a situation where we'd have to get to 75% of the legislators in order to get legislation through, because by the time we get to 55%, we have enough votes on the statewide to get the governor in place. And it's just a matter of how the elections fall. So I appreciate that, but that's more of a situation where you have either competing parties, opposition, whatever, and you have a governor who's of one party and the legislators a majority of the other party, and they're kind of in opposition with each other for certain legislation, whereas we're not going to really have to deal with that, because that's kind of the whole point, is that we're going to be working together with the Black agenda in order to pass legislation. So the simplest majority is 51%. And I think we'll have the governor's mansion well within hand by the time we get to 51%.
Right. I mean, if we can go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick question for clarification, please. It sounds like you were saying you guys are thinking of having people move into an area, or are you thinking that you're going to use the people already living in the state and maybe get more registered to vote?
Well, actually, we you have the people that's already there, and then we need more people from other states like the Midwest, Northeast, California, Texas, wherever they are, to move to these states to fortify and the population, so we can elect a Black governor and House Assembly members and U.S. and state Senate and sheriffs and all that good stuff. So we need more people from the Midwest, more Black Americans from the Midwest, the Northeast states, and California to move into these 12 states.
Okay, got it.
Because right now, we are minority in all these 12 states. However, the South has the highest percentage of Black Americans, like Maryland 33, Georgia 34, North Carolina is 24, Delaware is 24, 25, Alabama 28% Black, Mississippi 40% Black, Louisiana is 34% Black. So yeah, that's what you have.
Sure. One other quick follow-on, please. Have you guys heard in the past, since COVID, for example, I'm just going to make this one up, but let's say Kansas, the state of Kansas, was offering incentives for people to move into their area. Let's say it might have been a $10,000 incentive. Do you know if any of the states on your list might have something like that? Okay, none of them have anything like that.
Well, no, none of them have anything like that. These are mostly Republican states.
Okay.
So we have to create our own incentives, right? Mm-hmm. But I that's one of my things. I have a lot of incentives in my book, to help Black Americans make the choice to move, to reverse migrate to the South, we're going to have these different incentives.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that. There may be some relocation programs within some of these states. It just really requires research to figure it out. Some states actually have relocation programs to help people move out of their states as well. And that's something that is going to be very individual to each state. And it may not even be just the state, it may be the county, it may be the city, it may be some organizations that are working to bring workers in or whatever. So it's really going to be very, very unique and dependent on the state, the county, the local municipalities on what programs they may have in place. But certainly if you're thinking about one of the states and you find any of these programs, like Chicago has relocation programs for victims of violent crime. That was one of the ones I came across when I was searching for stuff like that. But to Black American Homeland's point, our goal is to get the reins over city council and a mayorship in Delaware, in the two larger cities, and then be able to create programs to help bring people from very close states, like Philadelphia, which is very close to Delaware, New Jersey, Maryland, DC, Virginia, just states that are within an hour's drive, maybe 2 hours maximum, so that people don't feel like they're moving across the country necessarily. They feel like, if they have to go back to their, their familiar city, town, whatever, that they could take a weekend trip and go back to be in their original place of residence. But ultimately, we do need a very small percentage of the population to move into the state. Even in Mississippi, you already have the most Black majority counties. You have a bunch of Black majority towns and cities. You just need to get the state. So you are going to have to bring people in order to get the state. It is a part of it, but here's the most important part of it all. 8 million Black Americans have already moved to the South since 2000. 8 million. Much more than left the South during the Great Migration, during both phases of it. And so the problem is
Quick question for you, Black.
that we're not moving to the right states. We're moving to Texas. We're moving to Florida. We're moving to these large states that we don't have enough population to ever become the majority. Quite literally, Texas, we would never become the majority of the state of Texas. It's overpopulated, and we don't have enough population to do that. And the problem would be if we focused all of our population in one state, all we would get is 2 senators and whatever number of U.S. reps. It would be a waste of our potential when we could be spread out across 8 states, minimum 8 states. So we gotta start moving for political advancement, and not because this is a party town or because they got nice restaurants or whatever the reason people are moving today or in the past. Holy shit.
However, guess what? Black people, they need that emotional appeal. They moving there because the weather is warmer. They moving there because they want to be closer to their family. They want to move to the southern states because it's more Black cultural engagement. They want to move to the South because there's more economic opportunity. I agree with all that. They move in the South because they want to retire there. They move into the South because of education, university opportunity. It's a lot of emotional reason why Black Americans want to move to the South. So, and I can take that. But you correct. The number one reason should be political.
Yeah, you might not have been in the space when I played the Atlanta video. I played it in 2 segments. There is a 3rd segment, but the Black Mecca of Atlanta, which did attract a lot of people from around the country, also attracted a very negative element, an extremely negative element. And because it was catered, or it was promoted as this entertainment megapolis, it attracted it attracted a lot of the more dangerous elements of the Black community from all around the country, and they set up an established shop, and now they are ingrained in the activities that occur in the street. They facilitate a lot of the crime in and around the Atlanta, Georgia area. So if you're going to cater and promote a lifestyle, you're going to attract elements of that lifestyle. Party lifestyle attracts a specific demographic. I personally don't want to deal with that. I think it's a mistake to cater and promote Delaware or Mississippi, for that matter, as a party place, as a place with restaurants and beachfront this and that, because you're going to attract predators, literally, figuratively. It needs to be a situation where it's catering to hardworking people, is catering to senior citizens, that's fine, is catering to college-minded people who want to get educated and improve their ability to go into the marketplace. But if you start adding in a lot of this entertainment, you're going to attract the wrong type of people. And I'll play the rest of that video so we can actually see exactly what happens in the Atlanta, Georgia area, that for whatever reason, maybe it's not reported enough, maybe people don't understand it, I don't know, but there is this element that white degeneracy has used against our communities, which is very violent, which floods poison into our communities, floods firearms into our communities, and devalues the property and makes it unsafe for people to simply walk outside of their homes, makes it unsafe for your children to walk to school. That is not the type of society that I want to live in at all whatsoever. So it's a race to get to the reins of power. It's a race to get to the reins of controlling the police at the state, county, and local levels, so that you can eradicate whatever currently exists and ensure that it never, ever, ever gets a foothold in your community.
May I say something?
Go ahead, young lady.
Thank you very much. So is it Georgia where that Cop City thing is occurring?
Yeah.
Atlanta, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then second, in terms of Florida and Georgia, etc., you got a lot of college and university students there that, may be planning on leaving the area, that if someone would go down there, like lawyers, when they're looking for law students, they have a summer, they call it for summer associates that are studying law, and they select them, they go down and recruit from different colleges and universities. So they have a recruitment, call it a seminar, if you will. And, they get them all together, they talk to them. And maybe that's a way to find the young ones early and find out where they're planning on going after they graduate.
Right.
But it's not a lot of time between now and November.
What?
Well, we're not. I don't have 1 year.
Oh my God, this lady's insane.
In my But it's not 1 year, man.
What is wrong with this lady?
It's going to be, this is going to be a 5, 10, 15, 20 year long-term process.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like Miss No Taxation is up. I know I've seen people drop down and try to come back up. At least the space is holding up, so we'll just bring you back up.
I'm gonna be real quick, Sean, because I see your hand up. Atlanta is, because of the nature of the population of age, because it's a majority black city, always has been, because old black folks will tell you, if you break Georgia, you break the South. That's the stronghold for the Confederacy. And because we have so many HBCUs in the Atlanta area, it's an untapped resource. And I've been trying to figure out how we could tap into it, because see, we don't have no money. That's our whole problem, right?
We have money. I mean,
no, we don't have that same money that Kamala Harris has. She's been to every one of the schools. Okay, we don't have that. It takes money to do that kind of work and that kind of outreach. We just don't have it, and that's just true T, and you know that. But how do we do it? There are people right there in Atlanta. If we could tap into the people that are in our village that live in Atlanta, if they would agree to doing some type of outreach, because they're right there, they can just drive, right? Well, driving in Atlanta is just like getting on a plane, because you could be on there for a while, because people, quiet as it's kept. What people don't know is that the infrastructure in and out of Atlanta is built that way. Traffic is so bad, and it's built that way because it was meant to keep the black folks out,
counties, and
it didn't happen. And so it's hard to get in and it's hard to get out. They're not going to change.
Right. It was built for cars, and they didn't put
and black folks didn't have
they do have a train system. They do have a train system there, but it's limited.
I live in Lawrenceville, Georgia. Let me tell you what I know for sure.
Right.
Atlanta must have the worst traffic problems in America. Okay.
No, California, LA. LA, Chicago.
But listen, I'm gonna tell you something. They built the infrastructure in Atlanta years ago, before I was born, to keep black folks out of Atlanta. And that has not changed, okay? They don't want black folks getting around without their cars anymore. They don't want that. They want you to stay in your car and drive and sit in traffic for about 45 minutes to an hour to go one place down the street and around the corner. But I say all that to say that the person who can really speak to that is right here in this room, and that's Miss T. She's right there in Atlanta, and she's plugged in. And so we have resources there. There's another lady, and I can't think of her name. I think it's April. If I'm not
April Showers.
Yes, right there in Atlanta. See, if we could corral the talent that we have there, imagine what we could do to reach those young people that are in Atlanta.
Also, Juicy Genius, she's actually building a voter block of Georgia registered voters. She's going around the state.
Oh, that's good. That's what's up.
See, that's what has to happen. People have got to put in the work. That's what, and I tell everybody all the time, just stay in your lane. Do what you're good at. You know what I mean? And that's what works. But I will say this, we have a wealth of people right here in this village, in
the morning and in rush hour. Oh my God, you can't even go in that city.
And we should be supporting those people in their efforts, because it takes time and money to corral people and to move around and do what you have to do. And it's not easy. It's not an easy thing to do. It's a very hard thing to do. So the people that are doing the actual work, we need to support them. And for the people that say, well, what can I do, that are living in Atlanta, we can say this is what we need and see if that's up their alley, because one person leads to another person leads to another person. That has not changed in America, and that has not changed amongst Black folks. And
look, Atlanta is not the only majority Black region in Georgia. You also have Macon, Georgia. You know, Macon is much smaller. It still has a large Black population there. You got Columbus, Georgia, which is in the western part of the state. You got Augusta, Georgia. That's majority Black. That's in the north. That's just northeast of Atlanta. And then you got Savannah, Georgia. That's majority Black. That's in the southeast part of Georgia.
Mississippi, there's one highway that goes back and forth from Atlanta to Jackson, Mississippi.
That's 20. That's Highway 20.
Speak about it. That's exactly right. So if you do Atlanta, you could easily do Jackson. See?
And Birmingham as well, and Montgomery. Yes.
That's right. Then you hit go to and go to Birmingham. There you go.
Look. When I was trying to visualize this Black American homeland, right? I moved to Atlanta in 1999, right? And I drove 99, 2000, 2001. I was living in the, I was going back and forth to Atlanta. I worked in Atlanta. And I drove from Birmingham in Mississippi. I went from Atlanta to Augusta to Greenville, North Carolina. Now that Greenville area, that where Clemson University is, that area is like it's very dynamic, right? It's a lot of jobs. There's a lot like the BMW manufacturing plant there. I mean, it's so many jobs in that area that, that carries the whole state. So I can't see why Clyburn can't get any manufacturer to go to his district. But I guess because it's all going to the Greenville area. But yeah, South Carolina, has a lot of, possibilities.
To answer that question, a part of the strategy or the thought process behind that is when you have hurricanes, you don't want to have all of your container and your manufacturing facilities that close to the coast. You already have the port industry there by default. So that's what led to much of that being put in the corner of the upstate as far as you could and still be in South Carolina. That's what led to that region development. And of course, I-85. Connecting North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee, and all of that in that area.
Right. But look, sir, this is what I'm going to say about this, right? In the Philippines, where I live, right, they have monsoons, and they don't call it hurricane, they call it, oh my God, typhoons. They have typhoons. They have many every year, right? Back in the old days, right, the houses in Metro Manila, they were made out of wood, just like in America. But now everything is constructed with concrete, right? So my house is completely concrete. I have I got some wood walls, but my house is almost totally concrete, right? And a lot of the port area of Manila, right? It's all concrete still. And look, they have to go through this hurricane, typhoon every 3, 4, 5, 10 times a year, right? And they seem to and earthquakes and mudslides and with that one where the water runs into we call that when the water comes into your city, we call that oh my gosh, it happened in Thailand where like tsunami, right? The Philippines get that 10, 15 times a year, right?
Here's the other aspect. Okay,
go ahead.
Here's the other aspect. So what also you have to take into consideration, many things that were yesteryear, like road construction projects that would lead to putting money or dollars in people's pockets. There are things that are in that Somerville or area that are up to I-26, if you will, more so in his district. But many of these things, like Google server farms, Walmart is a facility that they're breaking ground on. Many of these things, they won't require a large number of people. Just like the ports are reaching a point, especially in China, they have ports where in a massive port has 9 people working at it.
Wow.
Today.
Wow.
So, just kind of touching on many of these things where you would say, why aren't companies coming into some of these areas and putting jobs there? Why don't they attract? So they are. Many companies have left South Carolina in the past year, in which they have, I want to say it's called Warren. I have to look it up again. Many states have it where there's 60 days that they have to notify the state that they're going to be releasing people, jobs, furloughs, letting people go.
Interesting.
And this is taking place quite frequently right now in the past year or so in many states. South Carolina is one of those states. So I'm just kind of saying that to say, as far as jobs are concerned and companies being in the state and in various districts and whose districts they're in, it's not the simple fix that it was 20 or 30 years ago when you say a company's coming in. Even when companies indicate, hey, we're going to put a facility in this particular area, it looks good for the headlines. But then when you delve into the fine print of it and you look at how many jobs are actually going to be created there, not counting the people they're going to bring in from another location, it really doesn't amount to much of the time.
Right. Now, look, when you look at these surveys of your most business friendly states, right, or states that are bringing in the manufacturing and all that, you always have Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. They are always in that, when it comes to southern states, they're always in that top 10 or top 15 in the whole country. Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. And of course, Texas up there. What other states? I just can't remember the other states.
You're speaking to low wage jobs for the most part.
That's right. Equitable.
A good example, when Tesla moved to Texas from California. Matter of fact, a lot of your high tech companies, they moved from California to Texas because Texas has lower taxes and they don't have state income taxes. Right. And look, I believe that should be one of our advantages of a supermajority black state, that we should pass laws where there are, it depends on, I'm a conservative person, so this is what I propose, that we pass laws that there's no state income taxes, but the thing is, if we do that, right, then some of the other taxes might have to go up a little bit, like maybe property taxes, or maybe your sales tax. But
that is horrible, bro. I don't know where this shit comes from, man.
All those different tax revenue to make sure we still have money coming into the state.
Yeah, look. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay, up next, I believe Sean, and then Miss T.
Oh, for sure, y'all. Darn. You was gonna play a video or something? I'll let y'all handle all that first, because I'm gonna kind of circle the conversation back to, how I get when I hear people. I can tell when somebody's bringing up great talking points, just to kind of see if you.
Right. Hey, Sean, you're in Arizona, right?
For now, yeah.
Yeah, Arizona is one of those states that are usually in the top 20 when it comes to, companies moving to that state, business business growth, economic growth. You know, usually Arizona's up there.
Yeah, so check this out. So I recently got hit to the word Silicon Desert. And it kind of made me like, oh, dang. So when they say that they're starting to call this place Silicon Desert, at least the valley where I'm at. All these high-tech companies like Google and stuff are moving here. And that's going to actually increase the wages, which in turn is going to increase every damn thing, right? It's going to be looking like the Bay, San Francisco area. So that's why they call it Silicon Desert. So a lot of high-tech companies are coming here.
Right.
Data centers. I'm trying to data centers, 4 or 5, like 2 data centers every day.
Right. Look, North Carolina has the same thing. They have something called the I forgot the triangle. Oh my gosh. You know, it's where Duke, University of North Carolina State, Wake Forest. It's that triangle. I mean, there's a lot of high tech companies, software companies in that area, and the research triangle. Yes, thank you. Yeah, sometimes I just lost the word. Yes, the research triangles. Yeah, so North Carolina has a lot of opportunities, and I mean, it's a great state. You know, they got you know, a long coastline. You can go skiing in the northwest part of the state. You got the Piedmont region in the middle of the state. You got major cities like Charlotte, Raleigh, Durham. You know, North Carolina is a very diverse state, and it has you know, it's a lot of opportunities there. And it has 2.5 million Black people live in that state. It's 24% Black.
One other thing I wanted to touch on as far as the coast, the facilities, the business or the corporate facility may be well built, but you have to keep in mind the workers that are in that proximity. The facility, the location they live in, may not be that well built. So in times of disaster, you have to worry about what happened to your workforce in regards to the building upstate versus putting all your baskets, your eggs in a basket towards the coast is where I was kind of going with that as well.
Right. Well, your Raleigh, Durham, Charlotte, Winston-Salem, those cities are well away from the coast. Yeah. But look, you know, I'm from the Tidewater area of Virginia, and we had many hurricanes. You know, I grew up with hurricanes, so I'm not really, you know, I don't fear those actually. Matter of fact, you know, I used to surf back in the 80s, mid 80s, right, during the hurricane season. So yeah.
Okay, let's get Miss T.
Okay, I'm gonna be fast, Black, because I do want to hear your media you want to play. I did want to say that.
Okay. We want to hear it.
One thing I heard what you said about Atlanta having a party kind of reputation, but you got to keep in mind too, the reason why Atlanta is able to get so many businesses to come here, and Facebook is building 2 facilities here over the next 2 years. Because they have a young market for talent for these jobs. And then we have like 13 schools, colleges, like Georgia Tech, Georgia State, Spelman, Morehouse, Clark, Agnes Scott, which is a all-girls college. We have so many opportunities for employers to get young people for these jobs. And how that helps keep your community growing is that young people are going to move there. They're going to start their careers. They're going to meet their spouses. They're going to marry, and they're going to have children. If you on an older workforce, your community is not going to last more than a generation or two. So you can mitigate your party atmosphere, which Atlanta has done, right? They have in Buckhead, which Buckhead wants to leave the city of Atlanta, and Atlanta is doing everything to keep Buckhead from becoming their own city because of that tax revenue, that tax base that Buckhead will carry with it. But the city agreed to take the clubs out of Buckhead. And it happened over a succession of years. But all those clubs that used to be in Buckhead are gone and replaced with housing, specifically for young people because of the amenities that these housing communities offer, like laundry service, daycare service, right? Not just your typical, we got a spa, we got a workout facility, stuff like that. They have full, like people that work from home, they have little offices that you can rent out in these buildings, and you can decorate it how you want to decorate it. It's your own personal office inside of your apartment building. So you gotta keep a young force. You gotta keep a force that's talented, that's young, that offers an employer to relocate their business to your state. And one thing that Georgia does, I have seen that has worked brilliantly. They've got major corporations here. Taxes. They do not charge these corporations any taxes because they know that these companies are going to come, and they know the amount of jobs they're going to have. They're going to have 700 jobs, or they're going to have 1,200 jobs. They know the amount of jobs, and they look at that number even while they're recruiting them to see if they would have enough people to employ to offset not charging that company taxes. So I know you're a little bit hesitant about the young, but they got to have somewhere to go, somewhere to be young. They got to have a place to go and party, but you can keep it in certain areas and have rules to regulate how you want it done in your area, but you got to have that for them. You hear what I'm saying?
Hey, just real quick, Miss T. Sorry, Black. He didn't really mention youth. He's talking more about psychographic. I'm gonna give you an example. I used to throw shows, right? Like I used to do poetry events, and I used to do R&B events, underground artists, and it would be so easy to get those going in where I do them at. As soon as I mention I want to do something rap related, then I gotta have security. I gotta pay for extra security. The cops would be outside harassing the customers when they drive off for the night. And they really clamp down. It's more psychographic. It's the same crowd of black people, but because it's rap, it's a certain element that's drawn to that type of environment. And I think that's what he was really getting at. Not so much the youth. Of course, we need the youth. We're talking about psychography.
Well, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about that as well. I mean, you have rappers like T.I. and I can't think of Michael Render. They have concerts, and we got Travis Scott coming Friday or Saturday. They have concerts, but they have strict security. They have one way in to their one way out. They'll change the traffic pattern. You gotta organize. Yes, young people are gonna be rowdy. But if you manage them, I'm sure y'all heard about the girl that got tased with her boyfriend during the the George Floyd thing. So yeah, sometimes shit get out of hand. But what I'm saying is, I'm not talking about youth like 17, 25, 30-year-olds, people that are, making careers, having families and things like that. They got to have a place to chill, to relax, to go have a party, to have a good time, to go smoke or whatever it is they do to wind down from a busy work week. But I'm saying young people will bring the businesses to your area because they're looking for talent.
Hey, just Miss T, real quick. Like my example, they were really the same demographic of race, age. It's just the mental characteristics of what they were into. Like the poetry crowd and the R&B crowd was a completely different vibe. That was the only real difference. And I guess the city, they were tuned into that. That's why they gave us such a hassle just trying to put on a rap show. And when I did pull off a couple of them, it was some problems. We had people fighting, almost got into a damn fight. And I'm the promoter. What's going on here? So it's more the psychographics because the other things are the same. The age, race, all that, all the same. It's just that as soon as you enter that element of rap, and we have to be real about that, it changes, at least in the mind of the authorities. And they did have some credence because some stuff would jump off.
You think stuff don't jump off at these country concerts? We had one this weekend.
I'm just really trying to get to a
he walked into a crowd and got hit by a car. I'm just saying, you just got to have the staffing around any large event. My phone's gonna. I'm trying to do a dead zone, but go ahead, Sean.
Let's just say if we have a city and we just lax on everything. We got booty clubs going all in and out through there, juke joints and all that, not regulated stuff like that. It's gonna draw a crowd. It's gonna draw a certain type of element. It just is what it is. It's not like we're trying to be. I know a lot of our people have this thing where we have to. It seems almost elitist to a certain degree where we want to accept all our people. I got people in my family that does crack, been in and out of prison. We love them all the same. And it's hard for us to separate that in our heads. Like, oh man, I don't want to be that type of elitist person that's judging our people. And, we got to accept them for what they have. But I get your point. Maybe I'm speaking too much for Black and let him speak for himself. I'm going to shut up and let y'all dialogue.
If I can come in here, mm-hmm. I think that's where the divide is in my mind. And you guys correct me if I'm wrong. If you think of an intersection and you have 4 blocks, and then you think of the north side of a city, south side, east side, west side of a city, the makeup of American cities have always been there's one of those 4 blocks of that city, whatever particular side, that you may resonate with in your city, where that's considered quote unquote low income, that's your low wage earner. And if what you're doing is developing a Black state, your city planning, if you will, if the idea is the people that were always the low income in that area in your state, they're not going to be the low income. You're trying to do away with your people being that group of people. So now my question is, are you really taking into consideration how you're going to run that state if that block no longer exists? Meaning if there's no longer the other side of the tracks, if you will. How are you constructing your city? Who are you inviting to it? How does it sustain itself if that group of people doesn't exist? And if you say they do exist and they're not your group of people, who are they? Those are the tough questions that you got to answer, because if you're selling it to others, that's a big part of your selling point. And correct, I'm open. Correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding of that.
Can I jump in? You're not wrong. You're right. One of the things that my husband does, I live in New York, and one of the things that one of the boards that he sits on brings businesses to the county that I live in. And a lot goes into it. I live in a rural part of New York. I don't live in the city. And so our needs are different than probably a lot of other people's needs. I live on the western side of the Hudson, And so the eastern side of the Hudson is different from the western side. So he looks for things. I know y'all heard Legoland in New York. You know, that's the big thing, Legoland. He was instrumental in getting Legoland here. So how does that help a population of young people in rural areas? Because it's a seasonal job. So the college students, when they come home, you know, maybe they send them up to Syracuse or something, you know, and then they come back home. They have a job to go to. So when you're talking about the pay, it sounds like it's a lot of money, $25 an hour and up. Well, that sounds like it's pretty good. But I live in New York. It's not great. That's still a low wage. You're not going to live well on $25 an hour unless there's two people in the household making that. You see? So it's all relative. What does the economy look like? What does your city or state or county need? What are the needs of the people to bring those businesses there? And what can you offer those businesses to make them want to be there? I was living in Alabama at the time when I think it was either one of the car dealerships. I don't know if it was Mercedes. This was a long time ago, like in the early 2000s. And I knew this woman, black. She lived out in Lowndes County. That's where it happened. Black County and poor county. And the car dealership was, you know, that's when they were moving down south and all that kind of stuff. And they needed land. So the Asians came over. They looked at the land in Alabama now. And they told, she sat on the board, the woman I knew, and they told the board, we don't know what it looks like because there's too many trees. And you'll have to cut the trees down for us to see, you know, if we want to even put a plant out there. They cut the trees down, and those people decided they didn't want to go with Lowndes County. They went with something north of Montgomery.
Crazy.
So now those people are left with no trees to clean the air in Lowndes County. Crazy. And it was one of the saddest moments of her life, and it was very sad for me to hear because, you know, nobody wants to hear bad news like that. But those are the kinds of things that you run up against. And if you don't have people who are crafty, and when I say crafty, I mean crafty in business, because business is a crafty, you know, that's a crafty thing to be into. You got to be able to wheel and deal. And if you don't know anybody, if you don't have anybody that knows how to maneuver and go through those things, then you're going to be left out. And my husband has been he presided over the board at one time. I told him to step down because he was on 2 boards. But he's still on the board. And they depend on him. Why? Because he worked for major corporations for many, many years. And you need people like that with the knowledge base to say, okay, this is what the needs are. This is our population of people that we need to employ. This is the percentage of that population of people that we need to employ. And these are the wages that we can give. And I will say this, on the eastern side of the Hudson here in New York, they do give that stuff away to those major corporations and they don't pay taxes. So they're not doing anything in the state of Georgia and Atlanta that they're not doing in New York. We give them a break here, you know, for 20, 25 years, but then you got to cough up something, you know, because I live in a particular county that we have a slow growth policy, see? And so, you know, we're less interested in growing the population of people here than we are in having a quality of life. And it takes money to live where I live. It really does. And I'm not saying that to have my nose in there. I'm just saying it does. I don't like it. That's why my name is No Taxation. I live in New York. I don't want no tax. And I'm going to leave it there.
Okay. Bracy, oh man. So to your point, right? So we live in a paradigm that we all understand is controlled by a demographic that's created this racial cartel, this conglomerate of Europeans, and they've essentially set up the entire system for their benefit, right? So, sometimes when we look at what the future may hold through the current condition, it limits our ability to imagine what is possible. But if you start to look at where they are and where the questions that you basically presented for us in terms of how they deal with those issues like equity, because essentially I think for the most part all night you've been talking about equity. How do you produce equity? I sent you two posts previously. One was about establishing a human worker labor law, which essentially says that humans will have the first opportunity to work within the state. And that could be a model for the whole entire country, to be quite honest. And then I sent you another one that talks about an equity agency that would be tasked with ensuring that there was equity across the state. And so wherever there is inequities that can be quantified through, data and numbers and history and testimony, then they would have the power to go in and effectively either fine or other measures in order to bring about some equity with corporations. So the other part of the conversation is where we talking about bringing in manufacturing. I believe in homegrown talent and homegrown opportunity. So I don't necessarily put all of my desires into bringing in outside corporations. I really think that for Black America, and when you get on this majority state level and you start thinking about the fact that your governor and your senators and your U.S. reps can go to foreign countries and develop trade agreements within the framework of the United States, that you need to really start thinking about creating your own manufacturing, creating your own, entrepreneurial business entities within the state to service the state and the surrounding region, and then also utilizing these Black communities around the country, much like Avon did back in the day, or Safeway, or whatever the other ones were, where you essentially establish networks, much like a typical gas station would, where they or any other franchise, but you develop these industries within your state, whether they be a restaurant chain, like Atlanta is really good at creating these restaurants. The problem is, in my opinion, is they're not franchising the restaurants to other parts of the country. With a partnership with the state and private Black American businesses, you would be able to do that. And that includes the logistics, which essentially is the Chipotle model, where McDonald's came in once they had reached a certain threshold of restaurants. They came in, they provided the ability to scale their business up. And then now you see what the success of that has been. I think that requires state and private partnerships to do that. And I don't think that we should really depend on outside manufacturing or outside corporations, necessarily. I think it should be a mix, maybe 50-50 or whatever the mix turns out to be. But I think day one, you want to be developing a Black majority Silicon Valley, a Black majority film and entertainment and music industry that doesn't look like Atlanta, to be quite honest. Because Atlanta, again, I was in Atlanta when I was like 16, and it has changed dramatically since then. Let me put it that way. There are waves that come across the country, and usually it comes through the entertainment. And now that social media is here, it's almost ubiquitous. That's why the music all sounds the same, is because social media is driving this. It's not a synthesis, it's really just a homogenization of our culture, and it's all focused on the most degenerate parts of the culture, versus the way it used to be, which was really regional and even really localized, and then people would discover it as it was distributed throughout the nation. I remember Little John and the East Side Boys, because I used to go to the record shop every Tuesday when the new music would drop, and I would just buy whatever was the new thing. It didn't matter, because I had the money to do it, and I would listen through stuff. If I didn't like it, I would listen to it again. If I did, I would keep it in rotation. And that was a record that was out years, in my opinion, before it actually finally got popular, before it was popping. UGK's album was another one that I had got when it first came out, and again, I don't believe, at least in my area, that people even knew who they were. It was different, 30 years ago, or whatever the case may be. Now, as soon as it drops, the whole planet has it, and then they're all writing think pieces like we see with Andre 3000. So there's this instant reaction to music and TV shows and like everything is just instant, microwavable society. And you miss a lot when it's more like, the local people get to enjoy it first, and then if it's good enough to pass that, then it goes out regionally, and then it becomes like a national thing, and then it becomes a global thing. That's probably gone, unfortunately, but I think maybe in the newer artists coming up, the underground, you may still get that synthesis of culture that gets a chance to breathe and grow, and then breathe and grow. But yeah, there are ways in which we can develop systems to ensure equity for our people. The Mormons in Utah, I found a post where it's about the number of millionaires in the state, and they're really high up on the list. But there's another article that I'm trying to find, and I know I posted it, but of course I didn't. Sometimes I just quote, or I take I copy and paste some portion of the article, and then when I post it with the link, I'm not putting in the fact that this was in Utah, or the fact that this is talking about equity. So I got to find that article. But essentially, when I did that search, it was about trying to figure out what state has the most equity. And Utah, being a majority Mormon state, is one of those states that has a really high quantitative equity quotient. And it's because it's a majority Mormon state, and they ensure that there's equity across the state. That's the same thing that we would do in a black majority state. It's mandatory to do that. You don't want to have people that are on that side of the tracks, or whatever that is. You want to ensure that there is equity throughout the society. It's not hard to do. It's the fact that you have these different racial demographics, and they intentionally design a society so that one demographic is wealthier and has more opportunities than everybody else. So we just gotta put a lot more equity into the system, and then constantly monitor to ensure that we're maintaining this fairness across the entire system.
Before you go, Mr. No Taxation, I just want to point one thing out to you about Utah. Utah's biggest export is gold.
Oh, yeah.
Something to kind of take into consideration when we're looking at Utah and the rest of the lower 48, 49, if you will. Yeah, their biggest export is gold.
Yeah, but I mean, so gold is relative and price fluctuates, and I don't know if that is the reason that there's equity across the state. I would have to look into the reason why that may be, but you know, because interesting enough, there's not enough gold to match the currency on the planet Earth. So, you know, I don't know what their level of reserves or how they're pulling it out or whatever, yada yada yada. But it's more complicated than that. Just to put that out there. But I'll find that article. I'll send it to you. It's no taxation. You got it.
When you were talking, a thought came into my head, and this is gonna be my last thing to say. And then I want to listen because I want to hear from the people in the room, because this is really a question for the room, and it has everything to do with Black American political power in America. But I want to say first, the Mormons build on high ground, and in every state where there's high ground, the Mormons own it. So it's not just Utah. They're all over the country. And if you're thinking about moving, if you don't want it, we going over there with Black. But if y'all not going over there with Black, go over there and find out where the Mormons is building at and where they live, and see if you can get something around where they stay, because that's good ground. I just gonna throw that out there. While you were talking, Black, and this, you guys touched on it just a little bit a while ago, and I thought about it then, but I really thought about it again when you were talking. I wonder, and what do you think, and all of that, if there is a cultural shift for us, our culture, a cultural shift, which I think is beginning to happen, but I'm not so sure, of getting celebrityism, degeneratisms, and all the other isms that plague us negatively. If we start with the music, culturally, do y'all think that would help us in our quest for political power in this country? Because I think that, I'm old school. And, when you talk about 50 years of hip-hop, I was in my 20s, okay? So, my late teens and early 20s. So, the music I listen to is different from the music that you all listen to. And half the people you all listen to, I ain't never heard of them or heard their music. So, but I know that some of it that I see, because I only see it on Twitter or X, some of it that I see is not good at all. And I wonder if you all believe that if we start with our music in our culture, would that give us a foothold to where we need to be? And I'm gonna say that, and I'm gonna drop down and listen to the comments. Thanks, Black. Good space.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming up and speaking, and certainly adding to the conversation. And that is a great question. There's so much music being put out. I think a quicker way would be through the audio visual medium of movies, scripted series. So like, for instance, the Lovecraft Country show, which was very popular, had that it was like set in the 60s or some past time, and it had this sci-fi element. And in the second season, they had put out this map that was essentially telling you what the second season was about, and it had much of the southeastern United States was called like Negro states or something of that nature. And I believe that map is the reason that they actually canceled the show, because they were essentially going to create a narrative in which Black Americans control the southeastern United States, and they would have had a whole entire season to essentially, put this into the minds of the people who watched this particular show. And it was very popular. It got great reviews. It was very weird why they pulled it. And in my opinion, again, it is because that map was very specific and was going to plant a very specific seed into the mind of the people who watched it then and in the future. So music, it would help, it certainly will help. Anything that we can do can help. But I think when you have the visual, and the audio, and you have a scripted series where you're interacting with people who are in positions of authority and they're discussing, policy, legislation, and they're showing, exactly what it would look like when that happens, I think that's taken it to a whole different level. So someone like, I guess 50 Cent does his scripted series. If someone like him, who has the ability to put out content that people want to see, would take that particular path. And let me shout out to this documentary that's coming out that Mr. Charles Blow is putting on with HBO, and it is about the Black majority state reverse migration movement. If that was a scripted series or a blockbuster movie, if you will, I think it would have a phenomenal effect, to be quite honest, on the population as a whole, because that's how they run their propaganda, through TV shows and movies and, news reports, of course. So anything will help, but I just think that having a visual actually will accelerate it a lot more. I'm not sure if it was Sean or Bracy first.
It was Sean. Go ahead, Sean.
In regards to your question about the music, I really think deep down, like you said, I agree with you, Black, 100%. But with the music, it's going to take a flood of counter programming music. Because look at it, think of it this way: these negative songs, you can't really get away from them. You can not listen to yourself personally, but then when you go out into the environment, on every damn car that drives by, you hear the music. You can't get away from it. After a while, it starts to program your brain. And I think we need that counter program in the reverse. It can't just be, because what's backing is these big major corporations are pushing this out on the radio station. They're making sure they get bumped up in the streaming services. So you need that push in the opposite direction as well. It seems like, especially with rap, a lot of our people, especially, they feel like, I don't even say our people, just like anybody who's a fan of rap, it has to have a certain level of degeneracy for it to be real hip hop. And I've heard this sentiment echoed since I was a kid. My ears always perked up when I heard that. I'm like, I heard white kids say, yeah, I didn't like rap until, Bone Thugs and Harmony and this and that. All that other stuff is corny, this and that. It's like that. It's that sentiment that's going around. There has to be a certain level, I guess they think in their mind, realness and degeneracy for them to be appealing to them, especially other cultures that are not of our culture. Because rap really is just, for the most part, to these white people, it's entertainment. It's like a minstrel show to them. Nobody wants to really own up to that these rappers are just the modern day minstrels people. And that's why it's so popular with these other races for the most part. They like to see that degeneracy. They like to see that characterization of Black people. So it would have to be a major push in another direction to show a different image. And as far as what Black was saying about the movies, I believe you're 100% spot on. That's why I was like, yeah, that book series about this in the setting of Washington, D.C. actually becoming a Black majority state and what that would look like, the type of obstacles they would have to face, the philosophical ideas that would be put forth. Like, yeah, Black people should govern ourselves. We should not be comfortable with people who historically abused us at every turn having any type of power or authority over us. We should try to seize that power as much as possible in this system that we live in. And those type of philosophical ideas will be out there. And then imagine the pushback in the criticism from other groups of people. They'll be talking smack, and that'll actually make the show even more popular because it'll spark debates in the real world. Like they'll be, oh, this is racist, black, and then of course there'll be think pieces that they'll try to shoot it down. But the more they try to shoot it down and talk smack and come up with all these scenarios, the more it'll interest our people to take a look at it and see what the hoopla is about, and the more it'll spark debate. And that's the whole purpose, not to entertain, but to edutain. Entertainment, and to spark our minds and to plant that seed that, our ancestors built this country. We should not be in the position we are. We should have a mind that, just like they have, that we're not going to be ruled by any other group of people but ourselves, and we should put it all in line to make sure that's what we get in our land.
It was when you mentioned UGK, Black, and kind of piggybacking off what you were saying about the minstrel, Sean. No Tax, what comes to mind is Bamboozle. It's a Spike Lee film with Jada Pinkett, Michael Rappaport, and Damon Wayans. And the premise of the movie is Damon Wayans and Jada, they are like executives for the equivalent of an NBC or a CBS. So in an effort to stick it to the man, if you will, to get back at these execs, they come up with a plan to put on a show with black people that will be so awful that the black viewing audience would turn against it, would turn against the network and be outraged. So they have these two characters that they have in blackface, and they're doing a minstrel show. And the viewing audience loves it. So, see, I bring that up to say, in this era, with the era when you were speaking of the UGK experience, it was a snowball effect that was slow as to whether something caught on or not. But now anyone could put up a piece of content that is for the full purpose of showing how much of a buffoonery or how buffoonish this content is, and it will catch like wildfire, and people find it humorous. Some people will spread it because they're pointing out this is what we have to stop. But you'll have large numbers of people who gravitate to it and become quote unquote famous and even be compensated for mimicking the behavior. So it's such a challenge to figure out how do you raise the awareness, the consciousness of those who will encounter this content and immediately stamp it out and shun those who push it or who think this should be continuously pushed. That becomes such a big challenge. And I land there.
Oh, absolutely. Man, it's a different world, you know, and it's this acceleration is likely to increase. There's not a whole lot that we're going to be able to do about it, except that we need 1% of the population, which if we're 45 million, that's 450,000. If we're 50 million, that's 500,000. If I had 500,000 black voters, I would send 200,000 to Delaware, 300,000 to Mississippi, and then we would have a certain level of management over some of these social issues that we could start at the pre-K level in the schools, quite literally, so that while, you know, there may be some lost ones, unfortunately, in some of these generations that are already here, that are adults, that we could start to turn the minds and the hearts of our children, so that the next few generations, essentially everything that you said, they know to shun people who act a certain way, who use certain terms, derogatory language, so that they don't grow up thinking that this is cool at all. Like, they just understand fundamentally how damaging and destructive it is. I found it's hashtag South to Black Power which is the name of this documentary with Charles Blow. I actually saw Chokwe Lumumba, the son of the mayor in Jackson, Mississippi, who's now the mayor. And so we're going to play this. It's about 2 minutes. This will actually be pretty cool because it's the first time I'm even seeing it. This is supposed to be on, it says stream on Max. So I guess HBO has some type of streaming app. So yeah, let's check this out, see what they're talking about here.
Trying.
So something like this is a powerful audio visual presentation. And it looks like this is going to be really, really important for this movement. So shout out to Mr. Blow for putting this thing together and green lighting it through a major distribution network. I hope that this guy is sincere in his intentions. But at the end of the day, for me, quite literally, even if he was the biggest Democratic shield on the planet Earth, the fact that these states are being promoted to become Black majority states under the guise of putting Black people in power to protect our population, at some point, the Black population, even if the Democrat parties run everything, at some point that Black population has got to stand up and say, this is now ours. We now control this because we have the numbers. We are now going to put ourselves in position of authority. Again, regardless of what the intention may be, regardless of where it comes from, because ultimately we're going to be in a much better position because we are the majority population. They really go hand in hand. Politics, economics, all the social ills, the education, the business, everything that you can, the housing, where it's, I think the last thing I read was that 17% Black Americans are 17% homeowners across the country, where I believe white families are 46% or something of that nature. Most Americans will build equity in their home. That's how most Americans generate wealth, is through their home. And if you are 17% homeowners, you're already way behind. This Hispanic wave of immigration, the housing market, they're projecting them to be the growth in the housing market. A lot of these projections are really geared towards the Hispanic population because of their growth and their access to capital, illegal and legal. And so scattered across the country with no political authority is not a good recipe. It wasn't a good recipe for the last 300 years, 400 years, whatever it is, however long the United States of America has been a country. And it's certainly not going to be a good recipe going into the next 100 years. It's actually going to be a recipe for disaster and devastation. Because nobody coming here cares about us. They're not going to give up what they want in order for us to have anything, to be quite honest. And so if we don't do this for ourselves, if we don't assert ourselves, if we don't catch this wave, man, goodness gracious, they're probably going to be like 1 to 10% of us that actually have been able to have something. 90% of us are going to be scraping the barrel to survive. And that just is what it is. You got it, Sean.
Yeah, I noticed something that stuck out to me in that clip you played. So basically, it's talking about black majority states, and then somebody had a counterpoint. We need to stay in Chicago and build our cities. You do a very effective job of highlighting where that ain't enough. When I talk to people here in Phoenix on a political level, I'm very cognizant of not to poo-poo on their ambitions, but tell them, okay, yeah, fight where you are, but ultimately that's just one piece of the pie. And it's actually not going to be enough if we're talking about collective black political authority and power. We have to take over states and the region so we can have sway over the whole actual country. Not only the whole actual country, we could begin to have sway over geopolitical politics. If you really understand how this works. So I hope he effectively deals with that counter argument. I'm very interested in how that's going to go. And then it goes back to what I was saying earlier that, yeah, man, this is philosophical argument that we got to have with our people. Why are we why are we comfortable with these people having any type of power authority over us? How did that happen? How did we get brainwashed into thinking that they have not done right by us ever, and they never will? Why are we comfortable with them having any sway over our lives whatsoever? And if we can get into those positions without, we can actually get into a position without spilling blood. We don't have to go to war. You know what I mean? We don't have to be on the rah-rah. All we got to do, like you said, is organize, move, vote, and rinse and repeat. It's really not. It's simple. It's not easy, of course, but it's really simple. The concept is simple. Black. I'm moving. You already know I'm moving. And we talk about different ways of people. Like the majority of our people that actually going to make this move are going to be bandwagon jumpers. They're going to come after the hardcore people like myself and you that are don't need no convincing, don't need no dragging. We hear the information, we understand the need, we understand what's at stake, and we want power and authority for our people at all costs, at the cost of my own damn convenience, at the cost of my life even. I recognize that's where the people I want to speak to, that's the strength, that's my audience that I focus on, that type of person, pretty much myself. Like I was coming into these spaces hearing you. I was looking for answers, and I'm like, man, you know what? We need power. It's one thing to go out like a mic.
Oh, why did the sound go out?
Be patient. You still have that warrior spirit. You're still willing to take it there if need be. But don't die for your people. Live for your people. Build for your people. And that's what we need. Bro. I need black men having families. I need you to get a black wife and build families, because if we don't do that, what's the future gonna look like? You know what I mean? So I land at that. It's all philosophical. Do we want to control our own destiny, or don't we? Point blank, period. And that's the conversation we need to continuously have.
Absolutely. Oh, I hit the wrong mic. Okay. Absolutely. I'm going through my bookmarks and I'm trying to find this Utah equity thing, but I found in my city because it's actually crazy that there is an Office of Equity. Now it's ironic because Black Americans in this city own 1% of the businesses. The home ownership is way down in probably the 20 percentile or something ridiculous. And then we just had this first Black mayor who was elected through a LGBT political pact, backing him, as well as Summer Lee, our first Black female congressional representation in this general area. So it's interesting that they have an Office of Equity, but it doesn't extend out to the Black population as far as I can tell. But it's just like confirmation again of something that I've thought about and posted, and try to share with the folks as much as I can. Again, to Charles Blow and even to the person in Chicago, from what I got from watching his reaction to the woman in Chicago, is just understanding. He doesn't look like the type that's going to argue with people or go back and forth with people. He's just looks like he's listening to people. Chokwe Lumumba Jackson mayor was the one who said that it's up to us or something of that nature. And he's right. And he comes from the Republic of New Africa philosophy. His father moved there literally to establish a Black majority state in Mississippi. So as long as he kind of understands that concept, which I assume he does, then I'm not going to say he would be a good leader, because what's going on in Jackson, to me, there's a lot of blame to go around. He's probably at the end of the list because of how much power the state wields over the county and the city. But certainly, in my opinion, there should be more that he could do. Even over a city where I think he won the first time with like 14,000 votes, and the second time maybe with like 10,000 or something like that. So his popularity is kind of waning, even though he's the incumbent mayor. And I don't know if he'll have any challenges or whatever the case may be, but he's in he's kind of in a shitstorm. He's trying to manage a shitstorm, and the state keeps shitting down his back. And unfortunately, he's the face of it. And I know he tries to put a good face on it, but there's so many problems in Jackson, Mississippi, that he may be in a losing battle without some reinforcements. And I believe that we have to be those reinforcements. I think there's 4 million of us living in Texas. For what it's worth, maybe Texas has all these opportunities and whatever. All it would take is 100,000 from Dallas, 100,000 from Houston, 100,000 from Fort Worth to move into Mississippi and control an actual state. Maybe you need another 100,000 from some other area, but to at least get the ball rolling and have this political strategy being the reason that you moved. And there's got to be some wealthy folks in Texas that can afford to make that move, to make that happen. That's another issue. Like, when we do get wealth in the percentages of us that do get the wealth, we don't seem to know what to do with the wealth to leverage and to uplift the rest of our population. I think it becomes a thing where we have wealth, maybe we're thinking we're going to extend it to our family, maybe set up something for future generations, but that's as far as our thinking seems to go, and that's a whole nother issue. Yeah, so there's actually been a lot of people on YouTube. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. Someone asked about a Department of Equity. Yeah, it's called an Office of Equity in my city. And I think that's how I described it in the post that I shared, is an Office of Equity that would have agents that would essentially be able to be called, emailed, and then they would actively be looking for areas of inequality or inequity. And they would have the ability to subpoena, investigate, fine, and then if possible and if necessary, shut a business down until they corrected the issues that were there, whatever they may be. I don't want to speculate on what issues may be, but to ensure that there is equity across the state. So, and that could be gender equity, that could be racial equity, whatever the issue was. To have an office of equity with agents operating throughout the city, county, and state, I think is very, very important. Yeah. So I see we lost Black American Homeland. And DJ, you still up? Up. So it looks like DJ's out too. So man, we had a great build. Tomorrow, matter of fact, in just a few hours, Miss Giselle has a space.
Big dog. What's up,
okay.
man?
Okay, you still here? Good. So Miss Giselle has a space. Let me see if I can find it. It'll be the last post in Jumbotron. But she has her, I think these are going to be monthly debates. And she asked me to come in and debate about this topic, which is essentially whether or not we have political power in this country. And I don't know if, most people probably weren't here at the very beginning, but we went through the Black majority districts and essentially showed how the Congressional Caucus has more Black caucus members that are in non-Black majority districts, meaning that the majority of their voters are not Black people at all. And then even in the ones where there are Black majority districts, 2 of those are led by non-Black Americans. One's a small hat. The other one is a foreign Indian person. And then even if we look at the Somalian in Minnesota, that Ilhan Omar chick, she's not a Black American. There's a bunch of these people that they have in the Black American caucus that are not actually Black Americans. I mean, I think we all know that. So we have that issue going on. And then if we look at the Black majority districts, of which they say there are 26 out of 435 in the country, that because 40% of our population doesn't vote, you have to knock off 40% of whatever number they come up with. And then because they're only using raw population numbers, you got to knock off the 18 or the 17 and under demographic that can't vote. So you're probably going to end up with a number that's like 50% of whatever percentage they say is a Black majority district. And then you got to essentially acknowledge the fact that these are not legitimate Black majority districts because they're not based on actual voters. If they were based on actual voters, and you could say there are a majority of Black voters in this district, then you could actually call it a majority Black district. But it's not set up that way. It's a mirage. So we have a mirage of political power in this country, and we have these representatives who don't represent us. So in fact, we do not have any real political power in this country, especially not on the federal level. Maybe in some local municipalities, we have some Black majority counties, but then the problem becomes that the states are controlled by white people. In the South, they're controlled by racist whites. Wherever there are these Black majority districts or these Black cities, there's 1,200 Black majority cities and I think 100 Black majority counties. They're all controlled by white governors. In Maryland, where you have this Black governor who is the son of immigrants, I don't think that he's going to do anything that's specifically going to benefit black people living in Baltimore or PG County or these other black majority areas in the state of Maryland. I think he's going to do the bare minimum. He's going to follow the Democrat Party platform, which is designed to benefit LGBTQ issues, Asian issues, and Hispanic issues. And that's just the reality of that. So we don't have any political power. All of these buzzwords, black majority districts, yada, 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 black mayors, it's a fantasy. And if we really want to have real legitimate black power, we have to ethno-aggregate. We have to concentrate. We have to actually have a majority of black voters in these districts so that we can elect the person that we choose, and we won't have to spend millions and billions of dollars to do that. We just have to be in communication through emails and through text messages and through phone calls and through Zooms and through all these other mechanisms that don't cost anything at all. All it costs is your time and your effort. And so that's the way that we really can have and hold and maintain and sustain real Black American political power in this country. You got it, Sean.
Yeah, I often think about foundations and building out those systems like you talked about and conditioning our people's mind to think in that direction. You often talk about how a lot of these places, and you look at the past vote history or the numbers, the actual hard numbers, the money spent is not that much. The margin of victory wasn't even that wide. The number of voters that voted was abysmal for the most part. And I think he said something about a mayor. I think talking about the over or something like that. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it didn't take that many people to get him in office, right? So I'm like, yo, we build all the systems. I'm sorry, I focus heavy on. I want to be like Ray Kroc. He started McDonald's and he had a scheme. I don't know if most people know this, but I heard a statistic that actually McDonald's is either the second or one of the top 5 people in the corporations in the country that own the most valuable real estate on the world. Mm-hmm. They own corner stores that are the most busiest corner stores in the world. And that was he was slick. He used the franchise to buy the real estate. That was his real freaking aim, to get the real estate for the most part. And I'm like, okay, so we have to understand that for us to be out there and be present and be top of mind of our people as far as with this voting, we have to get them used to taking control and exercising what it looks like to be in a real democracy. You know what I mean? Understanding that you have a civic duty to actually stay informed of what's affecting you and your people, at least locally where you're at. Get involved as much as possible and vote. It has to be that way, and vote in your interest. So we have to constantly have these conversations. We have to constantly be able to educate our people. We have to win their buy-in. We have to win their trust. We can't dictate to them like these damn Democrats do. If you don't, your ancestors die for you to vote and talk down on them like they're not intelligent. They are intelligent. Don't come at them like they're not. Even if they don't have an education, formal education, they're still intelligent. And that's disrespectful, and you lose them when you do that. So you have to be able to meet them where they're at, get their buy-in. So in order for us to do that, we have to constantly be in their faces. And the only way we can do that is constantly be amongst them. We got to be amongst the people. And that takes resources, and we have to be visible. I was impressed. Like, when I was in my old neighborhood, there was this white church that came down, and I sat there and watched how they operated. They came in vans, like 2-3 vans full, and they walked around with the little flyers, talking and smiling to the people, and they threw an event at the park. And almost the whole neighborhood came. And what they did was to entice the people to listen to their message. They had this raffle they had this display with all these gifts and stuff that they're going to give out. But first you had to listen to this message. And we got to employ that too. Some of our people are not political. They don't care to be, but if they keep hearing certain key ideas and planting in their brain over and over again, they'll come around. It's just the messaging. It's just them constantly hearing it. And we have to, without us being badgering, without us talking down to them in an abusive way, just constantly relaying the message, hey, you are worthy of having representation that's actually going to represent you and do something for you. You are worthy of that, and this is how this reputation is going to look, and this is what needs to be, you need to do on your part to get that representation. And we got to constantly have those conversations. One thing I like about you, Black, is you'll take a topic that's going on currently, and you always swing it back around to, this is why we need to have a Black majority state. You're very subtle at doing that. You don't bash people over the head with it. It could be a current event or something's going on, and you relate it back to the reason why this shit keeps happening is because we don't have the power or authority to either prevent it or put in systems in place that when it does happen, the punish mechanism will be so high it kind of curtails it happening to begin with. So I'm thinking of ways to build out this resource base, this network of our people, and make it sort of like a virus where we can touch down, we can influence everywhere our people's at for the most part without having to be there. I've been thinking long and hard about it. I'm not going to show you what I got yet until I actually execute it on a micro scale and show you how it can be duplicated on a large scale. And when I get that done, I'm sure you guys are going to have questions, but I want you to see it in action first and get your buy-in so we can expand the system. But I think what I've been working on for the last few years will actually be able to put us in the position to be in front of our people and pay for the operations. And that's my whole goal with that, is to have this system in place that actually pays for us or our teams being there amongst our people. And it'll be a mix between volunteer-based versus actual incentive-based, where we actually pay a core group of people to actually be there, and we'll have volunteers as well. And I've been working on it hard, and I've been looking at different examples that actually work. And I do marketing. I got the T-shirt business going, which is successful, but I kind of got distracted. But anyway, I'm rambling, but I'm a man, bro. I just get geeked out about this type of stuff. But my core point was we need to be like Ray Kroc and think about how do we create a system that can give us the ability to reach our people effectively, be in their faces constantly, effectively, to pretty much rewash their brain to get to think of power on the levels of power, wealth, and influence, on the levels of we need to have this type of political authority to control our own lives. We shouldn't be comfortable with other groups of people having any type of authority over us. And it has to be a constant conversation. It has to keep going. It has to be constant. And then eventually a core group of our people will get it. It happened with me because I didn't think nothing about politics. I wanted my people's situation to change. I knew something wasn't right, and I knew we were headed in the wrong direction fast. And I started coming into these rooms because I was ready to get on some Michael Johnson stuff. You know what I'm saying? But when I started coming to these rooms, I was like, okay. And it started dawning on me, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I got this question, though. Let me ask that. And he came with a good answer. You know what I'm saying? You didn't talk down to me, like, you didn't argue, you didn't belittle me, you didn't make me feel stupid. You just came with a good answer. You guys were quick with it. I was like, that's pretty impressive. I told this brother this thing right here. He ain't never heard about this. And he's really, like, I don't know if you remember what I was saying about this law to pass in Arizona. And you just like, boom, you just was on it. And you was on it. I was like, damn, that's pretty impressive. He's pretty sharp. And then I started asking more questions. I wasn't being adversarial. I just wanted to see where you was at. And that's how it's going to be for our people. They're going to be skeptical. And you got to be patient with them. You got to give them the information. You can't talk down to them. You got to keep giving them information. Eventually, enough of them are going to get it to make this thing move. And I land.
If I could jump in here, I agree with everything you said, Sean. I think of this space as outlet, kind of like AM radio. And you're doing the YouTube as well. I think that's the missing ingredient. See, many of us, we've spent so much time looking at data and looking at maps. When we're speaking, we can see this as if we're looking at it in real time when we're talking without a screen. So the people you're trying to reach, they have to see these things that we're speaking of. And with them having to exert as little effort as possible in the beginning, of course. That gets everyone on the proverbial same page, if you will. Seeing the proximity from where they are on the map and seeing what the numbers look like and how Because in real time, as we were speaking about Delaware's black population, I pull it up on my end and I see, okay, 218,000 blacks. I start doing the math on, all right, let's say maybe 50 to 70,000 of those blacks are under the age of 18. It becomes real in regards to how that's not that far off based on the most 2020 election, where the person that lost with 190,000 votes. The person that won 59% of the votes. And I'm not looking at that right at this moment. That's just at that quick glance, taking an assessment of it, saying, okay, it would require this many people to move into that region. That's doable. How do you sell it to make it manageable for the person that's listening to this, for them to take it and have it in a bite size, if you will? So that's why I presented the question to you. I packaged it in the sense of, so essentially, you want to sell people outside of the U.S. on the idea of buying Delaware. And I say it that way because that's a way of thinking about it. You want to buy a state. And not in the sense of, if I got a bridge I can sell you. No, let's understand how this works. And that's where the unpacking of this is how you go about purchasing it. And you're not spending tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars for the individual. It may be no more than you $1 or $2 here, and you're funding and the monies you're taking, instead of dumping that money into a bunch of commercialization, the old traditional route of commercializing something, it may be funding the local moving company for the persons that are coming into that particular area. That's how you subsidize those who are moving to the area. It might be the funding of the various businesses that are going to be used and services that are going to be used to usher people into those areas. That's a part of the creativeness that you use to sell the businesses that are there, to sell those that are who are really considering going to those particular areas. Those are all things that you kind of take into consideration. But a big part of it is, can you get a person to sit still? And the technology allows us to have multiple people, hundreds of thousands, millions of people who can sit down just as we're doing and not just hear each other, but we can see what we're presenting as well in real time. And I think that's that other leg of what you're doing right here that will really give it that push as far as the visualization of, this is the map. This is where you are. This is where we are. Here are the numbers. Because some of us are looking at it, but not all of us. So I think that extra added bonus will really push the agenda, if you will.
Hey, just real quick, that's what I'm trying to bake into the cake of what I'm trying to do. How do we pay for that? As far as getting this message out in front of the people in an interactive way where they're incentivized to actually interact with people like Black in this message. And I've been at this for a year, and I think I figured it out. And hopefully, once I do these proof of concept events and stuff, and it works, I can bring it to you guys and say, okay, let's expand this and let's make it go. Let's put some gasoline on this and make a big, huge fire out of it. And yeah, but what you said, it'll definitely, what I'm trying to do, and I'm trying to toot my horn here, guys, but it's really baked in. We got to get this message in front of our people. That will require resources. We can't just rely on the internet. We actually have to be right there, smelling their breath and hearing their voices in their faces. And we have to be able to duplicate our efforts. Like Black can't be the only one. He can't be the only one talking about this stuff. We got to have people that's effective enough and understand the basics enough to have these conversations with our people and deal with it. Deal with the objections, deal with the pushback, and everything else that comes with it. That's why I try to listen as much. I take a lot of Black's talking points. Kudos to him. I give him credit every chance I get. If I ever forget, bro, I'm not trying to do that intention. I'm not trying to steal your swag. But until I can put it in my own words, I will be kind of saying what you say, bro. It's just how it has to be. And I feel like you always made it clear that you didn't have a problem with people doing that. But eventually you're gonna have to be able to say it your own way. And I'm working on it. And I suggest other people, if you don't really have a grasp of what he's saying yet, just kind of parrot what he said. And then once you really get it, you can say it in your own words and it'll make it even more effective. And all that.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. Yeah, this is not about me. Please, anybody that's ever heard my voice, or if you go back and you post, this is not about me at all. this is really about the future of Black America. You know, no matter what conversation I'm having that is political in nature, it always really does boil down to that. What is the future of Black America looking like? What's on the horizon? And what are we going to do about it? And to quote Brother Lloyd, what are we going to do about it? You know, there's really nothing good on the horizon as far as I can tell. I mean, you know, sitting on Black Twitter or reparations Twitter, it's all doom and gloom. Thankfully, there are a few positive accounts that just post positive images of Black babies and Black love and, you know, things that give you a chance to take a break from all of the trauma. But it's a lot of trauma. I mean, it seems like it's endless trauma on this app. And I don't know if it's causing stress for people. I guess it does cause some stress for me. I've had to, you know, intentionally put the phone down and just try to focus on some ancient religions or some sci-fi program or something that just takes my mind away from it for a while. You know, but you don't want to become numb to it. You know, there is this element that sometimes you are becoming numb to it because you see so much of the same tragic events. And then it's like, it's almost as if some of these events are trying to outdo the other event. You what is DJ? You got your mic on.
No, I'm listening to you.
Okay. So, you know, if we're honest with ourselves, and I think we got to be very honest with ourselves, and if we have children or grandchildren, or if we're thinking about having children and grandchildren, we got to be the generation that kind of looks at what we are leaving them when we are no longer here. And as far as I can tell, it looks like a majority Mexican Hispanic population that is going to be half, if not a much higher percentage of what the white population is currently today. That's over 100 million of them. There's going to be more Asians in the country, which is going to almost equal our population. And we already know how they move politically and otherwise. There's going to be these diasporan immigrants coming into the country doing what they do. And I think we all understand what that is. And then there's just going to be us scattered across the four winds with no power at all. And marching and protesting ain't going to do it. I'm so glad they mentioned on the video. Sometimes oh my God, sometimes I'm like, oh man, I probably posted that like 4 years ago. But it is what it is. It's such a beautiful thing to see confirmation and people saying things that you know, either we've already discussed because we've been doing this for 2 years, or we've posted in the past. I swear to goodness, if it wasn't for the fact that sometimes I just copy and paste news articles, and now that Funded Socially is up, sometimes I'm thinking, did I post this on X or did I post it over there? But I swear there's an answer somewhere in most of my posts already, because I've surpassed 100,000 posts on this app, but I haven't got paid a single dime for it. You know what I mean? Hopefully people will take the time to read it, and it comes up in some of these trending topics. When Black America trends or something like that, I think some of my posts do end up in those trending topics. So hopefully the information is getting out there and people are understanding it. This documentary to me is just more confirmation that this is divine energy. It has nothing to do with individual personalities. This is divine information. It's been in our population. It's been in our lineage. We've been trying to get here over and over and over again. And, these political systems, these political ideologies keep veering us off the path. And this has really got to be the time that we don't let anything veer us off the path. The one thing he said where he was like, am I just chasing windmills? That's a real feeling. Black American Homeland essentially expressed that because he had been doing it for a decade. And by the time that we connected, he had already been posting this information for 6-7 years. And he felt like he was all alone on an island unto himself for much of that time, which is a credit to his tenacity, right? We don't necessarily agree on the nuances on some of these issues, but he never gave up. And that's something that has got to be, appreciated. And in fact, to give him credit, he was in conversations with Charles Blow several years ago, 2014. And Charles Blow wasn't necessarily a champion of the idea at that time. And I've seen this happen. Sean just said, he had the same experience where people hear it the first time and they're not necessarily on board with it. And over time, through divine energy, quite literally, people start to think about it, and then they start to understand it, and then they start to realize the power in it. And so I think the more we talk and the more that we discuss, the more people have a chance to hear the information. At some point it's going to click. And then once we get one state and we prove the model and we show people this is what it was all about, the floodgates are going to open. The same way we see people coming across that border, we're going to see Black Americans packing up their shit, quite literally, in U-Hauls and enterprise rental trucks and budget rental trucks and whatever trucks they can get their hands on. And they're going to start moving into these states because it's going to be very clear at that point. That's the day that I hope I'm alive to see, to be quite honest, where this is the story of the millennium, is this reverse migration. Because it's going to change the world. It's not just going to change America. It's going to change the world. You got it, Sean.
Yeah, and I always say that. I heard you say that's our manifest destiny, and I wholeheartedly believe that, and I'm 100% behind that. And I always talk about how it actually is going to change geopolitics. It really is, because if we have control over region and states, the type of authority we'll have on the capital to influence things, to get these people from being in the, they would have to contend with us on a lot of issues that are going on around the world that we could do differently, that we see differently, that we do differently to create a better win-win situation for everybody. And I think about that often, how like our influence on the world stage, just imagine we don't have no power in this country politically at all. And look what we've done throughout the generations and how people look to us and for cues on their own empowerment movements, on fashion, music, all that, on spiritual, what it means to be resilient. Whenever they think about struggle and overcoming and standing up against the machine, they always have our icons on their brain. And even their icons, they have learned from our icons. So like, imagine when we actually have the actual political authority to get things done. That's why I'm always talking about, okay, people, we've been in this battle for our reparations, and we go back and forth with these different groups. And I'm like, I asked the question, I said, does Black Americans being the moral authority of this country mean anything? And I asked that question for a reason. It's more than just political. This is spiritual, man. I think we are blessed by God. That's why we were able to survive and be here. And I really do think we're supposed to bring justice back to the planet as a whole. We do it first here, and I'm not saying our generation is going to do it, but this is the marching orders, the resetting back to factory settings, the programming that are, what do they call it, the bio stuff, basic operating system of our collective mindset of our people is we will bring justice back to the planet. We will set the world to rights, because look who we are as a people collective. We are a just people. We're a moral people. We've always stood up for justice and liberty. We are the personification of that. No other group of people in this country ever could be that, can never lay claim to that. We are the only ones who can lay claim to that. Wow. And then we talk about on the world stage, you can talk shit all about America you want, but no other country has the freedoms that this country protects and gives. Even though, we know we never really received them, but the ideal of it, we can actually make that idea true for not just us, but everybody. And I know and believe that, and this is why I fight, because I know our people are the ones to bring justice back to this planet and turn the upside down back to right. I really know that, and I know it's going to be a multi-generational issue, and that's why I say we have to get in front of our people. We get state authority. That's going to be the main talking points throughout our schooling system. It's going to be in a lot of our programs, as far as subtly in our movies through edutainment. That's going to be the brainwashing our people are going to have, that we are God's people, and we are the ones to bring justice back to the planet, because look at our history. We've always done it, and we always will do it. And I land.
Agreed. Let me plug Mr. Zell's debate tomorrow. So it does start at 11 a.m. I put it in the Jumbotron. I think it's like the last 3 or 4 that are in the Jumbotron on the left-hand side. And so she's having, the debate topic is to vote or not to vote. She has listed here Mark Carter, Art, and Texwell. And a matter of fact, I invited Texwell to this space. He may have forgot about it or just preparing himself for that debate tomorrow. I'm supposed to be involved in it at the 11 a.m. hour, so we'll see how that goes. But she had a poll, 78 votes, and this is the interesting thing. The question was a great question. Do you believe the black vote has power in our electoral system, or does the government create an illusion of power to keep us content? Now, rewind the space, because we certainly prove that there is no actual real power here. It doesn't exist. It's a figment of the imagination. And so, I would say absolutely it's an illusion of power to keep us content. But in her poll, 51% of the people said, yes, we have the power. So, a couple hours, this is going to be an interesting conversation. I don't know how long she schedules these first, back and forth conversations for, but I'll certainly just try to relay the gist of this conversation and give people the opportunity, if they want to listen later to the conversation, to get some of the information. But you can have power if you're not the majority voting block in a district. And of the 26 where they say we are, it wouldn't take long to figure out how many are under 18 and can't vote, and then you drop the percentage down. Probably trying to figure out how many can't vote for some legal reason would probably take another percentage down. And then you look at how many of us don't actually vote, which is like 40%. That right there is the death knell in thinking that these black majority districts are actually black majority voting districts. That's the word that they leave out, is that we are not the majority voters within these manipulated voting districts. So, and then I'm going to answer this last part, and then we'll probably go ahead and close it down. But the electoral part of that question, it's an interesting word to put in there, because the electoral votes are about the presidential election and really nothing else. That's the only thing that it it references is, you know, these electoral votes that the states have to award to, you know, whoever gets the most votes in the state. And in terms of the presidential elections, the electoral votes, and this is in the Jumbotron. This is an interesting thing to try to understand. So there is a black think tank in DC. It looks like it's called the Joint Center. Let me see if I can blow this up. Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies. This is a Black American think tank in DC. They said that 22% of Biden's 2020 voters were Black Americans. Biden got 81,268,924 votes. 22% of that number is just under 18 million Black voters. So this Black political think tank is telling us that Biden got 18 million Black votes during the 2020 election. The problem with that is, and this is, and I'm shout out to the Freedom Party, formerly known as the Freedmen Party, who looked at the U.S. Census and broke down our voting numbers. And he came up with, there were 32 million of us who are eligible to vote, 22 million that are registered to vote, and 20 million of us that actually vote. If there are 20 million of us that actually vote, how did 18 million of us vote for Biden? That's like 90%, 90% of us would have had to vote for Biden and Biden alone in order for that number to be accurate. There is something going on in the presidential elections, that they are inflating the Black vote in the presidential elections. And they didn't even have to do it because the margin of victory was like 8 or 9 million votes. Let me go back to that number to see what the difference. It was a huge gap. I think they're just so used to cheating. Yeah, it's like 7 million vote difference. So they didn't even have to inflate it that much. According to this breakdown, 40% of us vote Democrat. That's 13 million. 19% of us vote as independents. That's 6 million. And then 2% of us vote Republican. That's about 2%. And so we know that Trump got, what, 10%, 50, whatever, some number of the Black, at least the Black male vote. So you would think that if he got some of these independents moved over to the Republican Party, that shaves away numbers from the Democrat Party. They only have 13.4 million registered Democrats. That means 100% of the Democrats would have had to vote for Biden. And then a significant number of the independents would have had to vote for Biden as well. Now, me, I'm somebody who didn't vote. I hear a lot of people who say they didn't vote in the last election. That's a whole nother thing, right? 40% of us are not voting in these presidential elections. So how could you have a number that says 18 million of us, which is 90%, voted for Biden? Like it's impossible. I think the last number I saw was something like 60% of us voted, not 90%, 60%. You got it, Miss T.
Hey, what year did the Freemen say that those numbers were from? Was it from 2020?
Yeah, I believe they're U.S. 2020 census numbers, and same voting year, same census numbers. Yeah.
Okay, because I read recently, and I can share it in the Jumbotron, It was actually talking about the number of registered black voters and the number of registered Hispanic voters.
Okay.
So it said that we had 30 million.
That's eligible.
Registered.
That's eligible.
Black voters.
That's eligible. Mm-mm.
And 32 million registered Hispanic voters. So, and that was for 2020.
Yeah.
And so, it didn't talk about how many voted for Biden and Trump, but it does let us know that so far we are outnumbered as far as registered Hispanic voters. The only thing that saved us is that the Hispanic voter votes 60%. I don't even know if it really saved us, but the Hispanic voter votes 60% Republican and 40%. Not quite 40% Democrat, but they had very little independent votes at all. So we do need, if we got 50 million black people, we need to get out here and find another 3 to 7 million black folks and get them registered to vote if we want to be competitive against these Hispanics. Because as you can see, we're being flooded with them. And although they can't vote on federal elections, they can absolutely change our whole lives on the local level because they can vote in local elections, which is pretty much most damaging for us. But I'll share that in your Jumbotron about the number of registered black voters that we had in 2020. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. What you're going to find is that they don't use the word registered. They use the word eligible. I do know that statistic, and they made a point to put that number out there so that they can show that the Hispanic vote eligible voters eclipsed Black American eligible voters. But 30 million of our population is eligible, but not in fact registered, and that's going to be the difference. But even if it was 30 million again, and we could take that number with 40% of us not voting, we would still have to be voting in a 90 percentile in order for that to actually work. He broke it down by party, and in his graphic, 13.5 million registered Democrats still doesn't translate into 18 million votes for Biden. The numbers just don't add up. And so whether they miscategorized the black vote or they manipulated the black vote and inflated the numbers, there's never going to be an investigation, because why would they? There's no reason for them to clarify what happened. But if I was someone who had a back channel to Trump, I mean, that's a simple calculation. I don't know why the people over there, likely because they don't care about black people, they don't think about black people at all. But it wouldn't take much to figure out that these numbers just don't add up. They really do not add up. Just do not add up. So that's that. So we could end it with this Atlanta video. It's about 20 minutes long, and I do gotta get some rest for this morning conversation that we're gonna have, and then work and all of that. So if there's any more, if anybody would come up to speak, any questions, anybody would like to debate the fact that we do have political power, I guess we could save that for the debate tomorrow, conversation tomorrow. But I know we like to be hyper positive when we talk politics, but we also do have to be realistic in these conversations. And unfortunately, most of it is a mirage, and most of it is an illusion to essentially make black people think that they have something that we just don't have. Understanding that even if we did have power, the sands in the hourglass are certainly getting close to the bottom, because these Hispanics, which they are essentially on Trump's side at this point, so they're going to go heavy Republican based on everything that I'm seeing. And so the Democrats have really played themselves. They flooded the country with these people, and these people don't even really want to vote for them. That's really ironic, to say the least. But you know, I guess time will tell and everything like that. We'll see what happens. But if anybody would like to add anything, definitely jump in now. This video is about 20 minutes. And the only reason why I played this was to show what happens when you promote your city based on entertainment. I think there was some I think we need to learn from this situation. I'll say that. I think we need to learn. Okay, we got Brother Macau coming up. Let's get him up here, and then I'll start playing this. Yeah, naturalized immigrants. Wow, that's fucking insane. Did you make it up, brother?
Brother, can you hear me?
We got you now.
Okay, beautiful. My apologies. Wait a minute. I'm telling my driver. Okay, so yes, this is good. All right. So power. You know, I know a little bit about power, game of power, and a lot about politics and strategy. Saying that we don't have power is not the same as saying that we don't know how to leverage or optimize the power that we have, or saying that we don't know how to leverage or optimize force multipliers in places of strategic importance. Possibly at your next space, we'll have a discussion about that. But thank you, great, beautiful family, for the opportunity to speak. How are you, brother? Thank you. And I'll continue to listen. Thank you so much for inviting me up.
Okay, cool. Awesome. So I'm looking at the pewresearch.org for, let me see, when was this story done? I gotta mute your mic. Okay. So yeah, this was written October 21st, 2020. And it said the number of Black Americans eligible to vote for president has reached a record 30 million in 2020. Yada, yada, yada. It goes on and talks about a bunch of stuff there. But then it also does say, for the first time in the presidential election, they will be outnumbered by Hispanic eligible voters at 32 million. Pew Research is pretty legitimate. People use it as a source often. And so, you know, that was the thing. I think the other important thing to know is what the actual voter turnout percent was, because it doesn't really matter if they say 90% of Democrats, Black Democrats, showed up to vote, because 40% of the population doesn't vote. That's the other thing that we got to understand. Whenever they give these voter totals and these percentages about how Black Democrats vote, they're only talking about the people who are actually voting as a Democrat. They're not talking about the whole eligible population. So sometimes if they say whatever 50% of voters voted, they're not talking about 50% of the whole population. They're talking about the people who are actually registered to vote. And so that reduces the physical numbers. That's why, again, 18 million voting for Biden, in my opinion, is impossible. Especially if you take 40% off of the 30 million. I just say that's impossible, because if you take 4 times 30, that's 12. So that's 12 million now. Now you're at 18 million. That means that 100% of the voters would have had to have voted for Biden. That's literally impossible. It never happens. It has never happened in the history of voting that 100% of the eligible voters voted. And we already know that they say 10% of the men voted for Trump, or whatever that number is. So, and again, it's ridiculous. So there's something going on there. There probably needs to be an investigation, but there never will. It really wouldn't take a lot to figure it out. Now, maybe they'll say this black think tank, they got 22%, but that wasn't accurate. It was some other number. Okay, well, then, that could be the way they get out of trying to explain away 18 million black votes. But I really sincerely believe that if the 22% number is the number that they're going with, they're in DC, they're connected to the party. They're likely the black wing of the party in their think tank, operations, that they just don't think people care to look into how these numbers match up. Nobody's looking, nobody's paying attention, nobody's doing the research. And so they can just float whatever numbers they want out of. They know when they throw percentages out there, people get really, like, it's hard for people to understand how percentages actually work, especially in relation to all the other percentages. And so they just throw these numbers out there. Yeah.
So do you think Trump, do you think the election was stolen based on these numbers?
I do. And I think in the individual states, I've seen enough evidence to say that, yeah, that there was theft of votes. There were votes that were flipped. They did throw in extra ballots in certain states. I think that absolutely did happen.
That's sad.
Yeah, it is what it is.
But I guess that's our reality, right?
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately so. I mean, someone who is intimately aware of American politics and works in DC said they did the same thing when Obama ran the first time. That in the South they had to stick votes in order for him to win, and it was an agreement between the parties in those southern states to essentially allow it to happen. That's anecdotal information. It's from a trusted source, and it just kind of is what it is. If you do any type of research into them stuffing ballot boxes in American history, you're gonna, if you do a Google search on it, you're likely to come up with a bunch of reports about it happening throughout the history of this country. So, but yeah, let's play this video. It's about 20 minutes left, and then when it ends, if anybody wants to speak, but we're gonna go ahead and end it on this note. So here we go. This is Atlanta, for those who or don't know. Okay. Whew. Oh man. So for me, again, the reason I played this video, and it was damn near an hour long video, we broke it down into 3 parts, is to illustrate how dangerous it can be to simply promote your city as this entertainment mecca, because you bring along with it the elements that are attracted to bright lights in the big city. And this was a tragic story. The fact that at the end they said 15 years, and I can't count how many lives, and most of them were innocent lives that were taken in that whole 4-year period. To only get 15 years for the involvement in that activity is a much bigger tragedy than even, the fact that we've lost so many. These were just hardworking, decent black men, fathers, to be quite honest, just good people. This is the thing that no matter what happens in terms of establishing these black states, getting on the ground, talking to people in the community, this is something that you got to be aware of. You got to understand what's going on in those communities, and not to confront them or be adversarial in any way, because you can't do anything until you control the whole state. I mean, literally the cities, the counties have a little more authority, but they still don't have enough, in my opinion, that the state does to really, really crack down on these situations. Even in that one at the very end, that's very sad. They said once they cleaned it up, 48 members rounded up, another crew of a different organization essentially decided to pick up the pieces and insert themselves into that community. And so, you create a vacuum. That's what always used to happen, and still happens to this day. This is the time of the year around the holidays, in my city at least, when you see all these roundups, 50 people, 100 people, whatever the number ends up being. And in my opinion, it has something to do with the fiscal calendar, where they're trying to get their budgets up for the next year. So they do all these busts to make it look good, put it on the books. They know these people are doing what they're doing. They've been tracking them. Now with the technology, you don't even got to really do no work. You just sit back and track their phones and track the traffic, and you know what's going on. So, it is what it is. These police departments likely just use it as a way to, like I said, spend the money they got, do an operation, essentially, build up their budget for the next year, or justify their budget for the next year. And the cycle just continues. Again, I know we like to be super positive in when we talk black politics, but there are some really serious realities that have to be addressed. And you can't be naive to the reality of what's going on in these communities. And just got to be prepared to get to the level where you can actually deal with it. Like I said, eradicate it. If I was in any position to judge in any of those situations, it would have been a minimum 30 years, and possibly more. I have a cousin who got 67 years. So for me, you shouldn't even see the light of day if you went into a community and caused this much carnage in such a short period of time. I think it's just a damn shame that they're talking about 15 years. My God. But other than that, yeah, we're going to shut it down. If you do wake up at 11 a.m. and are able to jump into Miss Giselle's space, please do. I think I put it in Jumbotron. Yeah, it's like one of the last posts up there. And let's see how this conversation goes tomorrow. Next week we're doing a Black business space. I think that would be after Black Friday, technically. So we did a Black Friday space last year at the beginning of November, I believe. So we're gonna try to do like a Black business space, talk about Funded Socially, talk about Black business. For most businesses, the holiday season is when they actually make the majority of their money for the year. To be quite honest, not just the season, but for the year. So this is a very important part of the year for all businesses, but especially for Black businesses. So if you haven't taken the time to support a Black business, now is the time to really like dig in to help some Black businesses get some money on their books for the year. So, but on that note, thanks for coming out. I'm shutting down the YouTube, and we're going to close this out here. So peace, power.